drug out, nitidine, that's like 8 times more deadly than fentanyl that's coming at us. So that's going on. And, of course, India, they have the high, I call them the Maharaja tariffs. The Indian government takes offense to that, but it's absolutely true. They have the highest tariffs of any major country in the world against the United States. We got to deal with that. And then this is, buying Russian oil. Steve, look, they never bought Russian oil before Russia invaded Ukraine, except for like little tiny drops of it. And then they go into this mode of profiteering with Russian refiners coming onto India's soil and profiteering. So taxpayers here wind up having to send more money over there. So a lot of things going on. The good news here is, like, look at all the things we've done. Great deal with the European Union, great deal with Japan, Korea, Philippines, Indonesia. All these countries are working very closely with us because, one, they realize that they've been taking too much advantage of us, and two, they need our markets. And I think India must come around at some point, and if it doesn't, it's laying down with Russia and China, and that won't end well for India.
I don't want to get you ahead of the president on this, but this is my favorite. The Financial Times of last week, which she said that China's their rise is an unstoppable power, and they had Putin and Kim on the podium. It's interesting they did not have Modi; he opted out of that. But a question comes up. You guys have been particularly focused on. No, go ahead. Why is it interesting?
No. I agree with you. Modi not there. That's very interesting. Go ahead, sir.
So you've been at the tip of the spear, not just in the working the negotiations over there, but calling out India on secondary sanctions for taking Russian oil. Correct me if I'm wrong. You don't have the rise of China. I understand you and President Trump and Bessent and others are trying to work out a very complicated deal with China, but I just look around the world and I see that they're buying their 100% energy source from 3 parties: Russia, which they should be sanctioned if we're going to sanction India, the mullahs in Persia, which we've already, I think, technically sanctioned that, and I don't know why we're allowing oil to come out of the Straits of Hormuz to China, both on cargo ships we know or oil tankers we see, plus black market. Then we have an amphibious battle group, the Iwo Jima battle group, with 4,000 Marines down there on an expeditionary force off of Venezuela, of which I believe China has also taken oil from Venezuela, which I think we kind of sanctioned that too. Isn't there a logic here that if we just implement the sanctions that I think we've talked about on Russia, the mullahs in Persia, and Maduro in Venezuela, that the Chinese Communist Party essentially has zero energy, and then you can bring them to the table a little bit easier, sir?
Look, we're walking a fine line here with all of this. I think that what's got to happen is India's got to stop buying Russian oil. That's going to be good for the whole peace. The road to peace partly runs through New Delhi. Europe certainly has to stop buying Russian oil, and dealing with Iran and Venezuela, that's got to happen. I mean, look, with China, we got over 50% tariffs on them, and we're doing the best we can in terms of negotiating to protect the American people without hurting the American people. And that's the kabuki and the art of diplomacy that we've got going on. And you just got to trust in Trump. I mean, look at where we've come, Steve. The difference between this administration and 45. I mean, I was this building here. I had to fight everybody in this place to advance the president's agenda on trade. Everybody now is pulling in the same direction. And what's happening here is it's going to be for the history book, Steve. This is a fundamental restructuring of the international trade environment in ways you can't even imagine could have happened. And President Trump's pulling it off.
Yeah. I gave this speech the other day, though, to national conservatism, and I've said on the show, and you and I talk about it a lot. that with the Chinese Communist Party, particularly, this was not a, President Trump said, hey, if you're going to do a conspiracy, in fact, the headline says Trump sees anti-U.S. conspiracy. I said, I think this is more of a flex. This is more up in your grill. And we know, Peter, that you and Bob Lighthizer worked for 2 years on a deal that President Trump was the master architect of. For 2 years, you guys negotiated with Li He. He did it with Xi. In May of 2019, after they agreed to the deal, right, when they thought they had one belt, one road going. In fact, it was at the same Shanghai Cooperation Agreement. This is when they were really rolling out one belt, one road, and Putin was there. They tore the deal up and spit in our face. I mean, it just seems we're on a path with these guys that at some point in time, we're the hard decouple group here. And I understand President Trump can't do that. You can't do that because you're trying to, manage a world economy. But do you believe, or does the White House believe, the senior people around President Trump, that we can trust these guys? Because now they feel they're on a roll, sir.
Yeah. No, no. Look, I am always here, as long as I will be here, to remind everybody about the history you've just gone through. I mean, the problem is that you can negotiate, and then they'll cancel a deal at the last minute. That's one of the techniques. So that was the first big trade deal I worked with Bob. And then once we got the skinny deal in January of 2020, they come here and they knew when they were sitting in the East Wing that the virus was about to descend on the world. They didn't tell us that.
Yep.
They took that deal and they basically didn't follow through on it, right? And then, we've had some issues with the whole rare earth deal where some letter versus spirit of the agreement and things like that. It's like nobody can trust the Communist Chinese. I mean, that's what they do, and they always say, "Well, that's not what we meant," or whatever. So I guess my point here, Steve, is can you trust the Chinese Communists? No, full stop. So it's going to be trust and verify squared.
Yeah.
If you know the math term.
I want to go back though for a second because it's beyond trust. And President Trump's as hard a tough a negotiation yet.
Yes.
But you go back to 2019. 2019, I remember we used to have you on the show, and you would say you go on on CNBC and Squawk and everything on the 2019 deal. People should understand. What happened is that Peter and I stepped back in 2017 and let Gary Cohn and the Commerce Department, Wilbur Ross, they wanted to do their thing after the Mar-a-Lago meeting. And, of course, it was an epic fail because it basically gave everything to the Chinese. And President Trump says, we're not doing that. That was in June, July of 2017. He says, no, we're not going to do that. He deputized Lighthizer and Navarro to work under him directly for 2 years, and made a deal that integrated the Chinese Communist Party into the global economy. You had a great saying. It took care of the 7 original sins of the Chinese Communist parties, not just counterfeiting, but state-owned industries, excess capacity, dumping, all of it. It was all negotiated over 2 years with Li He, who was one of the senior guys. In tearing that up, don't they show that they have no interest in being part of an organized entity that is the world economy? I mean, they criticize you and President Trump for being isolationist. You're anything but, right? We are America first and want American sovereignty, but these deals, the restructuring of this commercial relationships with the world, are to also benefit the world to make sure that their economies appropriately, right, can grow. But doesn't this show that we're chasing our tails here a little bit because the Chinese Communist Party is not only can't you trust them, and President Trump will work out trust but verify, but at the end of the day, they have no interest in being part of a system that the Americans control, sir.
Shipmate, I think you're missing one of the big parts of the story.
Okay.
Remember when Bob and I were negotiating with the Chinese to get that big deal at the time, we had already imposed significant historic tariffs on China through Section 301. And that was our leverage. And fast forward now, it's the same situation. We've got over 50% tariffs on the Chinese as talks of a trade deal are being floated out there. So what the point here, Shipmate, is that Donald Trump puts these actions in place on behalf of the American public, and only then does he continue these negotiations. So let's see what happens. But look,
good point. Great point.
Let's remember too, sir, that after they broke the deal, what happened next? It was something called the pandemic. And I remember very clearly standing right here on this ground, the Chinese telling us they were going to bury us in a sea of virus if we dared. And I was the only one who dared in this administration to say that friggin' virus came from Wuhan lab. Okay? So what am I saying here? That we got supply chain issues with the communist Chinese that we've got to deal with. We've got big issues. Negotiating them is not the same as negotiating with just about any other country. But we do not, of course, trust but verify. It's the Reagan years. But
the 50%
trust but verify.
tariffs.
But while you're doing it, put stuff in place. Go ahead.
The 50% tariffs are clearly having an impact. You can tell that. That's one of the reasons she's starting to squirm. So you've essentially given the world, President Trump's given the world two options. Either if you want to get through the golden door to the golden market, you're going to have to pay a tolling fee, right? Or you can shift your production over here. Now, the Hyundai situation, it appears, at least from local people we're hearing in Georgia and people going to TikTok, that the reason it was people started calling ICE was local people, and I think Christian groups were saying the 475, 300, I think, were Koreans, that they weren't paying them any money. They had no food. They couldn't go to any food bank or have anything because they were here illegally. Yeah. How do you and President Trump sort out the reality? I mean, he went up on Truth Social and said, "Yo, when you come here, you're going to have to train local Americans." Walk me through this Hyundai, because they're one of the most powerful companies in the world, one of the dominant countries in Korea. And Mo and Grace are just over at the the great conference put on by Mina Kim, with the young Korean people about turning that thing around from the CCP controlled government they have. So walk me through the Hyundai situation.
Well, I think here's what we have to understand. This used to be the Chinese model. I think it's more appropriately called the Asian model. It's like to evade tariffs. What these countries are doing is they're coming over to this country and other countries where they can transship from, and they bring their equipment lock, stock, and barrel. They bring their management lock, stock, and barrel. And in this case, for example, they brought their own employees from their own country and exploited them. So I think we're in the West. We're sometimes, Steve, we're just so friggin' naive. Right. And so going forward, as we welcome all these trillions of dollars of investment, I think there has to be some awareness that, hey, if they're going to come over and invest over here, they're going to use American workers and the American supply chain here. You just can't set up a factory here and become like an assembly line using cheap American labor. You got to have good jobs for Americans. I mean, it's like the reason why we have tariffs now on European autos is because they were turning South Carolina into a low-wage sweatshop assembly plant for Mercedes-Benz. I mean, there was like one model they sent over, it had 99% of all the content of the car was German or Hungarian. And no, it's like, but the sheriff's in town. His name's Donald John Trump. He's right about over there, although he's out and about now at that conference you're about to televise. And I just want to assure everybody in the war room, we know what people are doing out there, whether it's China or other trading partners. We're not going to let them get away with it. And the American worker in particular is going to see their wages go up and their job prospects expand.
No, the employment numbers for native-born Americans is just enormous. By the way, what Dr. Navarro is talking about, we're going to go live momentarily when President takes the takes the stage over at the Religious Liberties Commission conference. He's going to say a few words, give some remarks. Peter, they're all over. The president has deputized or militarized the National Guard and had them in D.C. to clean up this mess. I was telling people on the Saturday show, I was with some folks, I think on Friday, in Georgetown at a dinner who are, I would say, not Trump fans. And to a person, they were talking about how much safer the city was, how much safer Georgetown is, how much safer everything is, what President Trump is. I mean, they were singing his high hosannas, although not one of them would come out publicly and say that. The Atlantic magazine and all the, Morning Joe and everybody's the authoritarianism. He's going to Chicago. He's going to New York, going to L.A., the authoritarianism. The Atlantic magazine is taking a different approach, but along the same lines. They're calling what President Trump and you and the team and Scott and the team over at the White House and the Treasury are doing is Peronism. That is basically you've got strongman economics where President Trump picks winners and losers. He takes a stake in Intel. He's going to take stakes in more companies. He every day gets up and puts a different tariff on somebody if they tick him off. What is your response to this? Because I can see a very sophisticated, and you hear it on Squawk Box, you hear it on Bloomberg TV, you hear it all the time that their line of attack here is going to be this is an authoritarian economy based upon Peronism, where you have a strong man that just makes decisions, sir.
Well, let's talk about economics and let's talk about law and order. Let's start with the law and order first. I mean, here in D.C., what people have to understand is that years ago, there was a significant crime rate, but it was isolated to certain neighborhoods. And shame on the government of the District of Columbia for essentially letting black neighborhoods become just shooting galleries. Okay, what's happened, particularly since the post-pandemic and the flood of illegal aliens, is the crime's everywhere. It's in the subways, it's in the squares. It's just like you just can't walk down the street without fearing for your life. That's a real thing that doesn't show up in the statistics. And it's been absolutely gorgeous having the National Guard here. I mean, it literally has turned everything around and people feel safe again. And you can't really have a thriving, functioning urban environment if people are afraid to go out and do things. It just doesn't work. So if the left wants to call that something bad, I encourage them to keep doing it because they're going to get their friggin' ass kicked at the polls by people who understand the difference between violence and safety. So have at it, Atlantic. Have at it, Morning Joe. Have at it, whoever you want. It's like people want to be safe in their homes and on the streets and in their cars and not have to worry about their loved ones going out when they're home. And that's what D.C. is like now, and it wasn't. And I think what the strong man Donald Trump shows, you can flip that on a dime. All it takes is will and some National Guard or police. Okay, now with respect to the economics, the Perot thing's kind of interesting, Steve. I mean, you're a student of history. Perot, the first time in, which was the long time, he was in from 1946 to 55, post-war, when countries were getting like off the ground, having been knocked down. And he instituted a regime of tariffs that was actually quite effective, Steve. It brought back a lot of their domestic industries, and workers who were Perot's main base saw their real wages increase significantly. It was a very successful policy, but Perot made one big mistake when he was doing that. In addition to the tariffs, he aggressively taxed the exports of agriculture, and that was a disaster. And so and now the other thing to obviously say is that when you think about a country tariffing, small countries dependent on the rest of the world to export cannot do that. They don't have the power, and it shows up in things like elasticities in supply and demand. It's a stupid strategy. Argentina is not the United States. On the other hand, there's very good economic theory and practice that shows that the largest market in the world, the United States, actually benefits greatly by having tariffs. There's a whole literature on optimal tariffs for dominant countries and dominant economies. And that's why every other country in the world that we're negotiating with will negotiate with us. I mean, if Denmark tried the same thing that Donald Trump is doing for the United States, people would laugh at Denmark. They're not laughing at Donald John Trump. They're working with Donald John Trump. And it's just, I mean, it's a fundamental restructuring of a trade system that has been killing us since the end of World War II. We liberated the world at the end of World War II, and they stole our economy. It just, you can't make that up.
Dr. Navarro, the president's going to start momentarily. I want to talk about you and I are going to spend a lot of time this week in the run-up to a very special event. We're going to be there Friday, but on Saturday, you are going to join us. Talk to us about this event coming up and the importance of it and the importance of your book.
Well, the book is called I Went to Prison So You Won't Have to. I really encourage the posse to go to Amazon after the show and buy that book. Get it for yourself, get it for a friend. It basically documents the kind of lawfare and weaponization of the justice system, what it's like to be a prisoner of conscience inside a jail. And Steve, you and I went through that personally. You and I went to prison because the person who occupied this White House before Donald John Trump came right at us. And one of the messages of I went to prison so you won't have to is that if they can come for Steve Bannon, if they can come for Peter Navarro, if they can come for Donald Trump, they can come for all of us, Steve. All of us. And so we have to fight back. So you and I are going to get on stage at this great venue in Long Island for an hour on Saturday the 13th. We'll look at us as the pregame to the college football schedule that afternoon, and we're gonna box it around. We're gonna debate who had the tougher time in prison. I'm gonna knock you out on that, and it's. but yeah, look, Posse, if you want to know what it's like to have to go to prison for a misdemeanor defending the Constitution, read I Went to Prison So You Won't Have to.
Hold it. I went to a tougher. I went to a prison. You went to a club fed. Hang on. But you had a tougher time because they picked on you. You're an older man. No, real quickly. You're all over the news this morning about you're all over the news about you're continuing to fight for constitutional. The reason we went to prison was constitutional principles, right? We weren't going to back down. We just said this thing's totally illegitimate. Just get the people. It's a little confusing because the Justice Department has kind of like dropped the charges, right, and are not going to pursue it as you appeal and go up to the Supreme Court. So if they're not pursuing it, what are you arguing for now? Is this Navarro being ornery, or is there some logic here?
So I went to prison so you won't have to. I could have just said I went to prison so future senior White House advisors will not have to go to prison. And what I'm fighting for on appeal, there's no reason for me to continue the appeal in a case for personal reasons, because I did my time, but I'm doing it for the Constitution. It's like if I lose my appeal, then every senior advisor, regardless of party going forward, will face the same choice I did. It's a Hobson's choice. You either defend executive privilege and constitutional separation of powers and wind up going to prison, or you bend your knee to a partisan Congress. I chose what honor and duty required me to do. Now, what's going on here? This is really interesting, Steve. Department of Justice, they were adamant not only about prosecuting me, but here's the important thing, Steve. They argued against both you and me that we had to go to prison, serve time, even as our appeal was going on. We couldn't be released pending appeal. And they argued that because there were no, quote, substantial constitutional issues in the case. Well, bullshit. Of course there were. There's big issues about executive privilege, constitutional separation of powers. And I'm taking it there. Now the Justice Department withdrew their brief, which is a tacit admission that, of course, there's substantial issues, but by law and by ethics, they damn well got to say why they did it, Steve, so that going forward on the appeals court understands, the amicus, which they want to understands, and we have something to fight. Okay, so I read John Solomon's article. It's a gorgeous thing as to how they've done what they did. Yeah. But we're going to hold their feet to the fire, and we're going to get to the bottom of this, and we're going to do it for this country and the Constitution.
Peter, Dr. Navarro, where do people go to find out all of your analysis, all the clips you do from all the media you do? The War Room will push the book. The book's going to be a huge bestseller because it gives you an inside baseball account of the struggle when President Trump was out of office to make sure that he was properly defended and not crushed by Lisa Monaco, now the head of Microsoft's legal department. Maybe the guys putting together the tech dinner should have thought of that before putting Bill Gates next to the president. Dr. Navarro, where do people go on your social media, sir?
Sure. Substack, peternavarro.substack.com, peternavarro.substack.com. What's interesting there is I put everything up in terms of the things that are going on at the White House. So that's a really good way to stay abreast of that. And then the usual X, Getter, True Social, and Instagram. The X is Real P Navarro, as is Getter, and then Peter Navarro at True Social. But we got a lot of fights on our hands, and Steve, the War Room does the leading edge in terms of making this fight, and we appreciate you being there. I'm still going to kick your ass on the September 13th, no holds barred. I'm going to explain to everybody out there why having to sleep in a dorm with 40 guys is a lot more dangerous than having a bunkie in a little cell where you were hiding out, and we'll have that kind of argument. But the book itself, I went to prison, so you won't have to. It's funny. It's got a hard edge too, brother, and I'm going to hit you with it. Coming at you, buddy.
It's also I don't give up too much. It's also an amazing love story, believe it or not, with Dr. Navarro. It's an amazing love story. It's one of my favorite people in the world, Bonnie.
Hey, Pix, I know you're watching. Yeah.
Anyway, sir, thank you, brother. Dr. Peter Navarro, what a way to start off the week.
My brother, we'll talk again. We'll see you on the 13th, man. No boxing gloves. We're going bare knuckle, buddy.
Okay, sir. Thank you. God, Navarro works out every day. You seen those TikToks of him pumping and lifting and riding that bike around? Gold's blown through 3,600. I put up an article today from another source, not Birch Gold. In fact, I think it was the Financial. I haven't gotten the Financial Times article up yet. Another one. Gold's at 3,672. I think up 18, $20 today. That BRICS nation, what the BRICS are doing on protectionism, they're also, here's what, as the Birch Gold guys, because we sent a team down to Rio, and I was really proud of the fact, this is one of the reasons we love the partnership we have with them, is to, they sent Philip Patrick and the team down, and they reported exactly what was going on. The de-dollarization effort is massive, but they're hiding it under these bilateral trade deals. That's one of the things you saw yesterday about the protectionism. The BRICS are trying to become a real anti-American force, an anti-American government. By the way, we know that I think they're doing mic checks right now over at the Museum of the Bible. Here comes the president right now. Let's cut live to the Museum of the Bible, President Trump and the Religious Liberties Commission. Go live.
I said we'll have to cut Lee Greenwood a little bit short. How good is he, right? He's been with us right from the beginning. And I wanted to stand and listen to the entire song, but people would have said, look at the ego of that guy. He just wouldn't stop. He just stood there and listened to the applause. But I appreciate it very much. And I want to thank you for doing an incredible job, Pam Bondi. The Attorney General has been unbelievable. Incredible job. And thank you to all of the faith leaders, pastors, and patriots who have come to the Museum of the Bible for this historic meeting of the Presidential Commission on Religious Liberty. These are incredible people. And everybody wanted to be on this commission, and I made a couple of people unhappy, maybe even enemies for life. I don't know. But they all wanted to be on the commission, but we picked the right ones, and they've done really a profound, an amazing job. But America was founded on faith, as we know, and I've been saying it for a long time. And when faith gets weaker, our country seems to get weaker. When faith gets stronger, as it is right now, we're having a very good period of time. After some rough years, good things happen for our country. It's amazing the way it seems to work that way. And under the Trump administration, we're defending our rights and restoring our identity as a nation under God. We are one nation under God, and we always will be. The need for this commission has never been more clear than it was last week when the ineffectual senator from Virginia, a man named Tim Kaine, stated that the notion our rights come from our Creator is, quote, extremely troubling to him. Very troubling, isn't it troubling? Isn't it terrible, though? How he would say something like that, and advocated really by a totalitarian regime. This is what they say. But as everyone in this room understands, it is tyrants who are denying our rights and the rights that come from God. And it's this Declaration of Independence that proclaims we're endowed by our Creator with the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The senator from Virginia should be ashamed of himself for many things. For many things. For things even beyond that. But in his own way, nothing's more important than those words. They were terrible words. As president, I will always defend our nation's glorious heritage, and we will protect the Judeo-Christian principles of our founding, and we will protect them with vigor. We have to bring back religion in America, bring it back stronger than ever before as our country grows stronger and stronger. Our country is now the hottest nation anywhere in the world. 1 year ago, our country was dead. And I say it, 1 year ago, our country was dead. We had leaders from all over the world that talked to me and say, your country's in trouble. And I just left the Middle East, King of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, a lot of the big countries. Then I was with the heads of NATO, the NATO nations, all of them. Everyone said essentially the same thing, that a year ago your country was dead and now you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. It's true. It's true in every way. But to have a great nation, you have to have religion. I believe that so strongly. There has to be something after we go through all of this, and that something is God. We go through all of this for a reason. It's not easy, believe me. But I want to thank the Commission's chairman, Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick. He's been the chairman of my Texas campaign from day one. He's been the chairman of my Texas campaign, and we went through 6 primaries, and we went through everything that we went through, and we won them all. We won everything, including 3 elections. Got the most votes in the history of Texas 3 times. Can you believe that? That's pretty good. I heard that the other day. I said, I like that. But I want to thank you, Dan. You've done a great job and very instrumental in the creation of what we're doing today, as well as a very special friend of mine, Dr. Ben Carson, so special that he's being honored. He's being honored in a couple of weeks, and I was absolutely not here. It was a very important mission for the country, and because I usually take missions only for the country. But this was for the country, and I said, I can't do that one. I'm going to go back. I'm going to be with Ben Carson at Mount Vernon, I believe it's going to be. Pretty good place, pretty good location, right, Ben? But he's been my friend from the beginning, right from the beginning. Should I tell him the story about what you said to me, Ben, the famous words? He was a very tough opponent. We were fighting it out, and we had actually 18 candidates, including me. And Ben came up to me right after the first debate. He said, you know you're going to win, don't you? And I said, no, I don't know that. I think I'm going to win, but I don't know it. 18 people, and I had never done it before. They had all done it. They were all governors and senators, talented people. He said, no, you're going to win it because God wants you to win it. Right? Right? But that didn't stop him. We went through. I said, when is this guy going to quit? You know, he gave me these words of beauty. Then he goes for weeks and weeks. He was tough. He was a tough one. But we love Ben. Ben's special, and we appreciate it. Thank you, Ben. Thanks also to the commission members, including Secretary Scott Turner, Pastor Paula White, who's been with me from the very beginning, right? Pastor Franklin Graham, great gentleman. Great gentleman. Thank you, Franklin. A man I've watched for years on television, but you're not supposed to admit it. You know, it's like with me. People don't like to admit it, but we all watch. Phil McGraw, Dr. Phil. Dr. Phil. Thank you, Phil. Great guy. He came out early for me. He did a piece on me before the election that was different than any interview I've ever done. He asked me the most personal questions. I said, this guy's really getting personal. But everybody that saw it loved it, so thank you. Thank you very much. Cardinal Timothy Dolan, highly respected man. Great. You come from New York. He was in his own right the king. He was great. And we worked together in the first administration so much on going through that horrible epidemic that we went through. A couple of epidemics we had to go through, a couple of really bad ones, but we worked together, and I helped financially with your church and your schools, keeping your schools going, and it was an honor to do so. Bishop Robert Barron, Bishop, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Great job you've done. A man I watch on television a lot. He doesn't believe it, and I do. Eric Metaxas. Where is Eric? Eric? I do watch. He said, you really don't. I said, I really do. I said, you have to have more confidence in this. Your show is excellent. And he's a great guy. And he wants me to call it the Super Centennial. He said Super Centennial. And I think we're going to do that. Let's change it. I really like that idea because we call it the 250 Centennial, but it's really not. It's really just below the try, right? So we're going to call it Super Centennial then, okay? Let's do that. Will you please make the changes? All of my people that are all over the room, please make that change. A wonderful person who I've known for a long time, Kelly Shackelford. Kelly? Thank you very much. Great job. Ryan Anderson. Ryan, thank you. Congratulations. Carrie Bowler and Allison Ho. Carrie? Two great people. And we're also joined by the chairman of the Faith and Freedom Coalition, Ralph Reed. There's Ralph. Ralph, you helped so much. You know, Ralph, I think, hit more doorbells than anybody else I know. Millions and millions. What was the number, Ralph? 10 million. And it's true. You know, somebody else would say, well, was it really? And it was. People were saying he was all over the place. Thank you very much, Ralph. I appreciate it. We'll never forget it. Thank you. Let me also thank everyone at the Museum of the Bible, including Steve and Jackie Green. The job they've done is just incredible. It's, I want to say their entire family's here. I want them to all hear it, but they founded this beautiful museum to honor the most widely read book in history. And the job they've done is amazing. I asked, which museum does the best? You know, I always like to find that out. And numerous times they're saying the Museum of the Bible that more people come here than anyone else. You probably won't read that in the newspapers or the media, but this is an amazing place, and it does tremendously well, so respected. And they They built it up, and it was a labor of love. Well, it's nice that he's rich as hell, too. It always helps. Where are you? Where are you guys? Where are they? Okay. Yeah. Look at that. They don't even get good location, okay? See, if I did the Museum of the Bible, it wouldn't be as successful, but I'd be sitting right here. No, I'd be sitting up here. You've done a great job. Everybody's talking about it. I got a little involved with museums, because I had a little problem with the Smithsonian. We like a little more positivity. It was all about all the bad things in our country. I said, what about the good things we've done? So I got a little involved. I got a little involved with that. And they're making, honestly, they're making changes. They were also told what to do by people that came before me, in all fairness. But they're making changes. Big changes are being made at the Smithsonian. But I just want to thank the Green family, because what you've done here is incredible. Thank you very much. For thousands of years, the Bible has shaped civilization, ethics, art, and literature, and it's brought hope, healing, and transformation to untold millions and millions of lives. The Bible is also an important part of the American story. That's why I'm delighted to announce that just moments ago, I personally delivered the Trump family Bible given to me by my mother. I remember the time she gave it to me. But it was used in both my inaugurations and also display at the museum, and I guess it will now be displayed right in the heart of our nation's capital, right here, and that's an honor. That's an honor. We're here this morning to discuss the grave threats to religious liberty in American schools, and you know what's going on. We all know what's going on. But I will tell you, a lot of progress has been made in the last 8 months, tremendous progress, more than I thought we could make in so many ways. Not only that, the woke agenda is practically gone. It's deep-seated. We have to make sure it's out. It's very bad. It's like a weed. You think you killed it, and then it starts growing again. So we have to be careful. But it's very, very different than it was. You look at West Point, how proud they are of their heritage. They did something this week which I thought was appropriate. Some of you know what that is. Does anybody know what that is? Yeah, I like it. I like it. Oh, look at who we have over here. We have your associate, Pam, huh? Leo 2.0. Thanks. Well, we have Leo here. Is he doing a good job, Pam? That's great. He's at DOJ. He's a great man. He's a great friend of mine for a long time. I'm glad I got to see him. I would have been in big trouble, Pam, if I didn't see him. But thank you, Leo, very much. I appreciate it. For most of our country's history, the Bible was found in every classroom in the nation. Yet in many schools today, students are instead indoctrinated with anti-religious propaganda, and some are even punished for their religious beliefs, and very, very strongly punished. It's ridiculous. Joining us this morning is Hannah Allen from Honey Grove, Texas. A few years ago, Hannah organized a group of her classmates to pray for an injured peer. The school principal declared that Hannah's generous act of love was prohibited from taking place in front of the other students. Didn't like it. The principal didn't like it. Can you imagine? But Hannah very strongly stood her ground, and she won. And Hannah, I just want to thank you for letting the light of your faith shine for all of those to see. We really appreciate it. And where is Hannah? Is Hannah here someplace? I think so. Hannah, stand up, please. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Hannah. I know what you went through. I know what you went through. It's great. Appreciate it. To support students like Hannah, I'm pleased to announce this morning that the Department of Education will soon issue new guidance protecting the right to prayer in our public schools, and it's total protection. Thank you, Hannah. Great job. See what you did, Hannah? Who knew? Who knew that was going to happen, right? Thank you, darling. Also with us is 12-year-old Shay Encinas from California. Last year in 5th grade, Shay was forced to read a book to a kindergarten student promoting a message of radical gender ideology that is contrary to his religious beliefs and ours. I'd like to have Shay come up and tell the story. It's an amazing story. Shay, please come up.
Thank you again, Mr. President. Hi, I'm Shane Cetus. I've been a Christian my whole life, and Jesus means everything to me. When I was in 5th grade, my school forced me to teach my kindergarten buddy about changing his gender using a book called My Shadow is Pink. The book said you can choose your gender based on feelings instead of how God made us. I knew this was not right, but I was afraid of getting in trouble. After my family spoke up, the school treated us badly, and kids started bullying me and my brother because of our faith. And the school did nothing to stop it. It hurt a lot, but I kept trusting God. I believe kids like me should be able to live our faith at school without being forced to go against what we believe. I hope no other family has to go through what mine did. Thank you.
Thank you, Shay. Great job. That was delivered well, wasn't it? On day one of my administration, I signed an executive order to slash federal funding for any school that pushes transgender insanity on our youth. We also banned the chemical and surgical mutilation of our children. Thank you. We got men out of women's sports. How tough was that? How cool. But could you imagine, seriously, I'm just thinking to myself, transgender for everybody, men playing in women's sports, all of the different things we talk about, it's insane. And if you were here 15, 20 years ago, and if somebody made a speech about transgender for everyone, I always say transgender because for everyone. Transgender, we have some states that actually can force it upon you without the parents' notification or approval. It's not even believable. But can you imagine men playing in women's sports? So you're up 15 years ago, I guess, probably 10 years ago, but 15 years ago, and somebody said, we will not allow men to play in women's sports. People would look at the person and say, what's he talking about? Is he crazy? It happened. And not only that, the Democrats don't want to give it up. I watched a congressman fighting like crazy this weekend for men having the right to play in women's sports. And they don't understand. But I don't want to really fight them on that. I tell all the Republicans, let them go. Let them go. Just bring it up about a week before the election. Because you don't want to talk about it. But they say it's an 80-20 issue. I say, Dan, it's a 97-3 issue. Okay? And transgender's about the same. It's crazy. It's sort of a crazy thing. It's a world gone wrong, just a world gone wrong. And I made the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders. You're going to hate this. Male and female. You're going to hate it. And we got rid of a very sinister thing, the Johnson Amendment, so that pastors can speak the truth that's in their hearts. You know, I'll tell you, I was in a boardroom early on. Paula was there. A couple of people in the room were there. But we had about 50 pastors, some rabbis. We had people from a few different religions, and I was just running. I'd never done it before, so it was very early in the campaign. It was in early 2016, and Trump Tower was 68 stories up in the air, a beautiful boardroom, and places loaded up with these people, and they were all excited. And then at the end, I said, "I'd love to have your support." And the room went dead silent. Do you remember? It's like, I said, "What happened?" "I know you like me. What happened?" "Well, would like to talk to you about it later." Anyway, I said, "All right, but if we could leave and we'll have another meeting maybe, but I would love to have your support." And there was, again, no answer. And I said, "Well, we'll figure this out." And I went to Paula and some of the others after. And I said, "Could I ask you, I know when I'm doing well, when I'm doing poorly, and I was doing really well. And then when I asked for support, it was like stone cold silence." They said, "We have something called the Johnson Amendment, that if a pastor, minister, rabbi, or imam, or anybody says anything about politics, you can lose your tax-exempt status." I said, "You got to be kidding." So that's what happened. And they were petrified of it. Remember that? Nobody even wanted to talk about it. They were absolutely, they became a different group of people. And I pledged to them at the next meeting, we had another meeting a couple of weeks later with a similar group of people. I pledged to them that if I win, we're going to get rid of the Johnson Amendment. This was Lyndon Johnson, who had a tremendous fight with a minister from, I believe it was Houston or Dallas, and they didn't like each other. And Lyndon Johnson was a very powerful president. He had good power, good strength, he ended up being very weakened by the position, but he had tremendous power. He was a big deal maker, and he got that done, which is pretty amazing that he could get that done. Everybody fought him, but he got it done. He pushed it through Congress, where you lose your tax-exempt status if you even utter a word about politics. And that was amazing when I heard that. I never heard of that before. And I said, "We're going to get rid of it," and we got rid of it. You have got, because you're the people we want to hear from. We want to hear from you. I don't want to hear from a lot of people. I hear from too many people. You're the people we respect. Franklin is incredible. All of the people that are up here, I want to hear from these people. And they come from a different place than me. I come from a business place where there's a lot of rough people, bad people, not really religious people. There are some. But you're the people that I want to hear from. That's why we go to church on Sundays, or we go to wherever we are to listen to people of faith. And it was horrible. I said, "You mean," when I heard that, and I said to the other people, "That means that you should be the most powerful people on earth, in a sense, and yet you have less power." And I pointed down to Fifth Avenue, which was 68 stories below, and I said, "That means that anybody on Fifth Avenue, in theory, has more power than you do." And that's not the way it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be the opposite. We have to give your voices back. And I've given you voices back, and that's one of the reasons that we see upticks now, I think, in religion. So it's very important. Remember that moment when I said, "I'd love to have your support, ladies and gentlemen"? And it was like dead silence. I said, "There's something going on," and we figured it out. We did something about it. So thank you. Thank you very much to Paula White, too. But upon taking office, I also ended the weaponization of law enforcement against religious believers and pardoned the pro-life activists thrown in jail by Joe Biden for saying that. And you know, people don't realize about the Biden administration. It was a very mean administration. He's a mean guy, actually. Not a smart guy, never was, but he was a mean guy. No, he was a mean guy. And he knew enough about what was going on. He wasn't like some of the people that surrounded him on the beautiful Resolute desk in the Oval Office. They were stone cold mean. But Joe Biden and the Biden, they were mean people. What they did to people, what they did to J6, what they did to so many people, they were mean people. These were really radical, horrible people. And he wasn't that way 20 years ago. He was never the brightest bulb in the ceiling, but he was a man who wasn't overly mean that I saw, but boy, he became really mean, and his administration was one of the meanest we've ever had, and that's why they're out of here. And people, they're having a hard time getting jobs, and that's the way it should be, because they were bad. They did tremendous disservice to this country, including allowing 25 million people from jails, from prisons, from mental institutions, drug dealers, all over the world. They were entered our country from jails. The prison population of Venezuela was emptied out into our country. And that's what we're doing now. I spent so much of our time, Tom Holman and the people that have worked on this so hard. You know, Kristi Noem, all of them, they've worked on it so hard. It's like an unforced error. And to allow people into our country who are truly, there are evil people. We're all people of religion, but there are evil people, and we have to confront that. I just give my love and hope to the family of the young woman who was stabbed this morning or last night in Charlotte by a madman, a lunatic. Just got up and started. It's right on the tape. Not really watchable because it's so horrible, but just viciously stabbed. She's just sitting there. So they're evil people. We have to be able to handle that. If we don't handle that, we don't have a country. And I created the first ever Department of Justice task force to eradicate anti-Christian bias. And for those people that are a little bit naive or not well read, there is a tremendous anti-Christian bias. We don't hear about it. We don't think about it. You hear about anti-Semitic, but you don't hear about anti-Christian. Now, you have a strong anti-Christian bias, but we're ending that rapidly, I will tell you. It's a whole... We're in a much different world today than we were 1 year ago. This is like a different world. And to support parents' rights, we're fighting, as you know, for school choice, which most people want. Most people want it. I'll tell you. Dan was responsible for getting it along with the governor of Texas. They got it in Texas, and we helped you a little bit. They needed about 20 votes from the legislature. He said, could you make a phone call to whoever they were, the legislators, who I like a lot. But they were about 20 votes short, and they had been for about 10 years. I said, all right, let's give it a shot. So I gave a big talk to who were they, senators?
They were House members, but you also helped us defeat about 15 anti-school choice people.
That's right. We defeated a lot of anti-school choice. But anyway, he got it done. So congratulations. That was a big accomplishment. But as part of our tax cuts, we've created a massive tax credit for school choice scholarships so that you can send your child to a school that shares your values, and you get tax credits and all sorts of good things happening. And I'm also taking action against anti-Semitic and anti-Christian bias in our institutions of higher learning. You've been watching that play out. They're making very substantial settlements. And Leo's involved, and Pam Bondi's involved. We've launched... You know, we're getting hundreds of millions of dollars in settlements, Pam, and Leo called me up, sir, you can do better than that. I said, what am I going to do? I'm going to get one where he really likes it. But he always says, everyone else says, that's amazing. Except for Leo. He says, sir, you could have gotten more. Oh, good. Thanks, Leo. But we've launched sweeping civil rights and Title IX investigations into more than 60 colleges going on currently, and universities to stop their violations of civil liberties and First Amendment freedoms. And, you know, we're involved very much in Harvard. That's one that people seem to be reading about more than others. We have many going. And other than having a radical left judge, we have a very radical left judge. But, you know, the appellate courts have been really good to us. So you go before some of these judges, no matter how good a case you have, you can't win. But we've had a lot of them, but we've done very well in the at the appellate level. And the case of Harvard, we have an absolute radical left judge, disgraceful, should not even be there. But we're doing very well with Harvard, and we're doing very well with all of them. And where we don't win at the lower courts, which sometimes we do, in some states we get a very fair shake. In other states it's not even possible. But we've done very well at the appellate level and at the United States Supreme Court. But this includes an unprecedented $200 million payment from Columbia University. Columbia paid us $200 million essentially in fines and penalties. But many more settlements are soon to follow. And they're going to be behaving because they understand we're coming back. They would not let you have your voice. They wouldn't let the people in this room, any of them, have the voice, because that's not the voice they wanted to hear from. They wanted to hear from a very sinister voice, and we're not going to allow that. In recent years, we've seen far too many violent attacks perpetrated against Americans of faith, beautiful Americans of faith, including in our schools and places of worship. And you know about it more than I do. 2 weeks ago in Minneapolis, a demonic killer shot 21 people and murdered the 2 precious children at a Catholic school. Can you believe that? Hard to believe. And time goes by and people say, oh, I sort of remembered, but I remembered, I'll always remember it. What a horrible thing. Too many happens too much. Our hearts are shattered for the families of those beautiful children. And I've made clear that Attorney General Pam Bondi is working really hard, that we must get answers about the causes of these repeated attacks, and we're working very, very hard on that. The Trump administration will have no tolerance for terrorism or political violence, and that includes hate crimes against Christians, Jews, or anybody else. We're not going to allow it. And there was also a horrible killing recently in Charlotte, where I talked about, and so many others, and we're going to get to the end of it. And, you know, when you have horrible killings, you have to take horrible actions. And the actions that we take are nothing. This cashless bail started a wave in our country where a killer kills somebody and is out on the street by the afternoon. In many cases, going out and killing again. Cashless bail. And you try and reason with people like in Chicago with the governor and the mayor. You try and reason with them, and it's like you're talking to a wall. It's just doesn't. I assume it's just a political ideology. They're not stupid people. Must be an ideology that's just buried in their head and you can't do a damn thing about it. And we'd love to go into Chicago and straighten it out. You know, Washington, D.C., you'll be happy to know, is a free and safe zone. It's so safe right now. It was one of the most dangerous. Can you believe it? So, you know, you see the beautiful buildings, but we're going to also do an upgrade because a lot of the beautiful buildings have a little graffiti on them. They have roads that aren't proper. They have medians that are bad and falling down into the road, the dividers. We have things that we have to take care of and beautify. We want to beautify it. Very little work will be done. I'm very good at that. That's what I really did the best in life, probably. I said, was I a better builder or politician? They said, I think you were a better builder, sir. I said, I didn't know if I was happy about that or not. But I was a really good builder, and I'll fix this place up for peanuts. I'll fix it up. We'll put in new dividers. You ever notice they're all rotted, rusting, and falling down on the road? Potholes all over the place. We're going to have this place looking beautiful within 12 months. Even the little white tiles in the tunnels, you know, you go through the tunnels and there's the little white tiles that have been up for about 60 years and like there's pieces missing. And you can't match them, believe me, you can't. You try and match them, it never works, you can't. They've been up 60 years, you don't get the same batch no matter what you do. But we'll take all those tiles off and you're going to have beautiful white tile tunnels again and everything's going to be really the way it should be. Because when foreign leaders come, you know, I had to take down the tents. We had over 58 tent cities that we took down right in the middle of our parks, right next to our great buildings, Supreme Court. You'd have a tent city right there, and nobody would ever tell them to do it. We had a blue tent right on Lafayette, and they seemed to have a permit. And one of the fake news media was asking me the other day, what about the blue tent? What blue tent? Because all the tents you got, somehow these people were very well connected with the communist cause. And I said, there's a tent up there? Really? Yeah. And he was a friendly reporter for a change. He said, it's terrible that the tent. I said, I didn't know that. I'm surprised. And I checked and there was. And we got it down very quickly. It's down. It's down. It wasn't easy. You know, people chained themselves to a tree and this and that, but that's okay. They can chain themselves if they want. That was a tough one. That's been there for years. It's been there for many years. We took it down. It came down very quickly, Pam. So I hope Attorney General Bondi will be looking into some of these things, and I really know that some of them she's done such an incredible job. You know, she's got a lot of pressure on her not to do these things by a certain group of people that I guess don't love our country, or there's some ideology that they're just indoctrinated with. But she's going to do a fantastic job, and we're waiting for a call from Chicago. We'll fix Chicago. And again, D.C. is right now so safe you can go out. Friends of mine called, one in particular, he's been in D.C. for a long time. And he said, I haven't gone out in 4 years for dinner with my wife. The restaurants were all closing because people were afraid, even if they were in the restaurant, it didn't matter. They were held up. You know, guys would walk in with guns into a restaurant. And that's over. It's not happening. It's now safe. And this man said, I've gone out to dinner in the last week and a half 4 times. And I am so safe. My wife could meet me at the restaurant. She could walk by herself. There is zero threat. The National Guard working with the police, working with the mayor. The mayor has, you know, that's not her ideology. And now I think it maybe is her ideology. She's taking a lot of heat, too, from the radical left. You know, they don't like that she's allowing it. But look, she's going to either allow it or we'll just do it because, you know, it's just, but she understands that. She understands that. But I can tell you the people of D.C. are thrilled. I have never had so many people. The other day I had a big scrum in front of me of the press. And I said, you know, everybody here, or many of you have been mugged, right? And they're all going like, and these aren't people necessarily on our side. They're all going, yes, yes, yes. What about you? Yes, it's true. I was a couple of times. Every one of them. It's crazy. Not going to happen anymore. So right now we went from one of the most, and some people say the worst, the most violent city. Can you imagine our capital being the most violent city? But it was really bad, into a totally safe zone. It's called a safe zone city. There's no crime. They said crime's down 87%. I said, no. It's more than 87%. Virtually nothing, and much lesser things that take place in the home they call crime. You know, they'll do anything they can to find something. If a man has a little fight with the wife, they say this was a crime. See, so now I can't claim 100%. But we are a safe city. You can walk to a restaurant. You can walk to the White House if you work there. You can walk to the Capitol. And even the Democrats say, I can't believe it, but they don't want to admit it, but I can't believe it. We could do the same thing in Chicago, New York, Los Angeles. We did it. We saved Los Angeles. We saved Los Angeles, Dan. You know that. Los Angeles was a mess. If we didn't send our troops in, Gavin Newsom would have had a real problem. We sent our troops. The head police officer, the top person, said we could have never done this alone. We sent our troops right in at the beginning, and we killed it. And it was nasty, but we killed it immediately. And I don't know why Chicago isn't calling us saying, please give us help. When you have, over just a short period of time, 50 murders and hundreds of people shot, and then you have a governor that stands up and says how crime is just fine. It's really crazy. But we're bringing back law and order to our country. And I began my remarks today by noting that the reverence for our Creator, I mean, we have reverence for our Creator. It is inscribed into our Declaration of Independence, a copy of which I have very proudly hanging in the Oval Office, an original copy, very old, beautiful copy. Next year, we will celebrate 250 years since that declaration was signed as part of the grand. Well, this is really a commemoration like I think we're going to try and do a commemoration like nobody's ever seen before. But we've invited America's great faith communities to pray for our nation and for our people and for peace in the world. And it's going to be an amazing time. We're going to have an amazing time. We have the Olympics, we have the World Cup, and we have 250. Okay, the super centennial, as our man would say. And it's going to be amazing. It's going to be maybe bigger than both of those events. You know, when I was president, I got the World Cup and I got the Olympics. I got them to choose us, Los Angeles. And I was very proud of it. The only problem was I wasn't going to be president because I would have served out normally my time. And then you had some very bad people who rigged an election, and look what happened. I end up getting the Olympics, the World Cup, and 250. It's amazing the way God works, isn't it? Oh, it's amazing. Isn't it amazing the way God works? Huh? It's true. I got the Olympics, because I'm a little bit of a selfish person, I guess. I said, I got the Olympics, and Obama would not call. I'll never forget, the head of the Olympic Committee called, and the mayor of Los Angeles called me, and he said, sir, the president will not talk to them. You know why? Because he traveled to Geneva or wherever to make the presentation, and he came in fourth. Now, a president shouldn't do that. A president should say, I will do that. I will make that journey, which has never been made before. But if I make that journey, you have to pick me. He didn't do that. That's why we had a country that was going to hell, because he didn't do a lot of things like that. So he ended up sitting there, and they announced that we're fourth. We were like almost last. And so he didn't like the Olympic Committee too much. So he refused to talk to him. So I get a call from the mayor of Los Angeles, who said, please, sir, would you call? We're ready to get it. And I spoke to a gentleman, and I believe it was Geneva, whatever, wherever they are. And I couldn't get him off the phone. He was so dying for love. He finally got something. Anyway, and he agreed that the Olympics would come to the United States, and I was so proud of it. And then I realized even then, I said, I'm not going to be the president. And then the World Cup, we got the World Cup. I did that one, too, with Johnny, and got the World Cup. And I said, I can't believe it. Can you hold it a little sooner, sir? It's all given out at all these different places. So I wasn't going to get that either. And now I got them both. And I can't say that I created 250. That one we have. I'd like to say I created 250 years. I can't say that. But we are going to create a great party and a great celebration. And I'd like to ask a very good friend of mine, Secretary Scott Turner, to come up and say a few words about some of the things we're doing. And Scott, please take it away.
Well, good morning. So grateful to be here. What an honor it is to stand with this commission and with our president. Y'all, we're in the nation's capital. We're at the Museum of the Bible. We're together and we're talking about faith. Did anybody else pick up on that? I wouldn't want to be anywhere else but right here. So thank you, Mr. President. It's an honor to serve under your leadership, sir, and to be a part of this tremendous cabinet. How many know we have a godly, faithful cabinet? And a cabinet that prioritizes prayer. On July 3rd, Mr. President, of this year, you kicked off the year-long celebration of America's 250th birthday in Iowa. You invited America's faith communities to come together to pray for our country. Well, Mr. President, America's faith communities are responding with overwhelming enthusiasm, as you can see here today. Today, more than 70 major faith organizations and churches have joined together to participate in what we're calling America Prays. In fact, many of you are here today, including leaders from Pray.com, Hallow, the National Religious Broadcasters, the Faith and Freedom Coalition, Intercessors for America, and many, many others are here with us. And I want to take a moment. If you are here today and you have joined this faith movement, America Prays, please stand. If you're here this morning, please, if you're here, stand and let us see you. Amen. Amen. Thank you. Well, together, we have our simple proposition. Think about this. What if 1 million people prayed for our country every single week between now and next July 4th? More specifically, what if believers all across this great nation got together with 10 people, friends, family members, colleagues, work associates, 10 people each week to pray for our country and for our fellow citizens? Let that sink in. 1 million people every single week, 10 people getting together to pray for our country and for her citizens. Think about the miracles that would take place over the next year. Think about the transformation that you and I could witness in communities all across the land sons returning to their fathers, daughters returning to their mothers, families coming back together, health being restored, financial needs being met, mountains being moved. Think about it. If 1 million of us every week got together and prayed for this great country, how many know that God is well able to do it? Amen. We're a nation that has always believed in the power of prayer. During the Constitutional Convention, when our founding fathers, and many of you know this, were discussing the formation of our country, Benjamin Franklin stopped the debate and asked the delegates to pray for guidance from the Lord God Almighty. He famously said, "If a sparrow cannot fall to the ground without his notice, is it probable that an empire can rise without his aid?" How many are grateful that God put that on the heart of Benjamin Franklin on that day? Prayer brings restoration. It rebuilds what has been broken. It ignites an indescribable power of hope within you and within me. It's a light that's felt by all of those in whom we intercede and pray for. And you've all heard faith leaders across the country quote 2 Chronicles 7:14, which says, "If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and I will forgive their sins and will heal their land." On behalf of President Trump and ultimately the Lord God Almighty, who calls us to pray without ceasing, I am inviting all Americans to pray with unwavering faith for the renewal of our nation and our fellow citizens. Amen? Amen. All Americans. Will you all stand with me as we rededicate America to one nation under God? Father, we thank you for this time that we have together. Lord God, we thank you that we can gather together as faithful people, as faithful leaders, as denomination leaders, as religious leaders. Father, we thank you for our president, Donald J. Trump. Father God, who you have anointed and appointed for this time, for such a time as this. Lord, thank you that the president prioritizes prayer. Father God, that he sees the power, the importance, the priority of praying together as a people, as a country, as a nation. Father, we in this place today, in this great museum of the Bible, Father God, we lift up our president. Lord God, we lift up his family. We lift up, God, our vice president, our cabinet, and everyone, God, who serves in this administration through all branches of government. Father, help us to be godly men and godly women. Father, help us to surrender to the power, to the presence, and to the will of God. And Lord, we pray this morning as we commemorate, Father God, as we call our nation to pray. Lord God, as we rededicate our nation to one nation under God. Father, we pray for your forgiveness. We pray, Lord Jesus, that you would Lord, give us great favor and understanding, Father God, as we bow our knee before you, as we humble ourselves before you. Lord God, we thank you that starting even right now, that families will come back together. Sons will return to fathers. Daughters will return to mothers. Healing and revitalization will take place. New life will come to our nation. And Father, we're so grateful that we can stand in the nation's capital as a people of believers in this great institution. Lord God, in the presence of God Almighty, by the power of the Holy Spirit, Lord Jesus, we humble ourselves. We thank you. And God, we know that from this day until on that great day, July 4th of 2026, when we celebrate 250 years, that Lord God, from now to then and forevermore, you will be glorified and honored. And Father, we pray for a sweet celebration. And Lord God, that all people of all faiths, Father God, will come together, Lord, not just Democrat, not just Republican, but all American people will come together under the banner of Yahweh, of God Almighty. And Lord God, we praise you and we thank you and we love you. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen.
Thank you very much, Scott. So America has always been a nation that believes in the power of prayer, and we will never apologize for our faith, ever, ever, never, never. We will never surrender our God-given rights. We will defend our liberties, our values, our sovereignty, and we will defend our freedom. And with the help of amazing faith communities across the land, so many are represented with us today, we will truly make this the golden age of America. That's what we're doing. We're in a golden age. We're at the very beginning of a golden age. So much progress has been made in the last 8 months. Progress like nobody's ever seen before. They're writing about it. They're actually saying it. They've never seen anything like what's happened in the last 8 months. And together we will make our country greater, stronger, more united, and more faithful than ever before. Thank you. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. We and family, thank you very much.
As we get ready to break,
Okay.
our Vice Chair,
Let me take it.
Dr. Ben Carson, again, is going to be on.
What a way to start a week. Dr. Peter Navarro live from the White House talking about trade and throwing down hard as only Peter Navarro can do. And then the President of the United States at the Religious Liberties Commission today given, you can't say anything but an amazing speech. And then some of the personal testimony. The young boy, incredible about and that's what the school, look what the school made that kid do. President Trump going to set things right there. Just absolutely, absolutely incredible. Couldn't be prouder of the president. Just a great day, great morning. What a way to kick off. That was over at the Museum of the Bible. Our own Jack Posobiec was in the audience. I'm going to try to track down Jack. If not, I'm sure he'd give you a full read out at 2 o'clock, and maybe we get back here at 5. And hey, is that not what you voted for? President Trump right there, going to make sure that Christians are not discriminated against, and that throwing down hard, not enough people will step up and have the back of Christians. And I mean, Christians won't stand up. They're like intimidated. Well, President Trump's not intimidated. So much going on here in the nation's capital, in the imperial capital. Number one, let's talk about budgets and midnight on the 30th. I think the reality, you're going to have an unpleasant choice because the work hasn't gotten done. They took 6 weeks off to go on, holiday or vacation. I know they were back in the districts working hard. But my understanding is that you're going to be facing two choices. I guess 3. They could shut down the government. But if the Democrats do shut down the government, President Trump and I think Russ Vought and others have a plan about you've got essential personnel, you got non-essential. I think the non-essential are getting bottom blown. And you want to talk about deconstructing the administrative state? That's the way to do it, is to get rid of literally, because remember, there's 2.5 million civilians employees, there's 2.5 million roughly uniform, and then there's about 5 million, consultants that are at the level of actually making some sort of administrative or managerial decisions. So that's about 10 million people overall. They covered a lot by having so many of those consultants or non-permanent employees working. That's option one. Option two is they are working on an omnibus. And right now, we're going to focus this week on the NDAA, National Defense Authorization Act, which I continue to ask, why is this a must-pass bill? Because they don't authorize, they're supposed to reauthorize these other departments X amount of years, normally I think 5. They've never reauthorized EPA. I don't think they've reauthorized the Justice Department. Why don't they want to reauthorize? Why do they just kind of skip it and go right to appropriations or right to a budget? Because they understand that these things have had mission creeps. These institutions, cabinet positions, etc., have had mission creep, and now they're covering so much. It's the power of Scott Bessent's amazing piece in the Wall Street Journal, I think on Saturday morning, came out Friday afternoon, and then it was in the, I think, Journal of International Economy, 27 pages long, where he goes through in detail breaking apart the Federal Reserve. That has not gotten the coverage that it should have. Number one, the media does not want to talk about it. One of the ways they keep power here is the central bank. Scott Bessent, first cut of his restructuring of the Federal Reserve, because he said the Federal Reserve has suffered from gain of function issues. They essentially weaponized the central bank against the people of the United States, as Fauci would use gain of function to take these viruses and weaponize them, determine the biological weapons, of which you know from the COVID-19 got visited upon the American people through the Wuhan lab, through the Chinese Communist Party. So your two alternatives, if you don't shut down the government, are going to be an omnibus, and they may have a cute name for it, but that's going to be presented to you. An omnibus takes you all the way through the fiscal year, but is just packed with horrible things. One thing on the NDA they're trying to slip in is an artificial intelligence amnesty. All those demons that were at the around the president's table the other night, foisted on him by David Sachs and others, are absolutely outrageous. I believe the president, I've asked my staff to cut, I think he made a comment in there about Biden's administration, but people that had come after him, and he said, I think, quote, they're not getting any jobs. Have I heard that correctly? Somebody's got to tell the president, Lisa Monaco, who essentially ran the Justice Department, put Peter Navarro in prison, put me in prison, but more importantly came after President Trump. All the attacks of President Trump from Main Justice came through her. She was the deputy attorney general of the United States. She's at Microsoft. She's at Microsoft as general counsel. They got to turf her out of there. Mr. President, if you're under the understanding that these people are not getting jobs, that just would not be correct. The folks around you, particularly the tech bros, are not informing you, because you had Bill Gates, Bill Gates in vaccines after Bobby Kennedy gets eviscerated that day in the Star Chamber that was the Senate, with people that had taken millions of dollars, and it was tens of millions when we added all up historically, the whole crowd trying to go after Bobby Kennedy. Well, Bill Gates is right there, and Lisa Monaco now is the general counsel of Microsoft. That is a big league job. Big league job. She's got to be turfed out of it, or should be turfed out of it. Your other alternative, so take this one on board. Your other alternative, because they haven't done the appropriations, the other one is, wait for it, a CR. When your best options are sitting, now this is a CR with rescissions. And as you know, these rescissions have gotten, in pocket rescissions, particularly where they don't go back to Capitol Hill, which is the moral equivalent of impoundment, has people on Capitol Hill, because here's their argument. Well, we cut all these deals and we work so hard and we have bipartisan agreement on the appropriations. And then the president just comes in and essentially just takes out what he wants to take out. You damn right, because you guys have not cut spending. My understanding and great belief is that on the 30th of September at midnight, the deficit for fiscal year 2025, which is the one that we're in, will be about $1.8 to $1.9 trillion. Now, I said it was going to be 2. Hey, close, but we'll see when it's all added up. I'm sticking with 2. That's my number. They're saying it could be 1.8, but even at 1.8, you can't. And remember, We accepted Biden and Nancy Pelosi's math. At least this would be President Trump's math, but my understanding is going to be a $2 trillion potential deficit in a fiscal year 26, which is the one that starts October 1st. Why do we spend so much time on this? I don't know. Let me think about this for a second. Maybe inflation, maybe, spending, $1.4 trillion now in interest payments on the debt. Maybe it's because of the BRICS nation. Maybe it's because the weakening of the dollar. Maybe it's because the gold's on a run. All of those, because gold's been a hedge against this. You can't continue on like this. But if you do the 1.9 and the 2, right, that's what 3.94. You start to understand why the debt ceiling was kicked up $5 trillion. At some point in time, somebody's going to have to say stop. Where you stop, to stop, you must start. And where you must start is the defense budget. If you do the defense budget, we can then make the argument and get hands around the social welfare programs. And eventually, when you prove to the American people that you are responsible, you're taking care of that, then you can get into a conversation about the entitlements and start redoing laws on that, right? To make sure it's equitable and fair and all those sorts of things. But you can't even have a discussion on that, and you shouldn't have a discussion until you prove that you can do something with discretionary spending. Now, let me go back to the NDAA and defense spending. Huge article in Politico and everywhere of how Bridge Colby has written this, the defense policy statement, which is essentially the overall strategy coming from the Joint Chiefs of Defense Department of the United States. When we took the White House the first time, President Trump said, hey, the global war on terror is no longer our top priority. Taking on the Chinese Communist Party is, and of course the apparatus had to throw in Russia. So great power struggle. Although Russia was not, I can tell you, was not a priority at the time as much as the Chinese Communist Party. The Chinese Communist Party is still running the deal, and they're running the deal with the Russians right now because they help finance them, they give them weapons, and they buy their oil and natural gas in huge output deals. And now they're actually financing the Siberian gas and oil fields. I pull Monday's Financial Times of London, and lo and behold, look at that headline right there. Russian energy giants turn to China for fundraising as economic ties grow. Right? The Chinese Communist Party has been financing this. Of course, up there also is the Prime Minister of Japan is resigning. Why is he resigning? Oh, wait for it. Failed economic policy, deficit too big as percentage of GDP. What's happening today in France or tomorrow in France? Oh, wait for it. Another government's going to fall. It's a parliamentary system. The parliamentary government's going to fall. Macron's still going to be there as president, but he may even get forced into a new election. Why are they doing it? Oh, wait for it. 7% GDP, deficit to GDP, not sustainable. They're collapsing. Great Britain, Starmer's approval now, I think 11%, maybe going to single digits. Why? Oh, they just found a $50 billion hole in their budget, 50 billion pounds maybe, that they didn't think about. So eventually somebody's going to have to get grips on this. One way the Rust vote and those guys are doing now is rescissions. Now, they're relatively small. In fact, they're tiny. They're dropping the bucket compared to the problem, but they show that they're prepared to do more. That's why you either have a CR, and I don't see getting to 60 votes, but hey, so you're either going to have a CR, which this audience hates, I understand that, but it'll have rescissions attached, or there'll be an omnibus, and we're going to have to fight that because I think there's going to be enough goodies in that for the Democratic senators. They're going to say, yeah, we'll get on board that. We'll get on board that. That's what we want. Either way, there's going to be a fight coming up. And what's the downside of shutting down the government? Force the Democrats. Because then you got essential, non-essential. And if you're non-essential, you got to have a discussion of, do we need this? Because right now we should just be financing the essential. When I talk about the essential, to go back to the NDAA, Bridge Colby writes this strategy paper about hemispheric defense, and everybody in Politico, they're talking about the homeland and abandoning the rest of the world. That's not what they're saying, and that's not what's happening. But they are saying hemispheric defense. We have to take care. It's kind of Monroe Doctrine on steroids. We have to take care of the hemispheric defense, and the vast Pacific that connects our territories in the Western Pacific to us is the strategic pivot. And you've got from the Panama Canal to Greenland, you got the Arctic. Oh, by the way, you've got this is the situation happening in Venezuela right now. And I think that needs some clarity. People are working through it. But they're saying, and this is the difference, President Trump, when he talks fentanyl, he looks at that as a chemical weapon of the Chinese Communist Party. Not just something coming through a cartel. Not just something they're making money on, which is bad enough, and he wants to stop. So kinetic activity against the cartels is something that's part of hemispheric defense. Now, if you're talking about regime change in Venezuela, that may be a different kettle of fish. Because regime change that doesn't come from the country's grassroots, decapitation leads to problems, as Iraq and Afghanistan have shown us. That it has to be really driven by the will of the people in these countries. This is why I keep saying, hey, if the mullahs are your deal, just cut them off from the oil. I still think it's almost 80%. Maybe with Russian oil now it's not as high, but I think at one time it was 80% of the CCP's energy needs. Their energy needs were coming out of the Persians. Straits of Hormuz can be in the Persian Gulf and the Straits of Hormuz easily blockade. Easily you can stop and turn those vessels around. And do the black market that they get about half of it from the mullahs. First off, you literally shut down the mullahs. You'll have the Persian people overthrowing themselves, which is the way it has to happen. You can't do a decap. That's why I'm so adamantly opposed to this getting involved in another war. And for Israel and for the Jewish people, hey, the threat from you is coming. Sadiq Khan in London and Imam Dani in New York City. That's the threat. Imam Dani is going to win unless something changes dramatically, unless they start to expose his financing sources of Qatar. Birch Gold. And I'm reminded by the engine room, it's not just gold. If you take your phone out and text Bannon, Bannon, at 989898, you get a free and ultimate guide for investing in precious metals. That's gold, silver, and others in the age of Trump. And the engine room is telling me don't forget silver. So, hey, don't forget silver. But check it out today. We've told you about gold. It's not the price of gold. It's not just it's been on a run. Why has it been on a run? That's why we do the end of the dollar empire. 4 years we've been putting this out. Been dead spot on about it. Why? We saw this was going to happen and want to make sure that we could explain it to the audience so that you can use it to learn how to fish. Not give you a fish dinner. The feedback is tremendous, and we're working on a print edition right now. Plus, it's 7 free installments. We're also working on editions, new installments 8 and 9, which hopefully will be part of it. 8B momentarily. So many called shots coming out of Rio, which is incredible. HomeTitleLock.com. Promo code Steve60. For $1, you get 60 days. You get to test the service. You get a free assessment, and you get for $1 60 days of $1 million triple lock protection. Every dream you've ever had is in that home. Make sure it is not turned into a nightmare. HomeTitleLock.com, Steve60. Short break. Back in a moment.
Hey there. Hey. Hey there, how are you? I'm with Disabled American Veterans. I was wondering if you had a quick minute to thank America's veterans for their service and sacrifices.
Of course, why not?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. Sure.
All right. Hey, well, come on in here. I'm just going to hit record on this.
I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart.
I can't even think of the words to say of how grateful I am.
I just want to tell you guys how much you appreciate it.
But most importantly, I want to thank you for your courage and bravery.
Wow.
Just thank you.
Someone here who'd like to say something to you.
Oh my God, you guys are awesome.
Someone has something they want to say to you.
Goodness.
How's it going?
So I just want to let you know how much you appreciate it. How much you appreciate it.
I just feel honored for everything you've done.
Thank you for myself. Thank you
for everybody.
I get to live every day, in peace because of you.
A lot of people thank us, but we want to take the time to thank you, honestly, for giving back. And when you give to DAV, you are supporting veterans like Dave, myself. So thank you so much for your.
Thank you. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Thank you.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by calling the number on your screen right now and giving your monthly support of only $19.
Say thank you by going to helpdav.org right now and give just $19 a month. When you do, we'll send you this DAV blanket as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who served.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support says thank you to our nation's disabled American veterans.
What do you do when your tire goes flat and there's no air anywhere? You reach for Bullseye Pro, the smarter, faster, hands-free way to fill it up with air. Bullseye Pro is equipped with a rechargeable lithium-ion power plant. So fast and so convenient. It's like the power of an air compressor in the palm of your hand. Look, you can inflate all 4 tires on a single charge. It has a built-in smart pressure digital sensor that gauges and automatically stops when the set tire pressure is reached. Easily inflate pool toys, exercise balls, and more. Call or go online now and get the complete Bullseye Pro inflation system for the factory direct price of just $79.99. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free, and we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-976-9718. That's 1-800-976-9718, or go to getbullseyepro.com.
Still America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec,
and so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Hey, Rav family and War Room Posse, mark your calendar. September 12th and 13th, the Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws Tour is coming to the America First Warehouse.
I have never seen anything like this.
2 unforgettable days filled with patriots, barbecue, and live shows straight from the most amazing place, the America First Warehouse. Get ready for a special guest to be announced, plus a 3-hour live episode of Studio 6B.
And we're just going to go do it.
On the 12th, Steve Bannon will host War Room Live at 5 p.m. And Steve will be back again on the 13th. Woo! Followed by 1 hour with Peter Navarro.
I went to prison, so you won't have to.
The Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws Tour, September 12th and 13th at the America First Warehouse. Scan the QR code to see pricing and availability. Don't miss this opportunity. Tickets won't last.
Okay, we're stoked. We're going to have a blast there. So make sure you're there if you're in the greater New York area, right? Check it out. Really excited. Both Friday night and then back for a command performance on Saturday. So we're going to have a ton of fun. Love these live shows. Going to start doing this throughout the country, starting up in the greater New York City area, the greatest city on earth, about to be overtaken by the Red Green Alliance. Julian Barbary, now more than ever, credit card debt, I think, is 1.2, 1.3 trillion. I think there's 8 to 10% non-performing. If you get a notification from your credit card company or you get your monthly bill and you're late behind payment, if you just put it in the drawer, do good things happen, ma'am?
No, that's a negative. Can't wait for you guys to come to the West Coast, by the way. You were talking about the deficit, perfect timing for Done With Debt to come on today because the average American is struggling. It is paycheck to paycheck. And when something disastrous happens, it could be, in my case, it was cancer. It could be divorce. It can be many, many things. If you don't have that big, beautiful nest egg aside, you're in trouble. So what we at Done With Debt say is do not pay another bill until we consult with you. Go to donewithdebt.com, and there are a team of strategy people that will work for you. They are master negotiators, and they will rally around you right away. The phone call stop and the nasty, letters that you're getting, that stops. And then the real work begins as they negotiate for you. As you know, Steve, the banks, all of these institutions have their little rules and games that a lot of Americans don't know about. But Done with Debt, they're an amazing team. They had a huge party out here on the West Coast recently I went to. It was so much fun, and they're great people. So I got to meet them. They want to help the average American. I just happened to be lucky enough to be a spokesperson because I have no shame in what happened to me. At the drop of a dime, some people can lose everything. And what do? donewithdebt.com. There's a free consultation link for you on the other side, and you can look at all of these incredible people that have gone through it exactly like you, and their testimonies are up there. So, Steve,
real quickly, what I want people to understand, don't think that declaring BK, people say, oh, just declare BK. It ain't, first of all, not that simple. Two, it sticks with you for a while. Don't take it from me. Talk to the Done with Debt folks, because they'll walk you through a bunch of alternatives. But people just sit there and go, if I get so far behind, I can just declare BK and then they give me new credit cards. The bankruptcy sticks with you, but you got to talk to the professionals. They give you a free consultation. Where do they go, Jillian, right now to get the free consultation?
donewithdebt.com, and they do not push for bankruptcy or big conglomerated loans. They are trying to wipe you out. So sometimes they can get, the debt wiped out completely, and sometimes they'll get you on a plan. But either way, that negative cloud over you will start to disappear. They're master negotiators. Thank you so much, Steve. And
thank you, Jillian. By the way, you're gonna be my co-host when we come out to the West Coast. We're announcing it now, Jillian Barbary.
Better be ready, myself. You had better be ready.
That sunny, upbeat personality. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
One of those West Coast gals. donewithdebt.com. Go check it out today. Tell them promo code Bannon. Tell them we sent you. Get a free consultation. You need to talk to those folks. Just do not put the credit card notice bill in the drawer and think it's going to go away. Mike Lindell, you've had those problems in the past. You worked through them. We just had the Religious Commission today. President Trump addressed it. Sir, did not our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ turn your life around?
Absolutely. I was saved actually February 18th, 2017. Everyone's going, wow, that's not too long ago. But yes, I was. In fact, I told the president, this was last week, we were in the Oval Office, and he was saying, he goes, Mike, when you got set free of all your drugs and everything, how did you do that? And I said, I prayed to God to release me of the desire. I woke up the next day and the desire was gone. So with God, all things are possible. And look what he's doing, working through our president and getting all these great things done. But so it's been pretty amazing, Steve. But I'll tell you, I wanted to also get on here and tell you guys, I'm back in Minnesota, and we're closing out a lot of items right now, getting ready because we are our own bank, so to speak, because we've been debanked and everything, as you all know. The MyPillow bed sheets. Now, there's two different styles, two different thread counts, closeout sale, any size, any color, $29.88. Once they're gone, they're gone. We've added a lot more of the colors to it now because we're doing both thread counts. You guys, these are the best sheets in history. Once they're gone, they're gone. King size, queen size, doesn't matter. $29.88, promo code War Room. You go to mypillow.com/War Room. You're going to find our other closeout, all our sandals from the summer and our winter slippers, all these stuff on sale as low as $19.50, closing them out. Once they're gone, they're gone. And you guys, you get a bonus for being part of the War Room Posse, free shipping on your entire order. So those big ticket items you see there, like our mattresses, our mattress toppers, our mattress pads, these cost a lot of money to ship. It's on us. Promo code War Room gets you free shipping on your entire order. So we're celebrating here. It's a win-win-win, you guys. And MyPillow's not going anywhere. They kept attacking us, but we are here to stay. And you guys get the best products in history to get the best sleep ever and made in the USA.
Thank you. Thank you, brother. We'll see you back here at 5. Charlie Kirk is next. Jack Posobiec after that. Steve Gruber. Eric Bowling. Then you're back at 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time in the War Room. See you then.
The poverty
is unimaginable. There are people who are struggling.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people, now is the time.
This is the home of Galina. She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
She has one pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never known. There are good people that love you.
You see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
Right now in Ukraine, elderly Jews are trapped in unbearable poverty. If you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help rush a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me? I'm doomed to starve.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
Eggs. It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, we see you and we're here to help.
Please don't delay. Call, scan, or go online now.
The Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
Well, I think that you have to understand that D.C. is different than every other city. But also for us, robberies are already down 30%. Carjackings are already down.
But wouldn't you want them down? Wouldn't you want them down even further? I know they're saying they're going down, but wouldn't you just take that extra help?
The Trump administration says it will crack down on sanctuary cities. New York Times reports Boston is being targeted because of its policies to limit cooperation with federal immigration authorities. Now, in response to the reports, Mayor Wu released a statement saying, today, Boston is the safest major city in the country because we have worked to build trust in the community. We will not be bullied or intimidated into abandoning the efforts that make Boston a safe home for everyone.
We know what it's about, and it has nothing to do with fighting crime. And it has, honestly, sending National Guard in has nothing to do with immigration either. What it has to do with is he's trying to set the stage for interference in the elections in 2026 and in 2028.
We've seen that Donald Trump use the law as a suggestion. He believes that it's something that he's above, and what he's showing is that he's willing to utilize any tool, whether those real or imagined, to try and shape this race. We are confident that no matter what formulation this race takes, whether it's me versus three candidates or me one-on-one with any one of them, we'll win the race. But what we cannot stand is the affront to democracy and the idea that it is the president who can pick the next mayor of the city and not the people of that same city.
I believe, Kelly, that a lot of this has to do with politics and nothing to do with keeping communities safe. As you stated, if we are already decreasing our crime stats, why shouldn't we push and decrease even more? Why shouldn't we make one less victim of violence in the city of Chicago? And I feel that the governor and the mayor are refusing to accept the president's help, both in terms of the National Guard as well as with additional federal agency support here in the Windy City, because they don't want to be viewed as capitulating and working with the president of the United States for their own political purposes. One wants to be president, one hopes to remain mayor, and they think that their path to victory lies in standing up to Donald Trump.
There are a lot of patriotic Americans who work in the administration or work at the departments or in the military who have let us know things without, having permission to do so. And so I would call some of that rumor, but, well-sourced rumors.
That's fake news. When you say that, darling, that's fake news.
Well, why would the Department of Defense?
Listen,
quiet. Listen. You don't listen. You never listen. That's why you're second rate. We're not going to war. We're going to clean up our cities. We're going to clean them up so they don't kill 5 people every weekend. That's not war. That's common sense.
Right now, the top 1% earners in the city, we need that tax revenue to pay for some of the things you're talking about. How do you pay for it if they're gone?
And my vision is not one where they leave. It is one where they stay. It is
How
one
do you get them to stay?
In part by showing them that asking them to pay more in taxes would increase even their quality of life.
Many of my opponents, chiefly Andrew Cuomo, would prefer to debate a mythical version of myself than the person that I actually am. They would prefer to focus on tweets from 2020 as opposed to the platform of 2025.
What you're really saying is that those tweets of 2020, you've evolved from that. You've changed from that. You've changed your views.
Yes, that those are out of step with the campaign that we are running. And it's been clear throughout.
Out of step with how you feel.
Yes.
So you've totally changed your mind?
Yes.
Okay.
You have benefited from this country, but you don't support the system, the economic system that perhaps you benefited from. Is that right?
I love this country, and I'm also a New Yorker who has loved this city. And one of the things that I love most about the city are its parks. And its parks, and the Parks Department, was founded by a socialist mayor of New York City, Fiorello LaGuardia.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is a foolish man, full of foolish and vapid ideas. And that was on display again this week in front of Congress. This wholly unqualified man in charge of 25% of all government spending. The president's smart enough to know RFK Jr. doesn't belong in that job. But after he won, he wanted to show everybody, I can do whatever I want to do because this Senate will be compliant no matter what I do. And I'll put the greatest vaccine and public health denier of the last 20 years in charge of public health in America. It's a human middle finger, George, to everybody who opposed him.
Fellow Americans, did you know a war is being waged right now for how you spend your hard-earned dollars? Over 100 countries worldwide are preparing to switch to a digital currency. Now, this means cash will be replaced by money governments can monitor and track. This tracking makes it possible to collect data from every purchase you make and the ability to decide what you can buy and when you can buy it. What's more, your assets can be frozen or even seized. I'm appalled at such an assault on financial privacy. My friends at Swiss America have a report called The Secret War on Cash with an action plan to protect your financial privacy. So please, call or text the number on your screen for a free copy. With the growing reality of a government-backed digital currency, the time to act is now. So call or text the number on your screen for your free Secret War report.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
Okay, everybody, radio stations across the country, honor to be with you as always. You can email us, freedom@charliekirk.com, and we are here in the Bitcoin.com studio. I am back fresh from Asia on Wednesday evening. Once we finished the program, I boarded a quite long flight from Los Angeles all the way to Seoul, South Korea. I was there to first speak at an event called Build Up Korea. I learned a lot while I was in Korea, and we're going to be talking about that throughout the program. We also have Vivek Ramaswamy and Senator Rick Scott joining us in just a minute. I learned a lot, and this event, Build Up Korea, was basically a America Fest, a AmFest carbon copy. It was so much, it learned that people really love Turning Point USA aesthetics. Look at that. That's not a Turning Point event. That's not Student Action Summit. That is Build Up Korea. And I was thrilled. I'd call it Korea Fest, but it was practically just America Fest. They love America, whether it be the pyrotechnics, the lights, the intro videos. It was basically exactly what we have proven to be successful at America Fest. They brought to Korea. It was really something to be able to meet with the South Korean patriots. Their country is totally under attack. We're going to talk about this a little bit later in the hour. The ruling party is arresting pastors, going after political dissidents, and South Korea, which is an American protectorate, is quickly becoming a less and less free country. South Korea has a ton of problems. They have the worst birth rate in the world. They have the highest plastic surgery rate in the world, and those two things really should not be the same. If you think about it, if you have really high plastic surgery, shouldn't people want to also then be simultaneously be getting married and having children? That's something worth exploring. So we spent some time in South Korea, and I have a ton to share with that. Then I went to Tokyo and spoke with the Sansito Party, which is a populist nationalist party that is rising up in Japan, all about kicking foreigners out of Japan, because now there are over 3 million foreigners in Japan that are very quietly and secretly finding themselves into Japanese life. They want to erase, replace, and eradicate Japan by bringing in Indonesians, by bringing in Arabs, by bringing in Muslims. The same things that we have been fighting for here, whether it be lawfare in South Korea or mass migration in Japan, this is a worldwide phenomenon. But the thing that was the most striking, and it connects with the news today in America, the thing that is the most incredible is what happens when you walk outside of your hotel in South Korea. I got up quite early the next day. I mean, your body clock gets all messed up in trips like this. So the fact I slept 7 hours and woke up at 5:30 local is like an accomplishment. Usually, if you're coming from America, you wake up at 2 or 3 a.m. and you're all messed up. So I woke up at 5:30 and I said, I'm going to go get a cup of tea and go explore the city. And I did, by myself. And it was amazing. As soon as you walk out of the hotel, there's no bums. There's no people asking you for money. They don't really put up with graffiti at all. This is the streets of Seoul, South Korea. And I walked 6 miles all throughout downtown Seoul, South Korea. And it's a pretty amazing thing, whether it be walking through public transportation, whether it be walking through public parks. Everything is clean, orderly. They take pride and responsibility over their public spaces. In fact, Blake and I, one evening, Blake said, Charlie, I have to show you the subway station. I said, the subway station? I said, Blake, is that safe? And Blake chuckled. He said, safe? The whole country is safe. I said, why is that? He said, well, they don't bring third world people and put up with 14 repeat career criminal offenders. Here's just one little taste. This is Blake and I in the subway station, not actually on the subway itself, in Seoul, South Korea. Play cut 284.
This is immaculate compared to what we're used to, right? This is unbelievable. Wait, this is a subway? Blake? You're kidding me.
This card, and you would scan in with it. It's only about $1 every time you get on. Maybe $1.20.
All right, where are we going?
This way in the bar.
Do they have restrooms down here?
They probably do, although I've never used one.
What are these things here?
This is a crane game. Like,
is that all rigged?
Yeah, something like that. It's all.
Oh, they do have a restroom.
Okay, yeah, great. So indoors, maybe $100. Convenience stores. Some of them are enormous.
The video goes on for quite some time. The amount of filth, crime, and violence that we put up is insane. I remember I asked someone at my hotel, like the doorman concierge, I said, hey, is it safe to be here in South Korea? And he didn't speak great English. He said, safe? Like, what do you mean safe? Are you worried about getting mugged or things getting stolen? He said, oh, no. Things are safe in your room. I was like, no, I got that. But walking the streets of Seoul, And I was trying to, of course, overcome the language barrier. Are you worried that if you're on a bus or a subway, something is going to happen to you? Like a car accident? No, are you worried that someone's going to come and do something? Do something? Like it was as if I was communicating not just a different language, but a different planetary reality. That someone would feel unsafe in a major city, like Seoul, South Korea. Now, we are a wealthier country than South Korea. We founded South Korea, which I will talk about later this hour, thanks to the heroism of General MacArthur. And now as I'm coming back from Asia and I'm looking what's happening in Washington, D.C., Chicago, and of course, the breaking news of this new footage we have of the stabbing murder of the 23-year-old Ukrainian refugee, Irina Zarutska, a young white lady who was stabbed to death by a black criminal, by a complete stranger on a train in Charlotte. Now, you might have not seen this footage yet. This is becoming national news, and the left is doing everything they possibly can not to talk about it. The media is very uncomfortable about this story. If you watch this video, this guy was sitting minding his own, she was minding her own business. He was minding her own business. She was also dressed in like baggy clothes, comes up, takes out a knife, stabs her to death. 14 times he was previously arrested. 14 times. 14 times. He comes up and just stabs her to death. Situations like this are a nearly daily occurrence in our cities. And I'm coming back from two nations, Japan and South Korea, that are poorer than us, that are not as populous as us, and their cities are not just safer, they are different planetary realities. As if I went to Saturn and we live on Mars. We do not have to live this way. You can create a society and a culture where you can get on a train or a subway and not be Irina Zarutska and get stabbed to death in the neck because some black criminal decides, I'm just going to go do it. 14 times he was previously arrested. And all of the Koch brother-funded liberal criminal justice BS is the reason why guys like him are still on the streets. 14 times. Let's put this back up on screen. And Irina Zarutska, why did she come to America? She was fleeing violence in Ukraine. It turns out it's more dangerous on subways in Charlotte, North Carolina than a war zone in Ukraine. The Associated Press wrote 0 stories about this over the weekend. PBS, New York Times, NPR, Wall Street Journal, BBC, CNN, Washington Post, Reuters, MSNBC, 0 stories. Now they're finally fixing that, but the stories they're writing, like this repulsive headline from Axios this morning. The gruesome attack of the fatal knife attack in Irina Zarutska on a light car rail in Charlotte has MAGA influencers seeking to elevate the issue of violent urban crime. Oh, this is all about MAGA influencers now? Oh, it's not about the fact that a white Ukrainian refugee was murdered just because she was white. Everybody knows that, obviously. Stabbed to death. And by the way, the other sick part, which has now become the new urban way, everyone just kind of sat around and didn't administer first aid for 90 seconds. Just glued to their phones. We don't have to live this way. She survived a war but couldn't survive progressive criminal justice reform. We should be more like Seoul in Tokyo. We'll be right back.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
Thinking about long-term care? Think AMAC. Rosemark Advisors, the financial division of AMAC, specializes in alternative solutions for long-term care planning. We help AMAC members prepare for future healthcare needs without compromising their retirement goals or financial security. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization. So when it comes to long-term care and so much more, think AMAC.
What's up, America? The folks sitting with me here today are real-life mechanics. We're here to get to the bottom of why car repairs are so expensive and why CarShield is America's most trusted auto protection company. Let's get to it. How long you been a mechanic?
I've been doing this for about 30 years. Every day's a different experience. Every day's a different adventure. I like to make sure everybody's happy, the customer's happy, the car's done right.
So why are vehicles out of warranty more likely to break down?
The manufacturers are very smart. They designed these cars with an end of life. It will fail as the warranty expires. Say over 60,000 miles, it'll start breaking down.
They're going to break down, definitely. Just a matter of when.
When somebody has a car shield, what's the experience when they come to you?
You drop off your car, we verify your concern, we notify Car Shield, usually get an instant approval, put you in a rental car, and get you back on the road as quick as possible. I show them what it would cost if they didn't have Car Shield versus if they did, and they can't believe how many thousands of dollars they're saving on this repair and how easy it went through, and the deductible is pretty much all they have to worry about.
How has being a mechanic changed since you guys started?
Most challenging parts about being a mechanic is keeping up with technology these days. That's the hardest part. As these new cars come out, it's new software, new tooling is a constant evolution.
Technology has totally changed from just the basic, everybody could fix a car 30 years ago, to today. You need so much education, background, computer knowledge.
And there you have it. No other company protects drivers like Car Shield. The bottom line is, if you're driving an out-of-warranty car, you could be putting yourself at risk of paying thousands for car repairs. Call Car Shield before a breakdown happens.
Get covered repairs paid. Call CarShield now for your free quote and to lock in your rate with their price lock guarantee. Call now. Call 800-202-9188. 800-202-9188. 800-202-9188.
Attention homeowners. Are you behind on your mortgage payments? Is the bank threatening to take your home? Is your home worth less than you owe? If you answered yes to any of these questions, then you need to call this number right now.
Call 800-714-8615.
Newsflash, Democrats. America is a republic, not a democracy. Fact check. True.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. We don't have to live this way. Crime is a choice, and we're going to build that out throughout this episode here, and you guys should subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast episode. The focus of our leaders trying to say, well, we need criminal justice reform. We need more people in jail. We do not have enough people in prison in America. We do not have enough people in jail. We don't have enough people that are arrested on the side of the streets. That is a constant theme of this program. I want to tell you guys about whyrefi.com. This Wednesday, we are back on tour. That's right. This Wednesday, we have a major event that is brewing at Utah Valley State University. It's whyrefi.com that is the partner with us on this campus tour. If you know anybody that has privately held student loan debt, go to whyrefi.com. If your private student loan debt is keeping you up at night and ruining your life, go to whyrefi.com. Bad credit is accepted. And if you have a co-borrower, Whyrefi can get them released from the loan and you can give mom or dad a break. Go to whyrefi.com, call 888-WhyRefi34 or log on to whyrefi.com. That is YREFY.com. Whyrefi is amazing. Many clients aren't even able to make the minimum monthly payment on their private student loans when they first contact Whyrefi. Whyrefi refinances distressed and defaulted private student loans. Go to whyrefi.com. That is whyrefi.com. YREFY.com. When the payment might be too much, go to whyrefi.com. They don't care what your credit score is, may not be available in all 50 states. Go to whyrefi.com. That's whyrefi.com. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. That is the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. We're gonna repeat this throughout the hour. The Charlotte criminal had past convictions for armed robbery, felony larceny, breaking and entering, and shoplifting. He should have just been in jail for his entire life. They vilified 3 strike laws, but we shouldn't let them. They work. We need to arrest more people. We need more criminals. We need less accommodating criminals, and we need bigger prisons. We need to fill them up with these types of disgusting people. Stay right there. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Vivek Ramaswamy and Senator Rick Scott join us, 2 great men who are in New York City right now trying to warn about Zohran Mamdani and what he represents. Welcome to you both. Vivek, I want to start with you. Vivek, this attack in North Carolina was obviously preventable. There's a racial component to this as well, which is a black criminal which assaults and stabs a white woman to death, and the media wouldn't be bothered. When George Floyd overdosed on the side of the street in Minneapolis, everyone decided this was the most important thing since Pearl Harbor. Vivek Ramaswamy, you're running for governor of Ohio. What are your thoughts of this situation and more broadly the crime issue in America?
Yeah, look, I mean, what happened in Charlotte's unconscionable, but at the same time, we wouldn't be talking about it here if it were just a one-off. This is part of a national pattern. You look at my hometown of Cincinnati, look at the incidents of just a few weeks ago, which share some of the same dimensions you just described, Charlie. You look at what's happening in places like New York City, where I am with Senator Scott today, to L.A. This is something that represents a broader breakdown of respect for the rule of law in the country. And, you know, in this broader conversation about who are we as Americans, that's a core part of who we are as Americans, is we believe in the rule of law. That's part of what founded this country. And the degradation of the respect for the rule of law, I think, is almost even more frightening than any one individual incident. And that's what we're going to have to turn around. Frankly, Ohio, where I'm looking to govern, we're a state of cities. You got Cincinnati, Cleveland, Columbus, Toledo, Akron, Youngstown. It's sad to watch the cities in the heartland of the country to our coasts go down the tubes. But the good news is we know how to solve the problem. You were talking about some of it. Bring back actually sentencing standards that reflect the standards of the crimes. Bail should not be granted to somebody who is a repeat offender with ease and with, you know, smooth as water now for many of these people to get back out. Juvenile crime is a major issue after the COVID school closures. Deal with the juvenile courts, even for people who are older juveniles, in ways that actually recognize violent offenders and even would-be criminals for what they are. Common sense, but what we're missing is leaders with the spine to see it through. That's a big part of why I'm running in Ohio. We're going to get it done in Ohio. And frankly, if places like New York or otherwise fail, we need bastions like Ohio, like Florida, like it's been in the past, for people to actually pack their bags and move. And that's what we're creating.
Senator Rick Scott from Florida is with us. Senator Scott, what is your take on this situation? And I do want to talk about New York here, but what can the U.S. I mean, acting as if the U.S. Senate's going to do anything, unfortunately, is laughable because, I mean, not you, but your colleagues are quite lazy. But theoretically, what could the U.S. Senate do to prevent repeat offenders like this from prowling our streets?
Well, first off, you know, your heart goes out to this lady's family. I mean, you just imagine you're sitting on a train, all right, and then all of a sudden some guy starts stabbing you. And killing you. I mean, if you think, Charlie, this bothers me so much. You know, the biggest thing you can do, and I have 2 daughters, I have 7 grandkids, is you can't imagine anybody in your family in that situation. So what we've got to do at every level of government, whatever we can do at the federal level, whatever we can do at the state level, whatever we can do at the local level, we have to enforce our laws. We've got to put criminals in prison. They need to serve their entire sentence, right? We cannot be soft on crime. I mean, I want my family to be safe. I want your family to be safe and Vivek's family to be safe. So what can the citizen do is for federal crimes, right? For federal crimes, make sure the sentences are stiff and people serve their time. On top of that, we need to help our local law enforcement every way we can. I'm very appreciative of what the president has done in D.C. What this guy's done, I mean, D.C. is a place where I didn't want to walk around. Nobody wanted to walk around in D.C. It's not safe to walk around in D.C. What he's done in D.C. is he's made it a place that you can walk around now. There's way more people outside now walk around in D.C. than there was before the president brought in the National Guard. So, but every mayor, every governor, and we've got to all say, this is the most important thing we ought to be doing right now. Keep people alive, keep people safe.
Senator, what is just a minute here? We're going to blow both the brakes, but really quick, why are you in New York? What is the significance of your trip?
Well, Vivek and I are trying to do is give people in New York enough information to make better decisions. This idea that the center of capitalism, New York City, is going to elect a socialist that wants to defund the police, eliminate opportunity, open up a city-run grocery store. Is okay, is anti-Semitic, I mean, it's just, I mean, socialism is horrible for everybody. So what we're trying to up here to do is just get people to think about this race and how bad it's going to be for New York City. Now, more people are going to move to Florida, right? More people are going to move to Ohio, right? But, you know, is it good for the people that are stuck in New York?
One second,
no,
Senator.
It's not good for the people.
Yeah,
stuck.
we have to just segue for a second here. Extremely important. Email is freedom@charliekirk.com. Stay right there. Senator Rick Scott, please continue and finish that thought.
Well, it's just that it's bad for a country that the center of capitalism has somebody that wants to get rid of the police. They're going to continue to make, under socialism, this place will be, New York City will be an impossible place other than for billionaires. What he's going to do on housing, he wants to put a cap on rent. Well, that means if you own the building, are you going to put any more capital in? So I lived in public housing growing up. Who grows up in public housing and say, boy, this is where I want to be the rest of our life, right? Public housing doesn't work. So long term. And this place is going to become a disaster. It's going to be scary to be in New York City. And so I hope they come to their senses and elect a capitalist.
Vivek, it looks as if the odds-on favorite are that Zoran is going to win. Why is that? I mean, you are a political expert in some ways. You've run for president. You're going to be the governor of Ohio. What is the appealing element of Zoran Mamdani?
Well, look, you and I talked about this when you visited Ohio, Charlie, which was a great visit you had. I mean, I think that part of this is a wake-up call also for Republicans to understand we can't just sweep the issues he's talking about under the rug. It's that his solutions are completely harebrained. But you think about the affordability crisis, it is real, especially for a lot of young people. Think about home ownership getting outside the reach of being able to afford as a 30 or 35-year-old, even if you're working hard and playing by the rules. Is that a real problem? Yes, it is. But how are we going to fix it? It isn't through rent controls. It's through increasing the supply of housing, cutting through the red tape that stops new home construction, land use restrictions that stop new home construction. That's the kind of solutions that we need to be talking about. And so I do think it's a kind of wake-up call for Republicans. The same thing. What's the difference between the wealthy and everybody else? I mean, we're sitting here in New York City today, but across the country, including New York City, what's the difference between wealthy and anybody else? Whether you own an asset that compounds. You got to get that started at a young age. Young people are going to turn towards socialism if they feel like they don't have skin in the game, like they feel like they don't actually own assets that they watch somebody else becoming a billionaire off of. But the better solution to that is let's start with financial literacy. Let's start with parents putting away $10,000 in the S&P 500 at a young age. Every kid is going to be a millionaire if every parent does that for their kid on the day they're born. And is there a role for the government to play to potentially create incentives in that? I'm open to it. And so I think we got to think about the future of capitalism, which I embrace wholeheartedly. I think it's the best system known to the history of man to lift people up from poverty, and we shouldn't apologize for it. But how do we create capitalism that everybody's actually able to enjoy the upside of? And I think that increases our long-run commitments to capitalism rather than socialism. And that's the conversation we need to be having on the right as well. And so, you know, as Senator Scott said, we're here to inform people, hey, hopefully they can vote for the right person in the ballot box. But if not, inform them of alternatives. Come to Ohio. When I'm governor, frankly, you got a lot of conservative-minded, common sense, rational, patriotic people in New York. Yes, they do exist in big numbers. And many of them are going to, unfortunately, have to choose to leave. And I want them to come to places like Ohio, where I'm leading, hopefully, back to the leadership position of the country. But when we think about the country as a whole, one of our learnings as conservatives, as Republicans, is that we, too, ought to be talking about the affordability crisis because we're the ones that actually have the solutions to address it. But that's what we got to step up and do instead of just sweeping it under the rug, especially for young people who I think are really tuned into these questions of participating in the upside of capitalism and affordability, which I'm all in favor of.
So we have about a minute and a half here. Vivek, just give our audience a quick update. How are things going on your very important campaign in Ohio? And then I want to segue more to some tape here of Zoran.
Well, Zoran, I think, is a
Yeah, look, things are going well in Ohio. I'm running unopposed in the Republican primary, and what should be a red state, this is the cycle that solidifies whether Ohio is a red state or not. And I think that we want to permanently solidify that in the midterm year of Trump's second term. But one of the things I'm most focused on that's resonating is educational reform, bringing standards to our public schools. And frankly, Charlie, a lot of people, even who are independents, even former Democrats, are coming our way for that issue alone. So I'm excited on bringing some of those reforms, bring down property taxes while improving education. People in Ohio, thankfully, are loving that, and I'm hopeful we're going to be successful.
Stay right there. We have 30 seconds. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. That is the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. I want to play some of this new tape. Zohran Mamdani is doing his magical rebrand tour right now. He's probably getting a little bit nervous that a late surge of common sense New Yorkers could displace him from the mayor's race, but that whole race is such a mess. You got Eric Adams, who he's just getting no traction. You got Andrew Cuomo, who's the worst. Zohran might be the next mayor of New York City. Stay right there.
100% American made. And darn proud of the Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com here at the bitcoin.com mobile studio. I want to tell you guys about Patriot Mobile. It's patriotmobile.com/Charlie. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie. I realize there are many choices when it comes to who you choose for your cell phone service, and there are new ones popping up all the time. But here is the truth. There's only one that boldly stands in the gap for every American that believes that freedom is worth fighting for, and that is Patriot Mobile. Not only are they leading the way in the new red economy, but Patriot Mobile also outgains the competition when it comes to technology. Patriot Mobile is only one of three carriers with access to all three. There's one of the only carriers with access to all three major networks. That means exceptional national-wide coverage, along with ability to have multiple numbers on different networks. Go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie, or call 972-PATRIOT. Go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie or 972-PATRIOT. Let's go to this cut right here. This is Zohran Mamdani. He says he's a transformed man. Play cut 299.
Many of my opponents, chiefly Andrew Cuomo, would prefer to debate a mythical version of myself than the person that I actually am. They would prefer to focus on tweets from 2020 as opposed to the platform of 2025.
What you're really saying is that those tweets of 2020, you've evolved from that. You've changed from that. You've changed your views.
Yes, those are out of step with the campaign that we are running, and it's been clear throughout.
But out of step with how you feel.
Yes.
So
yes.
You've totally changed your mind.
Yes.
Okay.
Senator Rick Scott, is he a changed man, Senator Scott?
What a joke. I mean, listen to what people say. I mean, this is what the guy believes. He believes in his heart. Oh, but it won't work for a campaign. He did a poll. That won't work for the campaign. So don't trust, don't worry about what I said before and how I've acted in my life. Look at what I'm running on, because that's all I want you to think about. Now I'll go back to where I really am as soon as I get elected. I mean, what a joke. Don't trust somebody like that. And by the way, if he can take, I love the police today, but I hated them yesterday, and you trust them, you have to be an idiot to believe that.
So Vivek, let's play another piece of tape here. Let's go to cut 305.
We've seen that Donald Trump views the law as a suggestion. He believes that it's something that he's above, and what he's showing is that he's willing to utilize any tool, whether those real or imagined, to try and shape this race. We are confident that no matter what formulation this race takes, whether it's me versus three candidates or me one-on-one with any one of them, we'll win the race. But what we cannot stand is the affront to democracy and the idea that it is the president who can pick the next mayor of the city and not the people of that same city.
Vivek, your response.
Well, look, I mean, he's using this to his advantage. He's clearly a skilled politician. He has a completely boneheaded wrong policy ideas, but he's trying to use everything in his favor to really goad the New York electorate into putting him into office. And frankly, that's the dominant odds of what's going to happen. But the bigger picture, forget the horse race of this particular mayoral election. I do think that sometimes, sadly, a great nation like ours needs to actually learn the lessons of what the alternative looks like. And unfortunately, if he is elected, which I'm not rooting for, but if he is elected, let us at least use it as a country to learn the lesson. The best way to combat the popularity of socialism is probably for people to try what the fruits of socialist policy really are. That's probably what's coming to New York City if he's elected. The good news is we still have our system of federalism. People can pack their bags and move. Like I said before, I'll say it again. We're going to make Ohio a haven for people who share the values of this country, including capitalism, to come thrive. But every once in a while, there comes a time where if people really lose their way, Thomas Jefferson said it well, the government we elect is the government we deserve. And if that's what New York City elects, then in some sense, it's a lesson that deserves to be learned for the country. And I hope some good still comes out of it. So I'm not rooting for that outcome, but if that's where we're headed, frankly, I don't think engineering some other alternative outcome is the answer. It's actually true learnings of the deep lessons underneath. And just think about the sad reality also that the entire country, I've even been meeting old friends in New York City who would have never voted for Andrew Cuomo in years, are now praying that it's Andrew Cuomo. I mean, look at where we are. He's a guy who got rid of cash bail. He's a guy who was opposed to fracking, who was against nuclear energy, and he is somehow the savior that everyone is praying and hoping for. Think about where we are and what that says about where New York City is, and in some measure, even where certain directions of our country's currents are headed. We got to turn that ship around in a bigger way. And I think it's going to be deeper than just, messing around with the horse racing of this particular election in one mayor of one city that matters. This is a symptom of a deeper issue in our country. And I think the only way we're going to get around it is reviving the ideals that made our country great the first time. Meritocracy, the pursuit of greatness, the rule of law, bring it back, don't apologize. That's who we are. And I think that's really the moral of the story at the end of this.
Senator Scott, final thoughts on Zohran Mamdani, who looks to continue to be on pace to be the next mayor of New York City.
I don't know one person that's moved from Venezuela that's a socialist. I don't know one person that's moved from Cuba and Florida that's a socialist. So people have lived under socialism know it's really bad. Now, ultimately, it only ends up in everybody being broke. And so if you want people to have the opportunity like Vivek had, I had, you had, to live our dream, it's all tied to capitalism. It's all tied to opportunity and freedom. So I hope New York comes to their senses. I hope this doesn't happen to them. But there's going to be bastions of opportunity, and that's going to be Ohio and Florida.
Senator Rick Scott and Vivek Ramaswamy, thank you so much, and keep up the great work. Thank you both.
All right. Bye-bye. Thanks. See you. See you, Charlie.
The other component of the Mamdani thing is that he's a foreigner. He's obviously not an American. We've said that repeatedly on this program. And that ties into the second part of my trip to when I went to Japan. I think we can all agree that if 10 million Pakistanis went to Japan, they don't become Japanese. Japan is a very unique country, and objectively, Tokyo might have been the most impressive city I've ever visited. From how clean it is, from how seriously even the just everyday workers take their job. The bus drivers wear white gloves. They bow when you go on. They take their little job so seriously. But there is an effort underway in Japan, as there was a big effort underway in Europe and our country, to bring in a bunch of foreigners and to say, well, they're Japanese too. Japan could maybe assimilate 10 Pakistanis or 100 if they didn't take any more right away. But 1 million? And we know they're not assimilating at that point. And we saw a little bit, just a little bit in Tokyo, Mohammedan there, Mohammedan here. Like, ooh, that's interesting. I didn't know I was in Paris. I didn't know I was in London. But the point is this, and this ties with Zohran Mamdani. If you do not have a picture of national identity, then you're going to be in a lot of trouble. Now, America's picture of national identity is different than Japan's. Japan is tied to their ethnicity, and that's okay. It works for them, and it's unbelievably impressive. We have a different picture of national identity. We are, of course, a people and also a propositional nation. We're both. Japan is something different, though, and they should be allowed to be different. Japan is not a propositional nation. Japan is a people They are an ethnicity. They are a genealogy. And it's worked incredibly well for them. They are one of the oldest and greatest cultures and civilizations. But isn't it just so striking, as you're looking at a picture of Tokyo right there, isn't it so striking that the globalist forces, they want to try to destroy any culture, any city that is working and functioning. So there's a major movement in Japan. It's called the Sanseido Party that is ascendant, and they are calling out the private, quiet infiltration of foreigners into Japanese society. And I'm cheering them on because here I am as an American wanting Japan to remain Japanese. It would be a demerit for the planet. It would be a demerit for the world if all of a sudden Japan fell the same way that Paris fell. And they do things differently. They're not a Christian nation. They're a Shinto nation. They are one that has traditions in Japanese culture and the samurai and duty and honor. And I think that's awesome. In fact, dare I say, I actually want the diversity amongst nations. Our national identity changed after the second great immigration wave of the 1910s and 1920s. But we are still a nation founded on Christian European settlers with norms and customs and faith emanating from Western civilization, from Christian civilization. And you shouldn't want to change America and you shouldn't want to change Japan because we already know what has happened when you change Paris and you change London. National populism is a check against globalists. And we shouldn't go impose into Tokyo being like, well, Tokyo, you guys are too Asian. Let's just apply, by the way, let's apply the left-wing framework. What's so interesting is, do you know they're calling Japanese racist for not wanting to take immigrants? Oh, you're racist because you don't want to take a bunch of Arabs in your country. You're racist because you don't want to take a bunch of Indonesians in your country. And Japanese are like, racist? What does this word even mean? What do you mean? It is a purely Western moral framework that we're overlaying against a multi-thousand-year great civilization. So here, we as Westerners, we can't help but be, somewhat colonialist and imperialist. So left-wing and imperialist colonist forces are coming in and scolding Japanese politicians for not taking immigration. And honestly, Japan does not want to commit political and cultural suicide, and we commend them for that. Japan should close its borders. Japan should say, nope, we're going to figure out our birth rate problem, which the Japanese birth rate problem is bad, but it's not as bad as Korea's. Left-wing colonialism equals open borders. It is a soft form of imperialism. And I saw it firsthand because the country works. It is an objectively functioning country. It is not South Africa. It is not Angola. It is not Bangladesh. You don't have to go in search of a solution. Be like, well, we have major problems in Tokyo. And by the way, how often do you hear from politicians here in America, well, be very careful, we might end up like Japan. End up like Japan? You mean where you can ride the subway without being stabbed in the neck? Where everything works and the streets are clean and people are polite? Yes, Japan has issues. And I'm going to talk about that throughout the program, by the way, which is that there are problems in Asia that I'm glad that we actually have a different dynamism, a different energy, a different entrepreneurial spirit that you don't have there. And I think that's significantly lacking. But they have a stable, orderly, beautiful, lasting society. And that's a really important thing. And not only that, I felt welcome, I felt honored, I felt received. But we should keep Japan Japanese. And people say, well, Charlie, they have gun laws. Well, before they have gun laws, they have third world laws. You don't need all these gun laws if you don't. It's okay if everybody owns guns if you don't have a bunch of third worlders coming into your nation that don't abide them and then commit a lot of crimes. Stay right there. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com.
When the kids turn unholy, Harrelson's Own keeps my patience divine.
When work flies out of control, Harrelson's Own keeps me cool as a cucumber.
The device madness never ends, but Harrelson's Own keeps me zen.
Life can be chaotic, but Harrelson's Own CBD helps keep you calm through any storm. Harrelson's Own consistently delivers your full mind and body homeostasis. It's an organic, full-spectrum CBD in a refreshing oral spray. Our nano-emulsified technology makes it completely water-soluble, so your body absorbs it immediately. you'll start to feel it in seconds, not 60 minutes. It just makes everything feel better.
And it helps me just take the edge off. It helps me relax. It helps me be there with my kids.
I swear I'm like a mental ninja. Like nothing can throw me off balance.
No matter how many things come at me, I'm like, boom, handled, next. I'm like crushing it all day long.
Well, some people take it for a release from stress. Some take it to get rid of pain. Others just take it for general well-being. For me, Brett Harrelson, it just makes everything about my day a little better.
Give your life a boost.
It's just the best you've ever felt in your natural state.
My happiness in a bottle is the best.
So to sum it all up, you're going to feel the benefits quickly, love the way it feels, and like the way it tastes. Pay a fair price, and you're going to thank us for it. We are so confident you're going to be satisfied that we back every bottle with a 60-day, 100% money-back guarantee. Give Harrelson's Own a try, from our family to yours. Go to HO.com to order Harrelson's Own now. Yep, it's that easy. Just our initials, HO.com.
In spirit. You're listening to The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, our campus tour resumes on Wednesday. Let's go to cut 53, please. You guys know how it works. Open mic. We're going to be here for a couple hours, so get comfortable. So you would get rid of all borders. Yes. What species is the baby in the womb?
It's a human, but
therefore they should have human rights.
No!
He's a liar. You're a typical leftist because you only care about yourself, not about the other people. It's very clear by how you're acting. What can I do to save the country? You answer that question every single day. You are doing something that is bigger than you. A lot of people. How are we doing?
I'm on the move like a runaway. No turning back, I've been got to pace. I do not care what the others say. Listen, I told you that I did not come to play. We about to take it to higher heights. History's waiting when I arrive. Today is a dawn of a new, and I'm about to show them that they cannot hold me down. When you will win, then you learn from your losses. We came from the bottom and now we the bosses. The future is yours, so what will you choose? If you give it your all, you got nothing to lose.
Okay, everybody, that is the American Comeback Tour, AmericanComebackTour.com, starting this Wednesday. Let's go. Utah Valley State University, or Utah Valley University, September 10th. And then next week, I will be in Colorado at Colorado State University. And then we have University of Minnesota Twin Cities on September 22nd. And then we have Virginia Tech on the 24th. In between that, after that, I'll be debating at Dartmouth University. And then a Utah State University on September 30th. Montana State University on October 7th. October 9th is University of North Dakota. October 21st is Indiana University. October 27th is LSU. October 29th is Ole Miss. And more to be announced. That is just a little teaser. And, Dartmouth College. I'm sorry, Blake. Yeah, I have to correct. It's not Dartmouth University. It's Dartmouth College. Oh, yes. They take themselves so seriously. So what I shouldn't do is I shouldn't be like, it's great to be here at the University of Dartmouth. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. I want to see you at our campus tour. Tickets are free, AmericanComebackTour.com. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. That is the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. We're here at the Bitcoin.com studio. Japan has a high trust society. So does South Korea. And they do not have a massive influx of foreigners that are constantly changing and eroding the trust structure. Now, in Japan, not only are they tough on crime, they have the death penalty, and their jails are really intense. And one of the aspects that I think that was so telling of the entire trip is that it shows that we in America have actually done the hard things, but it's the very simple things. Crime is not hard to solve. You just have to stand up to the Democrat, soft on crime, open prison reform nonsense. You need political willpower, to be perfectly honest with you. And far too often, we, as Americans, we put up with stuff we shouldn't. Now, the left say, well, gun laws are why Asia is so safe. Now, mind you, I'm not even getting into the fact that the no gun crime. How does the left then explain the no muggings, the no stabbings, the no graffiti, the no homeless, and the no bums? How do you explain that? Let me tell you right now, Japan has no lack of knives. You go to any sushi restaurant, they're everywhere. And they say, well, strict gun laws equal nice stuff and no crime. It is a complete misnomer. No, they have high trust society is what they have. Anyway, so let's go to another thing here. I think we might have another piece of tape here. Okay, we don't have it. So coming back also from this trip. Okay, let's play cut 285. Okay, everybody, I'm here in Seoul, South Korea. As you can see, everyone, they have these like inflatable cushy chairs. Everyone is reading. This would last about 35 seconds in most American cities. You can have nice stuff. Crime is a choice. We shouldn't put up with it. South Korea doesn't. We shouldn't either. This video really bothered the left. It went completely viral, and they said, oh, the cushy chairs are there because they have gun crime. No, it's actually nothing to do with gun crime at all, actually. It's that they have a high-trust society. They don't have a city that is littered with third-world foreigners. They don't put up with homeless people, and they don't put up with crime. They have community. They have people that trust each other. They speak the same language, actually. Unlike our nation, we're a country increasingly of foreigners. I mean, of gun control, not gun crime. It's not an issue of gun control. And the other takeaway when it comes to a high-trust society is you must have a serious picture of national identity. We do not have a picture of, and it's, again, I'm not saying it's racial. It is racial in South Korea and Japan. They've decided to govern that way, and it's actually a really nice place to live. I'm not even prescribing that to the United States of America. We have a different mission statement. We are both a people and a proposition. Some people don't like that we're a proposition, but part of our national compact is propositional. It's not simply just a people. But if you are only a propositional people and you are not a people at all, if you're just a proposition and not a people, you don't have a nation. If you're just an idea, I used to believe this garbage like 10 years ago. America is just an idea. Not true. By the way, let's just put 312 B-roll. These are just pictures of luggage sitting unattended outside convenience stores in South Korea. Let me show this to you. Do you think this has anything to do with gun control? People just leave their stuff out and open outside of a convenience store in South Korea. Look at that. You just leave your luggage. You're going to go shopping, you just leave your stuff. No one's going to take it. Literally, we were at the South Korea airport, and Blake and I walked around. I was like, Blake, where's your bag? He's like, oh, I left it at the airport. I left it at the gate. So what do you mean? He's like, yeah, no one's going to take it. So you just leave your stuff laying around. Does gun control have anything to do with that? Is that having to do with gun control to the American left? No. It's about a high-trust society. You just leave your bags around. No one cares. It's just because no one's going to take it. It's a civilized society. We could live this way. We decide not to. We decide to live in this high crime-infested, violent, third world place. And again, we are the greatest nation ever, but this is a problem. We shouldn't have to live when it comes to crime. These are basic quality of life issues where you can just have a big roller bag and be like, yep, I'm just going to leave it on out here. I don't need to guard it. They don't have an attendant. They don't have a security guard. They have one thing that we do not have. They have a high trust society, and we should try to restore it. Second hour coming up.
Guys, if you plan to retire in the next 20 years, or if you've already retired, I have a message for you that you need to hear. Central banks, BRIC nations, and our allies are pumping trillions of dollars back into America, but every dollar they send could make your savings worth less. Hi, I'm Donald Trump Jr., and I just want you to be prepared for the future. So protect your hard-earned savings with gold. A gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group offers you the safety net of gold with the tax advantage status of a retirement account. To see how it's done, click the link below to get a free info kit on gold IRAs. This kit reveals why gold IRAs are exploding in popularity, so do it now. What do you have to lose? It's free and there's no obligation. Click the link below to get your free info kit from the Birch Gold Group.
Thinking about Social Security? Think AMAC. The AMAC Foundation takes the confusion and stress out of understanding Social Security's thousands of rules and regulations. Our nationally accredited advisors offer a personal touch that is unmatched. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to Social Security and so much more, think AMAC.
Kevin paid off over $12,000 in credit card debt with the help of Consolidated Credit. They cut his interest rates and lowered his payments so he could pay off his debt fast. Call 800-596-8062 for a free consultation.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
Hey Rav family and War Room Posse, mark your calendar. September 12th and 13th, the Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws Tour is coming to the America First Warehouse.
I have never seen anything like this.
2 unforgettable days filled with patriots, barbecue, and live shows straight from the most amazing place, the America First Warehouse. Get ready for a special guest to be announced, plus a 3-hour live episode of Studio 6B.
And we're just going to go do it.
On the 12th, Steve Bannon will host War Room Live at 5 p.m., and Steve will be back again on the 13th. Woo! Followed by 1 hour with Peter Navarro.
I went to prison so you won't have to.
The Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws Tour, September 12th and 13th at the America First Warehouse. Scan the QR code to see pricing and availability. Don't miss this opportunity. Tickets won't last.
So much for being here with us. Lose fat, tighten skin, and reboot your metabolism. It worked for the gentleman I'm getting ready to introduce you to with the help of Energized Health.
Hold on, what did you start at?
307 pounds. Now I'm at like 185. 2.1% skeletal muscle. All the skin is tightening up. That's the beautiful thing. The science is really legit. You just follow the program. Scientifically, you can't fail. It's just impossible.
Let's bring in the founder of Energized Health, John Jubilee. John, come on, 307 to 185? Come on, man.
Brother, Terrence, think about that for a minute. That's 122 pounds. 122 pounds. If you ever watch the Kentucky Derby on television or a famous horse race, that's more weight than those jockeys weigh that are riding those horses. He lost a human. Yeah. Out of his body. And look, Terrence, when he showed that bicep, there's no bat wings on there. There's no fat skin wiggling under there. That dude's skin is tight as a drum. Tight skin at 122 pounds of fat loss, Terrence. That is so different, than when you see these people, like there was just a big special on Netflix on The Biggest Loser. And Terrence, those people that would lose 122 pounds, they would go and have to cut off 20, 30, 40, 50 pounds, Terrence, of skin. They'd have to have skin surgeries to have the excess skin removed. But there's a scientific reason that our clients at Energized Health never need a skin surgery, and it's because when you gain hydration and you gain lean muscle, you become the healthy raisin or the healthy grape, not the unhealthy raisin, right? So all those people on The Biggest Loser, Terrence, they're like an unhealthy raisin. Their skin's all shriveling up, so they got to get it all chopped off. But when you do it the right way, get healthy at the cellular level, your muscles are lean and ripped. Your skin is tight and firm like a 17-year-old high school boy.
And you're saying this is really all about hydrating at the cellular level. We talk about it all the time, but it's really getting beyond the skin, beyond the surface, the epidermis. You didn't know I knew that term, but really getting into the cellular level.
That's it. That's exactly what it is. It is the game changer. It's the right way. Listen, everybody knows when we do a diet, we don't feel good. We don't feel right. You might do a diet, you might lose some weight, but you lose your energy with it. You lose your vibrancy. You lose your glow. There's a lot of people, Terrence, they'll go on a diet and people say, do you have cancer? Are you sick? Because they don't even look healthy because they're not doing it the healthy way. But when you have the breakthrough science of intracellular hydration, you have a healthy glow to your skin, you have the brightness in your eyes, your mental acuity is firing. And we're so, listen, Terrence, this guy is just a representation of tens of thousands of other people. And I hope he's a bright light of encouragement today, to the listeners today that say, hey, wait a minute, if that guy could do that, I only need to lose 5 pounds. I only need to lose 20 pounds. That dude could lose 122 pounds. I can certainly succeed at what I want to do.
But there's so many things that go into this sort of change through your system. It's not just about losing fat. It's not just about losing weight. You're able to kind of reconstruct your metabolism. And there's so many other bodily functions that seem to go hand in hand with this change.
Yeah, Terrence, this is a fully medically approved program. So this isn't, like something that, off the internet, that 175,000 diets that are just on the internet. No, this is a fully medically grade, medically approved program. People can use their FSA, their HSA. They could use Care Credit because it is a fully medically approved, backed program. Hundreds of doctors are our clients, Terrence, and the doctors say, you guys cracked the code. You guys figured out how to go to the root cause of inflammation, of disease, how to reverse it, and cause that metabolism to reset like a 17-year-old.
EnergizedHealth.com. You can go there for more answers.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone's more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years. To buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on your screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. That is the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. And we're here at the Bitcoin.com studio. Joining us now is Megan Basham, author of Shepherds for Sale and Daily Wire culture reporter. Megan, I'm so glad to have you on here. You live in Charlotte, where the killing of Irina Zarutska occurred, who was an incredible person, a Ukrainian refugee, comes to America and was murdered in cold blood for no reason, a senseless killing by a black person. If a random white person simply walked up to and stabbed a nice, law-abiding black person for no reason, it would be an apocalyptically huge national story used to impose national sweeping political changes on the whole country. Instead, Megan Basham, no one seems to care when a white woman gets stabbed to her death. Why is that?
Yeah, that was pretty shocking to go, for 2 weeks now, none of our major media outlets have covered her at all, not one word. They finally started to cover her a little bit this morning, but only because of the massive public shaming, because this video was so very shocking. And what I really want to emphasize here, Charlie, is that this is not a dangerous part of town where Zarutska was killed. It's a very lovely, popular part of town, bustling restaurants, trendy restaurants, boutiques. My family and I go there frequently on the weekend. So this was an area where you will see families on the weekend. She's a young woman, 23 years old, a refugee, getting off work at a pizzeria and gets onto that light rail. So, the initial reaction of our Democrat mayor was appalling. She said that she didn't mention Irina Zarutska at all in her initial statement. Instead, what she called for was compassion for the perpetrator, who she said is suffering from mental illness just like cancer or heart disease. So we're supposed to have empathy for him as some sort of victim. And she said that we cannot arrest our way to safety, which is, of course, ridiculous. Yes, we can. If we put people behind bars when they're a public threat, we can have safe public streets. But, just to go a little bit more into the weeds on this, I want to let you know that our current governor, who was then Attorney General, his response has also been appalling. So back in 2020, within 2 weeks of George Floyd's murder, he had not only issued public lament. Well, I think at this point we can say it was not a murder, but he issued public lament over George Floyd's death, and instituted a new task force for racial equity in criminal justice system. So he initiated an entire task force for George Floyd's death, but it took him longer to acknowledge Irina Zarutska's death. It took him 2 more days than it did to acknowledge George Floyd, even though this happened in his own state where he is governor. So if you look back at what that task force that he implemented in 2020 did, they specifically called for more lenient pre-release policies, meaning they wanted low bail or no bail for minority offenders. They also called for decriminalizing homelessness and quote unquote public behavior, meaning being a public menace on the streets. So these were the very policies that allowed this perpetrator, DeCarlos Brown, to be on the streets. He did, in fact, receive pretrial release back in January on his most recent arrest, because he's been arrested 14 times before, including for grand larceny and breaking and entering and assault with a deadly weapon. And almost every time he has been released and given fines and community service and probation. He has not been behind bars where he belongs. And so these were the direct policies that came out of that racial equity task force.
I have so many questions here. So let me just ask a micro question. Has this been talked a lot about in local communities in Charlotte, North Carolina? Are people understanding the racial element here, that a random black guy murdered a white woman? Is it shocking the community? Walk us through what's happening locally here, because I would imagine it should be.
Yeah, I think it is. One of the things you're hearing is that this was a light rail that we all felt perfectly safe using just a few years ago, and we don't feel that way anymore. Because of these policies, you are suddenly seeing an increase in homelessness in the Charlotte area. We came here in 2016, and when we first got here, you really didn't see panhandlers, public disturbances on the street. You see that now when you go into our uptown metro areas. And so I think so many people are feeling that. And when you look at the increasing rates of crime in Charlotte, you can trace it back to 2020. So our last homicide high was in 2020 when the Black Lives Matter riots were occurring on our streets. And the second high of homicide rates in Charlotte were now 2024. So we don't have it for 2025 yet. But for 2024, when they were up 25% from the year before, when these racial equity policies started taking effect. So yes, I think people are very much waking up to the fact that, you know, all of these sort of Black Lives Matter, DEI pushed policies are having a direct impact on our safety, because the argument was, for the sake of racial equity, we need to not jail Black offenders. We need to give them fines and probation. And look, Charlie, this guy's mother, DeCarlos Brown's own mother, tried to get him involuntarily committed. She has said he was not safe to be on the streets, and she actually tried to do something because she knew he was a threat. And instead, we have a criminal justice system here that was sold out to social justice instead of actual justice.
So now I want to transition to the Christian element here. So you have a great book, Shepherds for Sale. You've also called out all the wokeism stuff. Has Stephen Furtick, whatever his name is, spoken out against this? Because he was really big, Elevation Church, big BLM guy about George Floyd. Has Stephen Furtick, the popular mega church pastor, has he spoken out against the black criminal who killed a white woman on a bus? Because he's in Charlotte.
You know, I haven't specifically checked on what Stephen Furtick has said, but it feels like if he did speak out, that would certainly be something making news in our area. And I have heard nothing about that. In fact, I have heard nothing from many of the
weird. That's strange.
Yes, from the social justice pastors who are very popular in this area. Derwin Gray is another. I have heard nothing from him. And so you have so many of these church leaders who got on board with Black Lives Matter. They got on board with these DEI policies. And now they have suddenly very much backed away from quote unquote political issues now that we're starting to see the fruit of what these policies have borne. And it is actually the innocent citizens of North Carolina who are bearing the brunt of these policies.
Why is it that pastors were so quick to talk about the drug overdose of George Floyd, but they won't talk about this?
Well, I think it's pretty obvious why. You know, at that time, there was a desire to curry favor with the progressive wing, to be winsome. And so that's why they really want to appeal to the, I would say, the elite class of our society. And when they look at the elite class, they see the New York Times, the Atlantic, CNN, and those are the people who they want plaudits and applause from. And so those are the people that they will go out and appeal to. And yet, when you see crimes like this, where this, you know, horrific stabbing of an innocent young woman who came here from a war-torn country, and it actually turns out she probably would have been safer in her war-torn country than in a large American city, they go very, very quiet because that is not appealing to that particular urban upper class professional that they want to appeal to. So suddenly, you know, we had so much politics from these people prior to Donald Trump's election in 2025, and now we hear nothing from them. Now it's let's not politicize the pulpit, even though, you know, this is a moment for pastors to speak into because you have a community that is hurting, that is scared, and they want to know, you know, what are some of the answers to this kind of pain. And look, the Bible does have answers about justice. If a man like this had been incarcerated and punished as he should have been when he initially broke into people's houses, when he committed armed robbery, when he committed assault with a deadly weapon, then he wouldn't have been on the streets to commit these crimes. But they don't talk about those elements of biblical wisdom that tell us that the government exists to terrorize the unrighteous and the wicked, not to ensure that the innocent can be terrorized. And that's exactly what's happened in this situation.
I'm going to send a tweet to Mr. Furtick, whatever his name is, in the break. Megan Basham, stay right there. AlanJacksonMinistries.com. Go to AlanJackson.com/Charlie. It's AlanJacksonMinistries.com. We're honored to be partnering with Alan Jackson Ministries. And today I want to point you to their podcast. It's called the Culture and Christianity Podcast, the Alan Jackson Podcast. What makes it unique is Pastor Alan's biblical perspective. He takes the truth from the Bible and applies it to the issue we're facing today: gender confusion, abortion, immigration, Doge, Trump, and the White House, and the issues in the church. The Culture and Christianity Podcast is informative and encouraging, and you can find it on YouTube, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast. Be sure to subscribe so you don't miss any episodes. Alan Jackson Ministries is working hard to bring biblical truth back into our culture. Go to Alan Jackson alanjackson.com/Charlie. That is alanjackson.com/Charlie. alanjackson.com/Charlie. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. So just to repeat, the largest pastor in Charlotte, North Carolina is a guy by the name of Stephen Furtick. He's got tens of millions of followers on social media. He posted endlessly about George Floyd, endlessly. And yet he has not had a single tweet of a murder in his own city. It's really weird, isn't it? He was really upset about a drug overdose of a black guy in Minneapolis, but not a murder of a white woman in his own town. Be right back.
No matter what you drive, there's only one guarantee. It's gonna break down.
I had a sensor light up on my dashboard.
There was a popping noise.
The last thing I remember is just the engine cut out.
Your next breakdown could be anytime, anywhere, whether you've got the money to fix it or not.
It was a thermostat, $2,600.
Seat sensor, $1,400.
But if you've got Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a car repair again, no matter how much it cost them to cover it.
In my first year with Endurance, they covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
For Endurance to pay over $7,000 to have my vehicle repaired is phenomenal.
It was like almost a $6,000 job. If I didn't have Endurance, I would have had to pay for that or just trash the whole car and start again.
If your car's out of warranty, a transmission can easily cost you $4,000.
And an engine? Over $7,000, if you're lucky.
With Endurance, those parts are covered, plus hundreds more.
The bad camera unit, $800 to repair a bad wheel bearing, over $1,000. A new steering rack, close to $3,000. Endurance covered it fully.
From engines to water pumps, electronics to key fobs, Endurance has you covered.
Plus, you pick the mechanic you trust to do the work.
It's a totally seamless process going to any certified mechanic. They submit the claim directly to Endurance. They get paid, and I'm out the door.
You trust us to do the work, and we trust Endurance to pay us direct.
And the best part, your rate stays locked in no matter how many claims you file.
After I made my first claim to Endurance, I expected my rate to change, and it never did. Like, I have no complaints.
Endurance has been trusted by millions of Americans for nearly 2 decades.
I've had 2 claims for over $4,600. Less than 1 year after signing up, Endurance saved me over $7,000.
Whether you put 10,000 or 100,000 miles a year on your car, if it's under 20 years old, Endurance has you covered. Plus, your plan includes 24/7 roadside assistance anywhere in the country.
So if your ride breaks down, Endurance has your back. They'll jump your battery, tow, deliver gas, change a flat, unlock your car, and more.
Call now and we'll upgrade you to a full year of elite benefits free, a $2,000 value.
Endurance just gives me that peace of mind, so I do know that every time I'm on the road, I'm covered.
So, who's gonna pay for your next breakdown? You?
Or Endurance.
Endurance saves drivers thousands, and now you can save even more. Right now, you can get $300 off any plan, plus a year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value free, all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. But you have to act now.
Remember, out of warranty doesn't mean out of options. Call Endurance and see how much you can save.
Call 1-833-496-5095 for a free quote. That's 1-833-496-5095.
Better researchers than the CDC. Yeah, may not be saying much. It's the Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. I want to tell you guys about YRefi.com. That is YREFY.com. YRefi is incredible. Private student loan debt in America totals about $300 billion. YRefi is refinancing distressed or defaulted private student loans. You can finally take control of your student loan situation with a plan that works for your monthly budget. Go to YRefi.com. That is YRefi.com. Do you have a co-borrower? YRefi can get them released from the loan. You can skip a payment every 6 times, up to 12 times without penalty. It may not be available in all 50 states. Go to YRefi.com. That is YREFY.com. Let's face it, if you have distressed or defaulted student loans, it can be overwhelming. Because of private student loan debt, so many people feel stuck. Go to YRefi.com. That is YREFY.com. Private student loan debt relief, YRefi.com. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. That is the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. That is, again, the Charlie Kirk Show podcast is doing quite well. That is the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. Stay right there. We'll be right back. email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. How's your health doing, Megan? I know you've been fighting some serious stuff. Give us an update if you feel comfortable sharing.
Yeah, absolutely. And thanks for asking. So I was diagnosed with stage 3 colon cancer last Thanksgiving and, went through some rough treatment. But post that, I have been declared no evidence of disease, praise God. So we're just continuing to pray for no recurrence. And, now I get the fun part of being told I need to put weight back on. So, I'm enjoying life.
I want that. That would be a dream kind of prescription from a go-to In-N-Out burger. I could do that quite well. And we have lots of them here out west. So, Megan, you wrote this amazing book, Shepherds for Sale, all about how our pastors are selling themselves out to the highest bidder. On this racial issue, though, I know you've mentioned it. It's so frustrating because, again, we have a catalog of the current kind of Christian ruling class of what they did. Carl Lentz, who's obviously been disgraced. George Floyd should be alive, and it's not acceptable to kill him, blah, blah, blah. Stephen Furtick. This is what Stephen Furtick said. He said, quote, he said, if you only post a simple prayer emoji and scroll on, we need to challenge the system and sickness that created and enabled the death of George Floyd. I am part of the problem, is what Stephen Furtick said. I mean, I could go through the list of just the nauseating Christian leaders, and what is it getting better, and how do we call out this from some of our Christian authorities?
I don't know if I would say it's getting better. I haven't seen any of this leadership come out and say, we were wrong. And they were wrong because what they did was accept false narratives that we had a policing system in our country that disfavored Black Americans. And that's simply not true. The data does not show that. And so they were backers of policies that have now made us more unsafe and have led to incidents like the death of Irina Zarutska. And so what I have found mostly is that no one's really coming out and repenting of that. They're just trying to sweep it all under the rug and pretend like it never happened. I mean, look, I want to be clear. The president of the largest Protestant denomination in the U.S., the Southern Baptist Convention, told Southern Baptists that they needed to use the phrase Black Lives Matter, that they needed to lend that support to a Marxist organization that was trying to dismantle police systems. So there has been, a real cost to that. They were out marching with these people. And now we see what that ideology and that policy has brought. I mean, we can see it in Chicago. We can see it in D.C. prior to a couple of weeks ago. And we see it even in previously very safe cities like Charlotte, where the homicide rate has exploded. So as we look at this, it's really frustrating to me to see some of these pastors trying to pretend like they weren't a part of that. In fact, what you're kind of seeing them do now is reposition themselves, and they're using more conservative language. I have seen that. I can give you the example of someone like that as former SBC president, Pastor J.D. Greer, who pastors a large church here in North Carolina. He was very much a part of backing social justice and Black Lives Matter. And now he's suddenly using more conservative language, but he's not acknowledging the part that he played in that. And that's what I'm seeing again and again is that, I think they know that there's egg on their face. But because of that, what they're doing is just trying to, they're calling it the Great Rehab Tour. They're all going on their Great Rehab Tours to sort of pretend like, hey, we weren't a part of that. And you will not hear them talk about Black Lives Matter or social justice anymore, even though they were so instrumental in promoting that movement back in 2020.
I think you're right. And it shows that we've made a lot of progress, but we still have yet a lot of work to do. And so the Christian world, I know, is becoming more center-right. It's becoming better on this. Not every pastor has to comment on every issue. The reason why Stephen Furtick is necessary is that it's happened in his hometown.
Right.
And so he felt necessary to call out George Floyd overdosing on drugs in the streets of Minneapolis, but something that happened in his own city. And that is inescapably biblical. It says that your city matters, your nation matters, your hometown matters, and the welfare of such. Final thoughts, Megan Basham, author of Shepherds for Sale.
Well, yeah, and I really want to point out that when they did that, it didn't have no impact. They gave aid and comfort to a deceitful, destructive movement. And so those policies that came out of that deceitful, destructive movement are exactly what are making our cities unsafe right now. And that is why we are seeing things like young women being murdered on a light rail train just when they're trying to get off work and go about their business, because we dishonestly bought into something that was simply popular at the time. And that compromise comes with costs, and we're seeing that now.
Irina Zarutska would be alive. 14 times this guy was arrested. Felony larceny, aggravated assault with a weapon. Megan Basham. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. That is the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. We'll be right back, everybody. Subscribe to our podcast. Alex Marlowe next.
The poverty is unimaginable. There are people who are struggling.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people, now is the time.
This is the home of Galina. She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
She has one pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never known. There are good people that love you.
You see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
Right now in Ukraine, elderly Jews are trapped in unbearable poverty. If you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help rush a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me? I'm doomed to starve.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
Eggs. It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, we see you and we're here to help.
Please don't delay. Call, scan, or go online now.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's anti-kibble breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice News Break. I'm Terrence Bates. President Trump continues to stand up for religious liberty. During a meeting with members of the White House Religious Liberty Commission at the Museum of the Bible this morning, the commander-in-chief delivered remarks saying that we have to bring back religion in America. He also announced having donated his family Bible to the museum in order to be put on display. But arguably most importantly, he used the stage to support students practicing their faith at school.
In many schools today, students are instead indoctrinated with anti-religious propaganda, and some are even punished for their religious beliefs, and very, very strongly punished. It's ridiculous. I'm pleased to announce this morning that the Department of Education will soon issue new guidance protecting the right to prayer in our public schools, and it's total protection.
And speaking of faith, the president attributes the 2 failed assassination attempts against him to God's protection. Jury selection in the case of the man accused of trying to assassinate then presidential candidate Donald Trump is underway as we speak. Ryan Ruth's trial is off to a bit of a rocky start, though, as the judge overseeing the case is banning him from asking a number of politically charged questions of the potential jurors. Ruth is representing himself in the case despite having little to no legal training. He's accused of trying to kill Mr. Trump while he golfed in Florida last September. Federal Judge Aileen Cannon has blocked off 4 weeks for the upcoming trial, even though prosecutors don't expect it to last that long. The 59-year-old has pleaded not guilty to attempting to assassinate a major presidential candidate, assaulting a federal officer, and several firearms violations. At least 5 people are dead, 12 more hurt after terrorists opened fire on a bus stop in Jerusalem and send people running for their lives, as you can see in this video. Hamas is applauding the attack, but not claiming responsibility at this point. In the meantime, the Israeli military has reportedly surrounded Palestinian villages on the outskirts of the nearby city of Ramallah in response to the attack. As for the shootings, police say a security officer and a civilian at the scene are said to have shot and killed the attackers. It all went down at a busy intersection in North Jerusalem. That's a quick check of your headlines.
Relentless in spirit. You're listening to The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Let's see what we have here. My Patriot Supply. My Patriot Supply is incredible. September is National Preparedness Month, so it's the perfect time to ask yourself questions like, how much food do you have on hand for emergencies? And how would you get clean water if the tap went dry tomorrow? What would you do if a storm knocked out the power for a week? If you're anything like me, there's some room for improvement on this stuff. Luckily, our friends at My Patriot Supply are making disaster preparedness easier and more affordable than ever. Go to mypatriotsupply.com by giving you over $1,500 worth of emergency food and preparedness for free. Go to mypatriotsupply.com. They just launched their Preparedness Month Mega Kit and includes a full year of emergency food, a water filtration system, and all the other stuff you need. Go to mypatriotsupply.com. That is mypatriotsupply.com. For full details, mypatriotsupply.com/KIRK. Alex Marlow is with us. Alex Marlow is the editor-in-chief of Breitbart News, Breitbart.com. Alex, great to see you. The terrible news of Irina Zarutska getting stabbed in the neck and the silence from the media. I mean, you've done a great job of covering the media throughout the years. This was an intentional cover-up campaign by not covering this at all from the major media networks. Yet George Floyd dies. Everyone covers this relentlessly, tens of thousands of articles a day. Alex Marlow, your thoughts?
Yeah, Charlie, you couldn't have scripted this. I mean, it felt like this story was out of 15 years ago or something, that the media wasn't covering it after all of this purported hand-wringing that's been going on, that they've been really looking themselves in the mirror, see where they've gone wrong, why the media is the least trusted industry of any industry in America. And then they have the easiest opportunity ever to get a little bit of credibility just by writing up the biggest story in America. And they won't even write it. They won't put one column inch into it in the New York Times and the Washington Post. Completely ridiculous, but it's something that we all could have seen coming, and it just shows you what we discussed on your show like 5 days ago, Charlie. This is shaping up to be a law and order election. The next election, as of now, it's a long ways off. Law and order is the number one topic. And you could see a guy been arrested 14 times, a Ukrainian refugee out of nowhere. There's no context for it at all. There's no provocation at all. There's video of it. This is the nightmare for the left so long as we get the word out, and that's why the media covered it up.
And yeah, talk more about this. So let's go a level deeper here, Alex, because how do these newsrooms operate? Because what we are articulating is a conspiracy. We are articulating a silence conspiracy of media networks that intentionally do not cover it. How does this work in practice? Is there a group chat where they say, no, we're not going to do it? Obviously, I think that's unlikely. But is it also that they just have a narrative that they're trying to accomplish, and they all know the goal? Because when you have a dozen outlets MSNBC, New York Times, BBC, Wall Street Journal, ABC, CBS, NBC, boom, 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 boom. And they all technically have different owners and different editors and different reporters, and not one covers this story. What's going on here? How do they harmonize with such incredible efficiency?
Yeah, they're so coached up, and they've been coached up for decades on this. And you've been so kind to promote all my books lately. But my first book, Breaking the News, which I wrote about 4 years ago, I tracked this. It's all corporatism. It's all about that the corporate boardrooms of all these media companies are controlled by people who want Democrats elected. They see that they're the true oligarchs. You're Bernie Sanders talking about oligarchs. These are the real oligarchs. And the problem is you cover stories like this, and it looks bad for the left because they want to talk about George Floyd, where there's no element of racism that was involved at all, and they treat it like that was the biggest racial hate crime of all time, even though George Floyd was on drugs and was resisting arrest. So then you have an example like this, where you see a black guy stabbing a white woman for no reason. How else could you view this other than as racism if we looked at the world through the lens of the establishment left? And so they know if they cover this clear example of racism, then that nullifies times 100 any of the George Floyd coverage they've already done. So they can't cover it. They have to ignore it and hope it just goes away, because to cover it reveals that they've been lying to us the whole time, which they have been.
And so the incentive structure of the media is so broken, and we've been waiting for their collapse, and they're not quite collapsed, but they're definitely in a situation of decay, you could say. The right-wing world online has been largely covering this and has been kind of keeping it alive. Why did this become a bigger story just because of the video? What about the video was so animating? Because it was very interesting. I was in Japan and South Korea, and someone in Japan mentioned, "Hey, Charlie, you hear what happened to the Ukrainian girl in America?" I said, "Yeah, didn't that happen 2 weeks ago?" Because I actually saw the story when it originally happened. I said, "A Ukrainian refugee." They said, No, it just happened. And actually it didn't just happen. It happened 2 weeks ago. Just the video was just out there. Can we get the still image of this, though, just on screen for dramatic effect? Alex Marlow.
Yeah, so first of all, to your first point, I think it's really important to note that the incentive structure, you use the word incentive structure, these media companies all lose money. They all lose money. And that's why they stay in business, because they protect the corporate status quo. You take a company like ABC, which is part of ABC Disney. So the ABC News can lose money because they're protecting brands like the Disney brand, which can make a lot of money through theme parks and through movies and through streaming and stuff like that. So ABC exists to cover for the Disney brand. NBC, Comcast, Universal. NBC News loses money. NBC News is designed to keep the NBC, Comcast, Universal, that entire structure afloat. And if you look at their board, it's all top Democrat donors and people who are fat and happy living off of America's largesse. And those are the type of people who are being protected by these newsrooms. That's why they don't do stuff like report on China accurately, because there's no incentive to, because their corporations all make money off of China. You look at New York Times' boardroom, it's all people who are AIG and Facebook and all these executives from all these other major corporations. And once you see that, then you understand what they're choosing to cover and what they're not choosing to cover. So, but to your point about the video shows the innocence of it. This is public transportation, small white blonde girl, and a black guy who's in a rage out of nowhere, no provocation at all, no interaction at all. The clear nature of, I'm seeing this person, I'm taking out all of the rage I've ever had in my life on her like that. And that it's unequivocal because of the video evidence. There's no way to spin it. There's no way to act like there's any sort of a justification or explanation for it. And that does make it all the more powerful.
Alex, there's another, I want to shift gears here a second. I think that's the right analysis. There's a new poll out, according to NBC News. Steve Kornacki released it. From men who voted for Trump versus women who voted for Harris. Men who voted for Trump, they asked what was the important to personal definition of success. 34% of men who voted for Trump believe having children is more important than anything else, even more important than financial independence and a fulfilling job and career. For women who voted for Harris, 51%, the most important thing for them, having a fulfilling job and career. The last thing, the least important thing for women who voted for Harris is having children. This is like a bombshell, shocking thing. We knew that some of this existed, but we did not know it was this dramatic. The last thing, the least important thing for them is having children. Having children is right there at 6%. Being married is 6%, at the very bottom of the poll. I guess it's technically second to last because fame and influence is the last, but based on what I was looking at. Alex Marlow, what explains this? Why do so many Democrat women want to die alone?
Yeah, it is remarkable, and they've all been coached up, and it's the way that we've run our institutions, from our culture to our media to the way things are promoted online. You look at your favorite female podcast host, aside from the great right-wing political ones, but if it is not a right-wing political show hosted by a female, they probably got an episode on why I waited to have kids or why I don't need a man. All of that stuff happens all the time, and it's getting through to people who look out on the world and they feel like, well, it sounds very expensive to have kids, it sounds very hard, and all of these cultural inputs are saying that you're going to be less happy. And the left tries to deny our biology constantly. It explains the whole trans phenomenon. They teach people to deny their biology nonstop. Just look at the whole what we witnessed last week with Robert Kennedy. All these people who deny science, trying to lecture him on science. That is the nature of the world that we're living in. And telling women to not have kids clearly has had an effect on some people. But there has been a backlash, and you're seeing that in the positive side of this poll, which are young men who are seeing more than ever having children is a positive. That is a complete rebuke of the system, which is telling young men that what you need to do is you need to play the field. You need to be free to be able to sow your wild oats or whatever. That was the environment I grew up in, Charlie, but there's been people like you, people like me, who are out there saying, actually, it's really rewarding to get married and have a family and have children. That's the best thing you can do. Clearly, that message is getting through. So there's a huge level of positivity with the men, but the women, I feel bad for them right now because they're getting lied to by everyone.
Yeah, and again, so it's just more about the poll. So women who voted for Kamala Harris, liberal women, they were asked what are the top 3 things to rank them, and they didn't even have to consider kids and marriage being top 3. Let me just read the entire poll. This goes to show why liberal women are so unhappy, why so many liberal women are on antidepressants, why so many liberal women are just neurotic and just so unattractive to young men. Because their number one thing is fulfilling job and career, then having the money to do things you want, having emotional stability. This hyper narcissistic. Liberal women inherently are incredibly narcissistic. Fulfilling job and career, having money that you want. What's the number one thing for men? Men want children. Now, what's amazing is that conservative women too, Trump voting women did not put children as a top 5 goal. This is a problem that transcends political lines. This is again, it's way worse, obviously, on the left, but it's still bad on the right. And It's the men who want kids. It's the men who want children. It's the men who want marriage. Again, we have a minute remaining here. What are the implications of this for our politics, Alex Marlow?
Yeah, we need a rejection of modern feminism, which has told women that you'll be happiest if you act like a man. And this is something that is not true. I think they all know it's not true. But there's also the problem, which is that life is expensive and people want to make money as much as possible. And so thus they will maybe tell themselves that I'll be happiest if I focus on that and not on family. But the focus has to be on family, and you have to use that to drive you to create a family unit that creates a lot of success. So we just need to keep the positive messages coming in as much as we can control it, Charlie, and pray that it gets through to as many people as possible.
Alex Marlow is author of Breaking the Law. That is Breaking the Law. I have so much more to say about this. It's just a shocking poll. And again, this is bad civilizationally, everybody, where women who voted for Harris, the least important thing, second least important thing, is having children. It's bad news. That is a hyper-narcissistic generation of women that will have a lot of cats, a lot of antidepressants, a lot of wine, and no children. Right? They follow their leader. Kamala Harris has no biological children. Stay right there, Alex Marlow. What do we have, guys? Oh. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Do me a favor, take out your phone and subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. That is the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. I now know what I think we should invest in. I think that a high growth industry in the next 10 years will be veterinarians. I think we should invest. What is a good veterinarian stock? Or like a harbor away my dog stock? Find that for me. That will be a growth industry. Be right back.
Yep, your worst nightmare. Your car broke down. Now you're worried if it's going to cost you a fortune in repair bills. Unless you already call CarShield, the legit #1 auto protection company in the country. When you're protected with a plan through CarShield, the process is smooth like ice and done in as little as 3 steps. 1. First, the tow truck takes your car to the shop. The cost of towing, covered when you got a plan through CarShield. Next, you probably need to get around while your vehicle's being repaired, right? 2. Plans through CarShield have rental car options too. Then comes the best part. 3. When you pick up your vehicle, you don't have a big repair bill to worry about. CarShield administrators get your covered repairs paid directly to the shop, so you're back on the road with no worries. Call now to get an affordable plan through CarShield for your vehicle before it's too late. When you call CarShield, whether you got a small problem like a power window motor that could cost a few $100s, or a big problem like an engine or transmission that could cost you thousands of dollars, you're taken care of. CarShield is the #1 auto protection company in the country, and their administrators have paid out more than $1 billion in auto repairs. That's billion with a B. CarShield is the choice that gives you the CarShield guarantee. Your rate never goes up, and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Look, it's inevitable. As your car or truck ages, the parts and components are gonna fail. It's not worth the risk. Call CarShield now.
Waiting until your car breaks down is too late. Call CarShield for coverage on up to 5,000 parts and get the CarShield guarantee, where your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Call 800-653-8201. 800-653-8201.
The future of America. And the future is bright. Here is Charlie Kirk.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Alex, why don't you plug your book here? We have about 2 minutes, and then I'm going to do a final segment here. So this will be our last segment together. Alex, plug your book, other things you're working on at Breitbart.com.
Yeah, thank you, Charlie. Very relevant today, because with the Eugene Carroll ruling from the Second Circuit, the most absurd lawfare case that I document in Breaking the Law with the cruel and unusual punishment at the end, I think the Supreme Court is going to throw out at a minimum the punishment here. But this was all cooked up by Reid Hoffman and by George Conway to try to get Trump, embarrass him before the election. So lawfare lives on. It is the biggest threat right now to the MAGA movement. They're working night and day to try to make Trump's life difficult and try to make whoever falls in his footsteps, Charlie, people like you and me, make our lives very, very difficult so that we can't operate in this space without getting harassed by the legal system.
What was the Eugene Carroll state? I saw a little news on that. Just a minute, riff on that for a second, Alex.
Yeah. So Trump is appealing basically on the same grounds of the Letitia James verdict, which was the penalty was thrown out for being cruel and unusual, which I predicted in Breaking the Law because the Eighth Amendment, which it was. Similar thing happened with Eugene Carroll. That was the one where Trump allegedly raped her in a Bergdorf Goodman. The case is completely absurd, start to finish. I got a big thread on my X feed. If people want to go over there and check that out, you can read all the details. They're hilariously absurd. And she asked for $15 million, and the judge rewarded her $90 million. Why? No one knows. But Trump tried to get that thrown out, and the Second Circuit upheld it, but it'll go to the Supreme Court, and I think it'll die there.
Alex Marlow, author of Breaking the Law. Great to see you, my friend. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Charlie.
Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. The Charlie Kirk Show podcast page is where you could download a couple episodes. Right now, we are number 8 in Apple News, which is really great considering we didn't do an episode on any breaking news for about 4 or 5 days because of my trip to Asia. We're number 9. We just went back one slot, which is okay. It's Megyn, Tucker, and Charlie Kirk Show, top 3 conservative podcasts out there. I'll take it. Megyn is a great person. Tucker's phenomenal. And that's a 1-2-3 combo. Boom, boom, boom. Megyn, Tucker, Charlie Kirk Show. Subscribe to our podcast. We'll be right back. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. This poll from NBC News is remarkable. And we know this, and this is a fact. Liberal women are less happy and more lonely. What's funny is when you say this to liberal women, they scream at you that they're super happy, and it's so obvious that they're not. Quote, young liberal women are especially prone nowadays to reporting poor mental health. This was the discovery that Zach Goldberg made almost 5 years ago, poring over Pew data in the spring of 2020. Further research in 2022 found that depression has surged among liberal high school girls in the last decade, and only about half as much so amongst other high schoolers, especially conservatives. And the hatred of Donald Trump fills the void for so many of these people. And coming back from Asia, I could tell you, you do not want to live in a country of declining birth rate. If you have a declining birth rate, then they say we need more people because we have a declining birth rate. The study goes even deeper here. Why the mental health of liberal girls sank first and fastest. We are a decade into the largest epidemic of adolescent mental illness ever recorded. It's time we started treating social media like automobiles and firearms. I'm not so sure about that, but so for men who voted for Harris, being married was ranked last. But what's amazing is that women who voted for Donald Trump, being married was really low on the ladder. The top thing for women who voted for Trump is achieving financial independence, having a job or career you feel fulfilled, owning your own home, being spiritually grounded, which is okay, that's better, having enough money to do the things you want to do. Modern women, this polling shows modern women have become incredible narcissists. And that's not an accusation, it's just what the data shows. And maybe it's true, maybe it's not true. I could tell you on college campuses, it's 100% true. Men are worried more about duty and obligation. That's why men are going back to church. What am I supposed to do? What should I ought to do? What is the essence of my existence? Getting married and having children is a values-based decision. And women have to stop thinking about themselves all the time. Me, me, me. My body, my choice, my decision. Yes, of course you have the freedom and the agency to do that. But not only are you ending up miserable, the country is suffering because of it. This poll shows, more than the right versus left thing, that the values of American women have been corrupted. The values of American men haven't really been corrupted, actually. There's a lot of problems with men, but men want what is the best. Men want to get married. Men want to have children. Men don't just want to have, well, the most important thing is to be able to have the money to do the things I want. It's completely irrelevant. A bunch of trinkets, a bunch of trips, a bunch of selfies traveling the world. There is also the marriage effect. TheAtlantic.com writes, quote, a common narrative is that commitment and motherhood makes women unhappy. New data shows the opposite is true. We know this. We've said this forever. Instead of my body, my choice, it should be my family, my community, my church, my country. Instead of my body, my choice, it should be my kids. Your body, your choice will end up having you miserable. And we've said this forever, but now we have an abundance of data to show it. TheAtlantic.com shows that marriage makes you happier. Wow, what a concept. And whenever I go to these campuses, Charlie, I'm super happy. Why would you say I'm not happy? Screaming into the mic. And I can't. This Wednesday, this thing's about to explode. Because we talk about sex norms. And, some people say, well, I could do it all. And there's a Wall Street Journal piece that shows that women can do it all. For some women, yes, but some women actually don't want it all. Married mothers are the happiest women in America. The data shows it. Married women with children, 40% happiness. No children, they're the least happy. Actually, unmarried with children are the least happy, interestingly. So you should get married and have children. And then they don't want you to own any homes. They want you to rent and be single and be happy. I'm sorry, we need to reject this entire paradigm. But this shows that young men are in a very good spot. Young men want the best stuff. If this poll showed that men were not wanting children, that would be a problem. But isn't it amazing? The women, hilariously, it's the women that get the most fulfillment once they end up having the children. They're like, wow, something's unlocked in me. Yeah, it's called the biological beauty that God built inside of you. If you look at this data right here, though, men who voted for Trump having children, 34% of the most important thing. You'd think that men are career driven. No, men would rather have kids rather than being financially independent. Something strange is happening here. Usually it's the biological clock inside of women that is going off. Now it's the biological clock inside of men. And you know what it is? It's God-given direction. Men are natural leaders, so men know that they must lead society towards having lots of children and lead women towards having lots of children. The silver lining is that if men are coming around, women will likely kind of come around.
so much here. My message to the women of America, get married and have children. You will be happier and the country will be better off. See you guys tomorrow.
When surprise breakdowns happen, American Home Shield will be there to fix or replace parts of the systems and appliances you rely on every day. They help protect your time and money by connecting you with qualified pros and helping pay for covered repairs or replacements. AHS offers flexible and affordable plans for every home. Sign up today and get 50% off. Visit ahs.com or call 833-PLAN-AHS for this limited time offer.
Hello friends, Pat Boone here with a message from the past. Imagine the shock of reading tomorrow's newspaper and discovering the price of gold has doubled to over $1,000 an ounce. Sound impossible? Well, it's not. That's right. Back in 2006, my friends at Swiss America forecast gold prices would top $1,000 an ounce, and they were right. Today, several financial firms are forecasting $3,000 gold. Now, for over 40 years, Swiss America has helped folks like you and me purchase precious metals for home delivery and for our IRAs. So don't miss this opportunity again. Call or text Swiss America at the number on your screen now to receive your free portfolio review and a copy of The Timeless Truth About Gold and Silver. Learn for yourself how easy it is to safeguard your money. Call or text Swiss America today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Every person who has taken me on this road to that prison is a friggin' Democrat and a Trump hater.
When former White House advisor Peter Navarro stood on principle, he never imagined it would land him behind bars.
They demanded that I break the law.
But he refused to betray Donald Trump or the Constitution and paid the price as a political prisoner. Locked inside a Miami federal prison, Peter found two lifelines, postcards of hope to his fiancée Bonnie Pixie Brenner, and a hidden multi-million-dollar prison scandal he's now exposing. Went to prison so you won't have to. Peter and Pixie share a riveting prison diary, a heartfelt love story, and a shocking look at injustice in America's prison system. Stand with Peter. Scan the QR code now or go to Amazon.com to order your copy.
I went to prison so you won't have to.
Happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is king.
2 weeks ago in Minneapolis, a demonic killer shot 21 people and murdered the two precious children at a Catholic school. Can you believe that? Hard to believe. Our hearts are shattered for the families of those beautiful children. And the Trump administration will have no tolerance for terrorism or political violence, and that includes hate crimes against Christians, Jews, or anybody else. We're not going to allow it.
ICE is beefing up operations in the Windy City.
Over in Chicago, protests and outrage for their mission only grew larger over the weekend. Immigration officers swept through Chicago streets with several arrests caught on camera. President Trump says the mission is to make America's third largest city safer.
We're going to clean up our cities. We're going to clean them up so they don't kill 5 people every weekend. That's not war. That's common sense.
Coming out of Center City, one person in custody tonight after a woman was shot and killed. It all happened in the middle of the afternoon, right along a busy Chestnut Street. This entire crime was caught on video.
A young woman stabbed to death while riding the light rail train. New surveillance video showing the moment the woman entered the blue line and then she takes a seat. She sits down directly in front of the Carlos Brown. That's the suspect. A short time after that, Brown pulls out what appears to be a pocket knife and suddenly stabs her multiple times. She died there at the scene. Brown was arrested on the platform shortly after.
Just give my love and hope to the family of the young woman who was stabbed in Charlotte by a madman. We have to be able to handle that. If we don't handle that, we don't have a country.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition, Human Events Daily. We're here live, Washington, D.C. Today is September 8th, Anno Domini 2025. Today is the birthday of Mary, and President Trump just posted up on Truth Social, happy birthday to Mary, the Queen of Peace, and posted a very famous statue of Mary as well, a beautiful statue, a beautiful rendition of the Madonna and her son. Of course, one of the most cherished pieces of artwork, spiritually inspired artwork in the entire world. And you can see this. By the way, this is why Christian artwork is not replicable by atheists, because it was in fact handcrafted by angels. But President Trump holding an incredible morning. I got to be there with him. I was in the room at the Museum of the Bible all morning today, there as President Trump gave this incredible speech. Just unbelievable to hear this from the words of an American president there at the Museum of the Bible. Same stage, by the way, where, if you guys remember, we went to see the Narnia play, Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, where it's actually started a second run because it was so popular. If you're in D.C., if you're coming to D.C. while they're having the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, please go. It's amazing. It's going to be so much better than anything or whatever it is that Greta Gerwig, the anti-male Greta Gerwig, is putting out at Netflix. So please go see Narnia at the Museum of the Bible. I'm not exactly sure how long it's running, a couple more weeks. But President Trump up on that same stage today, giving a full-throated endorsement of religion in America. There is no such thing as separation of church and state. The First Amendment to our Constitution provides for the protection of the free expression of religion and the free practice of religion in our country. And we heard from witness after witness of kids, young children who were in, I believe all of them were in public schools, and they were told again and again, you can't sing that song. You can't have that prayer group. You can't give a speech where you give thanks to Jesus Christ, our King. Even a little girl, this was, and for me, I just, heartbreaking, because she was told that even during COVID, that she couldn't wear a mask that said, Jesus loves me. She was 9 years old. But they fought back. The kids fought back. The parents sided with the kids. They went and they sought action, and guess what? The United States Constitution was on their side. And now we have a president, President Trump, who's actually standing up for all of this. President Trump, whose life itself was handed to him by God when he was saved by a miracle, when he was saved by the hand of God, by the sword of St. Michael the Archangel on a field in Butler, when he went through I would say transformation, but perhaps, I don't know, maybe thinking a little bit more biblically today, maybe it was an anointing. An anointing was performed on that field of miracles in Butler, Pennsylvania. And it was great to be there. President Trump, of course, spoke. Bishop Barron was there. Got to see Bishop Barron, Cardinal Dolan, my buddy Eric Metaxas, a few other friends. And we're going to talk all about all of that as we continue the show. But President Trump also spoke very forcefully about a lot of the violence that we've seen lately, the horrific violence in Charlotte, North Carolina, a young Ukrainian refugee slaughtered to death on a train, and 2 Catholic children who were killed while attending Mass by a demonic. And President Trump used the word President Trump used the word demonic for the killing of these children, because that's what it was, demonic. And they are child martyrs now. They are child martyrs for the Christian faith on American soil. And thank God we have a president who's standing up to do something about it and has now started not only the law and order portion, but a new initiative called America Prays, which I'm happy to say that I'm going to be a supporter of. So we'll be right back here. Lots to talk about. Human Events Daily.
The poverty is unimaginable. There are people who are struggling.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people, now is the time.
This is the home of Galina. She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
She has one pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never known. There are good people that love you.
You see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
Right now in Ukraine, elderly Jews are trapped in unbearable poverty. If you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help rush a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me? I'm doomed to starve.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
Eggs. It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, we see you and we're here to help.
Please don't delay. Call, scan, or go online now.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
Nothing will stand in our way, and our golden age has just begun.
This is Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
Now it's time for everyone to understand what America First truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, folks, Jack Posobiec, here we are back live, Human Events Daily. We're in Washington, D.C. Folks, right now, all patriots within the sound of my voice, go to patriotmobile.com/POSO. All patriots, again, rush to patriotmobile.com/POSO. Give them a call, 972-PATRIOT, and you, right now, can get a free month of service with promo code POSO. Look, you got a lot of options for your cell phone provider. We know we do. We all do. You've seen the gimmicks. You've seen the ads. But here's what they don't tell you. Those providers are going out and giving your hard-earned dollars, your family's hard-earned dollars that you work for every day, that you strive for, that you suffer for, that you sweat for, and they're handing it, right? Because we all need cell phone providers in this day and age to interact with the economy. They're handing it over to people who hate you. They're using their ESG policies and they're handing it over to woke organizations and they're using it to fund the destruction of our country. So why not give it to people who also use that money for what? Funding the support and betterment and taking back of our country. I call it a little economic warfare. It's called, we do a little economic warfare. So all patriots go to patriotmobile.com/POSO. That's patriotmobile.com/POSO. Give them a call, 972-PATRIOT. Check out all of the options they have and have the peace of mind of knowing you can see right on their site. Remember, that site is patriotmobile.com/POSO. all the things that they do to support our first responders, our Second Amendment groups, our First Amendment groups, our religious liberty groups, which we're going to be talking about in just a second here on the program. That's Patriot Mobile, and they are the only ones who are going to do it. That's why you need to go and support them. Someone else who supports religious liberty and the exercise of religion, but also the truth of religion and standing up for the truth in a way that she always stands up, because she's never going to back down, is Megan Basham. She joins us now. She's a New York Times best-selling journalist from the Daily Wire. And in fact, her book, Shepherds for Sale, is incredibly linked to everything we're going to be talking about today. Megan, how are you?
I'm good, Jack. Thanks for having me. I appreciate being here.
Well, it's amazing because we had already booked you today, and we knew the president was going to be giving a speech on religious liberty. I did not, and I was in the room. I'll ask you what your thoughts were. I did not expect him to go as hard as he did this morning. He went all the way in. He went absolutely in the paint and said, America must return to Christ. And he made the argument. He linked it to crime and violence and decay in a way that, this is a very Christian understanding that society is based around this concept. And it's amazing because you're seeing it from, and he mentioned in the speech, he said, look, I'm a businessman. I don't come from your world. I don't come from the religious background. He of course grew up attending sermons with Norman Vincent Peale. I think that's been reported a number of times, and certainly has adopted a lot of his speaking aphorisms and mannerisms, but positivity. But at the same time, he's not exactly known for his religious pronouncements. And here he is saying, look, we need to bring faith back into America for America to get out of the situation we're in. It was nothing short of incredible.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing two different parts of Trump here. In the one sense, after what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania, I think we have seen a transformed president here. I don't know how you can look at those events and not see Providence's hand on him. It clearly is. We know that God ordains leaders. He ordains when empires rise and fall. And, whether you like it or not, he ordained that Donald Trump would be president of the United States. And so as Trump is carrying out these policies, I think we see him seeing both sides of the coin of what needs to happen to restore to the United States to its great moral glory. So on the one hand, we need a government that does what Romans 13 tells us that the government should do, and that is terrorize the wicked for the benefit of the innocent. And for a long time, we have not seen that in our political leadership. We have seen people that wanted to terrorize the innocent by allowing the wicked to run free. And that's what we've seen. So Trump is dealing with that part of the issue. But on the other side, we also have that famous John Adams aphorism that our republic cannot function unless we have a moral, religious people. And I think that Trump clearly sees that too. He sees that we need a people who understands where their moral grounding comes from. And that comes from the Bible and it comes from Christianity. So he's openly acknowledging that. I think that's a wonderful thing. What's a little disappointing to me, and it is something that I covered in my book, Shepherds for Sale, is how little support he has gotten from some of the mainstream, really well-known pastors who you think would be celebrating this effort. But I think a lot of them did not back him in the election. And so what you have is a pastorate that is now ashamed that they did not see what so many of the rank and file in the pews saw when they went ahead and pulled that lever for Trump. And so now, they're trying to sort of subtly shift their position, but they're not talking about these issues anymore. And I think in a large part because they know that they didn't support the president. We have a lot of pastors who did support the president, but I want to be clear that, those who sit at the top of some of our most elite institutions, organizations like the National Association of Evangelicals or Christianity Today, they opposed him. And I don't see how they can help be anything but shamed when they look at the positions he's taking now.
I mean, it's truly amazing. And I remember having had this argument with so many Christians going all the way back to 2015, 2016. And I said, God often works through imperfect instruments. And if you've actually read the Bible and understood what these examples, that it would say, how could I vote for a person like that? I said, what do you mean? Just read it. Read the stories that are in the Bible. Read the stories that are listed for us, the historical narrative it's again and again and again. What God does is he takes imperfect vessels and he holds them up and uses them and anoints them to, in many cases, to rule nations and to make those nations greater. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say, that Donald Trump is, has the hand of God, but, in every little thing that he does or something. But when you step back and you have to say, something is at work here, something bigger and something absolutely stronger is at work. You see this in voting patterns. You see this with the president, and he's clearly a man who's now discussing faith much more openly and much more freely than he ever has before. And it obviously happened, or made that change there in Butler, Pennsylvania last year.
Yeah, I absolutely see that. And I'll be honest, I don't see how you can read scripture and look at this presidency and not see that Proverbs tells us the heart of the king is in the Lord's hands, and he's going to direct it in any direction that he wants. And I think he has directed it in such a way in the previous administration that a lot of things were revealed that, have been disturbing. And there was a level of rot there that we have needed to address for a long time. And I think that has been providentially revealed. And I think it was providentially revealed by a unique personality, let's say, that had the fortitude to continue to fight when most of us would have given up. So, when I look at this, I just go, Lord, if you had put me in that position, I have such a personality that I don't know if I could have withstood that kind of lawfare, that kind of onslaught. And so it did take a unique personality to be able to do that. And I absolutely, as a Christian, have to believe, because scripture tells me that God ordains the times of men. So this is ordained. And, as somebody who is living in Charlotte, as we just saw this incredible, shocking, horrific crime play out, I go, thank you, Lord, that we have someone in the White House right now who is looking at what's happening in our inner cities and saying, I have been invested by God with the sword of authority, with the sword of government, and I'm going to use it for the good of the people. And that's what we see him doing in cleaning up Chicago and cleaning up Washington, D.C. And so I really hope that my own state, in the wake of this horrific murder and increasing crime rates, follows suit.
Well, I couldn't agree more. And we're coming up, we've got a couple of minutes till the break, but I want to get deeper into that specific story with you in the next segment. By the way, I'd love to throw on that list Philadelphia, because not only is that, I'm from that area originally, but I grew up in the Archdiocese of Philadelphia, going to those schools. But, if we're doing this Super Centennial, I love that name so much better, Super Centennial next year, well, we got to clean up Philadelphia. We don't have much time. We've got, 9 months between now and July 4th, 2026. So time's a wasting, and that's great. We're doing Baltimore. That's great. And it's really every city, though. It's really every city. And we need to actually get up and say what's right. We just saw, Philadelphia, this some kind of shootout, right? And this is Center City. This is a place where, where like the nice shops are, where you would go and go out with your kids for shopping on a Sunday. And here we have, I saw this video of a guy standing over a girl and shooting her in the street. And there's some more information that's coming out that's saying she had the gun first, and then he got the gun off of her. And it's just horrific. The whole thing's crazy. We don't know what's going on here, but we know it's wrong, right? People want to say, oh, well, she had the guns. It's nuts. It's completely nuts, and our cities have gotten chaotic. And yet you talk to the DA there, our illustrious Soros DA, Larry Krasner in Philadelphia, and he'll say Trump's the problem. He'll say, this is Trump's fault.
Right. And you're seeing the same thing here in Charlotte. I don't know that we have quite the crime rate that probably Philadelphia has, but just as you said, that's a popular shopping area, that it's not known as a dangerous part of town. The exact same story for this terrible death of Irina Zarutska, the Ukrainian refugee who came here to escape a war-torn country. And it turns out she might have been safer in Ukraine. She was in an area of town that is very popular. It's got trendy boutiques, trendy shops, restaurants. My family and I go there regularly. One of my favorite restaurants is right by that train stop. So, you know, it was really astonishing to me to see that it's not just happening in areas where you go, oh, that's a dangerous area, it's unsafe, we'll just avoid it. No, it's happening in areas where everyone
It's broken
goes.
out everywhere. Megan, we're coming up on our break right now. I want to dig into this story, the story of Irina Zarutska. Going to be up next. Human Events Daily, Real America's Voice.
Hi, I'm Caleb, and this is my story. I was born with osteogenesis imperfecta, or brittle bone disease. I have broken my bones almost 200 times, and I have had 11 surgeries. But I didn't let that stop me. I love to bike ride, climb, race, and I'm learning how to stand and walk. Well, I can only do all of this because of generous people like you and Shriners Hospitals for Children.
And for the past 100 years, Shriners Children's has become family to millions of kids. But it's only possible because of people like you.
Shriners Hospitals for Children is only able to provide this world-class, life-changing medical care because of the generous gifts of people just like you.
Because of you, I can ride my bike. I can play basketball. Because of people like you, I can play the trombone. I can smile.
Will you send your love to the rescue today?
When you go online to loveshriners.org, you'll help make all of this possible for kids like me.
Like me.
Like me.
When you say yes to giving just $19 a month, only 63 cents a day, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a reminder of all the kids you're helping every day.
Your gift, no matter how small, can help a child today.
This is your moment to make a difference.
When you pick up your phone, I know you have it right there, and call to give. You're helping kids like me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Please call or go online now. If operators are busy, please call again or give right away at loveshriners.org.
Your gift makes a difference. Thank you for giving.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Today, you know, they talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Sobek, where's Jack? Jack, he's done a great job.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we're back here live, Human Events Daily. We're on with Megan Basham. She's out of Charlotte, North Carolina. She's also a journalist with the Daily Wire. And this horrific killing of Irina Zarutska, a Ukrainian refugee, young girl, young blonde girl, you know, I don't think her being Ukrainian actually had anything to do with it other than it just adds to the tragedy that she was trying to flee a war-torn country and ends up being killed herself here in the United States where she's supposed to be saved. And President Trump brought this up earlier today. I want to try to pull this clip. I'm going to see if the guys can get it. But in a speech that I was attending at the Museum of the Bible, he was referring to this horrific video. And he said, essentially, you have to do horrible things to stop horrible things. And as disgusting as it was, you could hear it. You could hear in his voice a father's heart, where he's got two daughters, and the resolve that we must respond with force, with military, law enforcement, whatever it is, to stop all of this. Megan, why was this person sitting behind her on this train?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And, you know, I want to start by just highlighting some of the responses of the media and our local leadership here in North Carolina, because obviously the legacy media has had a total blockout on this story until this morning when they finally started talking about it a little bit because of the outcry. And then you've got our Democrat governor who after more than 2 weeks, finally acknowledged this murder after massive public shaming. And then you have our mayor, who put out her initial statement, did not mention the victim at all. In fact, she called for empathy and compassion for the perpetrator. She said, "We will never arrest our way out of issues such as homelessness and mental health. I want to be clear that I'm not villainizing those who struggle with mental health or who are unhoused. Mental health is just a disease like any other and deserves compassion like cancer or heart disease." So she is comparing this violent killer on the streets to someone with cancer or heart disease. Now, the reason that they're putting out this kind of rhetoric, and the reason that our mayor, Live Viles, was out thanking the media who chose not to share this video, is because they don't want you to know about the policies that led to it. So immediately in the wake of George Floyd's death back in 2020, our current governor was then Attorney General. He's a Democrat, Josh Stein. He instituted a task force in racial equity in criminal justice. So kind of a mouthful. But so he instituted this racial justice task force that was supposed to reform our policing and court system. Well, here's the policies it put in place. Expanded pre-trial release, which means they wanted minority arrests to be released with little or no bail. They also wanted to decriminalize homelessness and what they called public behavior, meaning basically being a menace on the public streets. Now, this man, DeCarlos Brown, was arrested 14 times before, including for grand larceny, breaking and entering, assault with a deadly weapon. He had many arrests. So the problem here was not policing. In fact, he had 4 encounters, I think, in 2024 with this CMPD. And every time, and in this case, it was the public behavior, being homeless, creating a menace on the streets. Every time they released him to resources, they didn't jail him. His most recent arrest was in January. And in that case, he called 911 from a hospital. He was apparently freaking out at the hospital. The hospital staff didn't know how to deal with him. They called the police when he was saying there was something inside his body that was man-made and controlling him. So the police, not knowing how to handle him at that point, told him to just disperse. And instead he called 911. Well, when he went before the judge on these charges, even though he has this long history, and even though he's clearly a violent threat and been diagnosed with schizophrenia, she once again released him on pre-trial release. Now, that's really important to know because that is what this task force pushed for. These were the policies that Josh Stein's racial equity task force pushed for. And now we see the results. And, it's not just in this one case. This case is getting a lot of attention, as it should. But if you look at the statistics, homicides in Charlotte are up 25% last year. And it was the second highest year on record. The first highest was 2020 when we indulged the Black Lives Matter riots. Shootings into occupied properties are up 40% since 2020. We have all kinds of crimes like that. Our violent crime rate is skyrocketing, and it's specifically because of the policies that came out of that Black Lives Matter social justice moment where suddenly they said, well, we have to have racial equity, so we can't jail these violent offenders. Instead, we have to give them pretrial release. And that's what happened here.
And Megan, you wrote about let's connect it back to religion now, because you wrote about this, how there are so many in Shepherds for Sale, that there are many churches now or faith-based organizations that are also preaching this incredibly radical social justice.
Yeah. And, I'll tell you what's really disturbing to me is that so many of these pastors, one of the, most followed, most known pastors in the country is Stephen Furtick. He's right here in Charlotte. He was certainly someone who was prominently promoting Black Lives Matter. He frequently posted about George Floyd, did the Black Square, all of that. He has said nothing about this death in his own backyard. I could name a number of other North Carolina well-known pastors. The former president of the Southern Baptist Convention, which is the largest Protestant denomination in the United States, its president, J.D. Greer, is a pastor here in Raleigh. He also promoted Black Lives Matter. He said that evangelicals should use the slogan and support their police reforms. He has also said nothing about this death in his own state. And it's really important important because these are the pastors who helped legitimize these false Black Lives Matter claims that we had racial injustice in our policing and court system. And these were their support of these things helped gin up public support to back these policies that are now increasing our crime rates and making us unsafe in our city centers. So now you have a new administration that has to come in and deal with these problems.
It's sick. It's disgusting. But you know what? We've got truth on our side, and we're going to fight back. Megan Basham, you are fighting back. Tell people where they can follow you, where they can get the book.
You can find me on Twitter at Meg Basham, Instagram at journalist Megan Basham, and you can buy Shepherds for Sale, where I go into a lot of how these pastors supported Black Lives Matter and the social justice movement, really anywhere books are sold.
Megan Basham, go give her a follow, folks. Thank you so much for being here once again on Human Events Daily. We're going to get into more about the America Praise initiative with John Yep. Catholics for Catholics joins us next here on Real America's Voice, Human Events Daily.
Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be using this. Particle 6-in-1 Face Cream for Men, the first of its kind anti-aging cream designed specifically for men. Fights eye bags, dark spots, and wrinkles. Visit ParticleMen.com and use the promo code on your screen to receive 25% off your entire order. Plus, we've got free shipping and a 30-day money-back guarantee. www.ParticleMen.com. Because seeing is believing.
Fellow Americans, did you know a war is being waged right now for how you spend your hard-earned dollars? Over 100 countries worldwide are preparing to switch to a digital currency. Now, this means cash will be replaced by money governments can monitor and track. This tracking makes it possible to collect data from every purchase you make and the ability to decide what you can buy and when you can buy it. What's more, your assets can be frozen or even seized. I'm appalled at such an assault on financial privacy. My friends at Swiss America have a report called The Secret War on Cash with an action plan to protect your financial privacy. So please, call or text the number on your screen for a free copy. With the growing reality of a government-backed digital currency, the time to act is now. So call or text the number on your screen for your free Secret War report.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
And Jack, where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
Jack Posobiec back live here, Human Events Daily, Washington, D.C. I want to play, I know we have a couple more clips from President Trump's speech. One specifically, he talked about what his policy is when we have horrible killings.
There are evil people. We're all people of religion, but there are evil people, and we have to confront that. I just give my love and hope to the family of the young woman who was stabbed this morning or last night in Charlotte by a madman, a lunatic. Just got up and started. It's right on the tape. Not really watchable because it's so horrible, but just viciously stabbed. She's just sitting there. So they're evil people. We have to be able to handle that. If we don't handle that, we don't have a country. You know, when you have horrible killings, you have to take horrible actions. And the actions that we take are nothing. This cashless bail started a wave in our country where a killer kills somebody and is out on the street by the afternoon. In many cases, going out and killing again. Cashless bail. And you try and reason with people like in Chicago with the governor and the mayor. You try and reason with them, and it's like you're talking to a wall. It's just doesn't. I assume it's just a political ideology. They're not stupid people. Must be an ideology that's just buried in their head, and you can't do a damn thing about it. And we'd love to go into Chicago and straighten it out. You know, Washington, D.C., you'll be happy to know, is a free and safe zone. It's so safe right
now. I mean, just sitting there and hearing President Trump talk about this, confronting evil. Actually, and guys, do we actually have the clip where he talked about the Minneapolis shooting? Because I want to play that. I want to play that as well, if we have that clip.
Two weeks ago in Minneapolis, a demonic killer shot 21 people and murdered the two precious children at a Catholic school. Can you believe that? Hard to believe. And time goes by and people say, oh, I sort of remembered, but I remembered. I'll always remember it. What a horrible thing. Too many happens too much. Our hearts are shattered for the families of those beautiful children. And I've made clear that Attorney General Pam Bondi is working really hard, that we must get answers about the causes of these repeated attacks. And we're working very, very hard on that. The Trump administration will have no tolerance for terrorism or political violence, and that includes hate crimes against Christians, Jews, or anybody else. We're not going to allow it.
And one more I want to get into, President Trump talking about anti-Christian bias.
And I created the first ever Department of Justice task force to eradicate anti-Christian bias. And for those people that are a little bit naive or not well read, there is a tremendous anti-Christian bias. We don't hear about it. We don't think about it. You hear about anti-Semitic, but you don't hear about anti-Christian. Now, you have a strong anti-Christian bias, but we're ending that rapidly. I will tell you, it's a whole. We're in a much different world today than we were 1 year ago. This is like a different world.
There you go, folks. President Trump throwing down, absolutely throwing down this morning at the Museum of the Bible. He talked about the ideology, the sick ideology, the indoctrination. We call it communism, Marxism. They're sick in the head and they can't be reasoned with. That's what he said. Sometimes when you have horrible killings, you have to take horrible actions. And he talked about the shootings. He used the word demonic about Minneapolis, and he talked about the anti-Christian bias prevalent in America that goes almost completely unheard of. And I'm glad that my president walked up that mic and talked about it. John Yep, the founder of Catholics for Catholics, joins us now. He was also in the room, seated a little behind me, but I guess he's on the other side. We didn't connect there, so we're connecting here. And John, hearing the President of the United States speak about the demonic in such uncertain terms, I mean, what a sea change it's been from 1 year ago to now.
Absolutely, it has. Trump even said it himself. What a difference between last year and this year. And we're seeing it just, one to this morning was an example of that. Here you have the most powerful person in the world, President of the United States, taking time out of his day to go to the Museum of the Bible. No, not the Museum of the Quran, Museum of the Bible. That in itself is significant too. And just to go there and to have this panel looking specifically at where is the anti-Christian bias that we have seen on a pattern over these past years, specifically in our schools. So to have those representatives there and to hear Trump take questions like that, it was very important for America to watch what was said during that hearing.
Well, and I think, too, as well, talking about, and of course, J.D. Vance, the vice president, and his wife flew up to that school, Annunciation Catholic School, up there in Minneapolis. after experiencing what they experienced. But, to hear the president get into these theological terms, post the image of Our Lady on her birthday, today is the Nativity of Our Lady, and, really going up and saying that, and he's done this for a long, I had Dr. Taylor Marshall on the other day, and the very first time President Trump ever tweeted out one of our interviews, it was me and Dr. Taylor Marshall talking about the war on Christianity. That was 5 years ago. And here we are today talking about the exact same thing in action. And it seems to me, and John, you were instrumental in your group in putting up those billboards about St. Michael the Archangel, one of which went up right outside the fairgrounds there in Butler County, Pennsylvania. Talk to me about the importance of Butler in President Trump's, I'm just going to say it, it feels like he's been anointed.
There is a special anointing that has seemed to have gone on, right? Catholics for Catholics, we were very involved in the last election, getting President Trump elected, chasing out ballots, doing the hard work. And it's only fitting now that we want to join President Trump, or one of the official organizations joining the White House in this campaign of prayer that he has. Now, why would President Trump want to do a campaign of prayer? Because I think you're right, Jack. When he went down on the floor of Butler in that incredible book that you wrote, he came up a different person, right? God anointed him in a special way. And I think he's very cognizant that his time is short. Even look at his comments about Ukraine. Wasn't that so interesting when he was saying the other day, look, I want to stop the war. But why did he say that? He said, look, because he said it in reference to heaven, okay? I mean, would that every world leader would make their decisions based off the fact that, yeah, you're going to die one day, and either you're going to end up in heaven or in hell. So I think, Trump has this very much present in his mind, and it's great to see it. But we have to keep supporting him because it is a spiritual warfare, as we saw in Minnesota last week.
No, it's funny because Politico this morning was talking about Trump's religion, and has Trump found religion? And they said most of the time he only talks about religion in terms of architecture and artwork. And of course, it's the most beautiful in the world because it was designed by angels. But I texted them and I said, he just said he wants to get into heaven. I texted someone I know who works at Politico. I said, don't leave that out. You can't leave that out because something has changed since Butler in him, where I think he's always had respect for religion. I think he's always had a level of reverence for religion. But something happened, and that's, John, and you and I talked about this offline, but when I wrote that book of Bulletproof and it came time to choose the cover, why did I choose the cover? Not with the fist up, but where he's down, where President Trump is down and his hands are clasped in front of him, and it almost seems as though he's in prayer. And you see that light streaming through sort of the hole, and you can actually, that's actually the shoe of the Secret Service agent cutting across, and there's that video of the president talking about the book, and he's holding it up. But he actually asked me why I chose that for the cover, and instead of the other picture. And I said because Mr. President, this is the moment that allowed the next moment. This was the moment that the message was sent.
That's right. And Jack, I'm glad you brought up the whole beauty. Yes, Trump has a special knack for seeing beauty in architecture or whatever. And let's not knock that because, the scholastics actually had a term for that. When a soul would find God through beauty, they call it the via pulchritudinis, the way of beauty. So that, by all means, beauty does speak to Trump. And, I think that has led in a powerful way to him searching out for God and realize that there's deeper meaning in life.
That's exactly right, John. We got to run. Tell people, I know you're literally on your way back to the airport, getting back to the fam. Where can people go to follow you and see everything that Catholics for Catholics is up to?
Yeah, I appreciate the Uber hit, Jack, and the car bouncing. But you can go follow us at cforc.com. Just Google Catholics for Catholics. Also, continuing on the White House's idea for prayer, we will be doing a Catholic prayer for America in Washington, D.C. next March. So follow us there, and we hope to see you there.
I'll be there, John. I will be there. Make America pray again. Jack Posobiec, right back. Real America's Voice.
Yep, your worst nightmare. Your car broke down. Now you're worried if it's going to cost you a fortune in repair bills. Unless you already called CarShield. the legit #1 auto protection company in the country. When you're protected with a plan through CarShield, the process is smooth like ice and done in as little as 3 steps. 1. First, the tow truck takes your car to the shop. The cost of towing, covered when you got a plan through CarShield. Next, you probably need to get around while your vehicle's being repaired, right? 2. Plans through CarShield have rental car options too. Then comes the best part. 3. When you pick up your vehicle, you don't have a big repair bill to worry about. CarShield administrators get your covered repairs paid directly to the shop, so you're back on the road with no worries. Call now to get an affordable plan through CarShield for your vehicle before it's too late. When you call CarShield, whether you got a small problem like a power window motor that could cost a few $100s, or a big problem like an engine or transmission that could cost you thousands of dollars, you're taken care of. CarShield is the #1 auto protection company in the country, and their administrators have paid out more than $1 billion in auto repairs. That's billion with a B. CarShield is the choice that gives you the CarShield guarantee. Your rate never goes up, and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Look, it's inevitable. As your car or truck ages, the parts and components are gonna fail. It's not worth the risk. Call CarShield now.
Waiting until your car breaks down is too late. Call CarShield for coverage on up to 5,000 parts and get the CarShield guarantee, where your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Call 800-653-8201. 800-653-8201.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Jack is a great guy. He's written a fantastic book. Everybody's talking about it. Go get it. And he's been my friend right from the beginning of this whole beautiful event. And we're going to turn it around and make our country great again. Amen.
All right, Jack Sobek back. Human Events Daily, Washington, D.C. We just played that clip, President Trump talking about the book Bulletproof, looking at the cover that we were just showing. And I don't know if I've ever told that story before about what he said when he asked me why I chose that pick as the cover. Funny backstory, little program note for you, that video that you just saw of President Trump and myself was actually filmed by Charlie Kirk. We're all back there, and just kind of worked out that way. So appreciate that, Charlie, as always. And again, that was why we chose it. But there's a little something else that I wanted to switch gears a little bit to talk about, as not just a religious guy, but I got to talk about this as a lifelong Philadelphia sports fan. And I grew up going to Phillies games at the Vet with my dad. And, you know, something that happens at those Phillies games, foul balls, and even the far more elusive and far more valuable home runs. And this video went mega viral over the weekend. I've gone viral for talking about it and coming down on it because while everybody wants to talk about the bad behavior of the Philly Karen, the Philadelphia Karen here, or the Phillies Karen, because it's actually down in Miami where this game was held, nobody seems to be talking about the bad behavior of the father. No one, other than myself, is pointing out, or at least was pointing out, that this father is actually the one who's more at fault. And here's why. People say she took the ball from the son. People say that she took the ball from the little kid. But excuse me, go look at the video. Just watch it. It's right there. You can all see it. She didn't take the ball from the kid. She didn't take the ball from the kid once. What did she do? This entitled, loud, angry Karen, she yelled, she pointed fingers, but who took the ball from the boy? It wasn't her. It was his own father. His own father on his birthday took a home run ball from his son's glove and handed it over to this shrieking harpy. Then he gave an interview. Whole family gave an interview. So we got that for you. Let's play it now.
I wasn't very happy that we had to give it to her, but we can't win. She was gonna get it anyways.
Sure. Yeah, she wasn't gonna take it, but I decided to give her the ball. I apologize to you, but it was the right thing. We just wanted her to go away.
Yeah.
And it worked out. You got a bat.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Dad, do you have any regrets giving the ball back?
Yeah, like I said, it's, that was what we were there for. We were there to get a home run ball. So I thought I had accomplished this great thing, and putting in his glove meant a lot. And she was just so adamant and loud and yelling and persistent, and I just didn't want to deal with it anymore. There was hundreds of people, just staring. And like I said, she was very, very, very close. And I'm dad of the family, so I didn't want to do something I'd regret. And that was the choice I made, is to just hand the ball back and tell her, go away.
Do I even need to say anything? Do I even need to say anything? Look at how dejected this family looks. All of them. From the father to the son to the young daughter. The body language is everything. The body language is a Greek tragedy here. You can actually see the daughter, she's looking down her nose, like the expression. She literally does the expression of looking down her nose at the father. And the son? Son's not excited. Son's not happy. I saw all these people in my, coming at me all weekend saying, oh, but he got a bat. And you mentioned there, well, you got a bat out of it, huh? You got a bat, huh? He doesn't want a participation trophy. He wants the real thing. He wants to win. I saw so many people over the weekend say, but Jack, it's just a baseball game. It's just an object. Oh my gosh. Do you really think this is about baseball? This is about the decline of American masculinity that is indelibly linked to the decline of the West. This is why our nations are in collapse, because you handed it over. You weak men with no chests handed everything over to the angry Karens, and weak men make hard times. This is exactly what it's all about. This is not about baseball. This is about knowing that it is important to win. The son didn't want to lose and get a consolation prize. He wanted to win. And he wanted to know that his father was a winner. And he wanted to respect his father. And so did the daughter. She absolutely wanted it. You look to your dad for protection. You look for your dad for strength. You look for your dad to be your rock. I'll tell you one thing. I've been to a lot of baseball games with my dad. I never seen my dad hand a ball away to someone who's screaming at him, nor would he ever, absolutely ever, give a ball away like that. It's just not done. And it's real simple. It's about winning. It's about giving something to your son. It's about teaching him that lesson. It's about being a role model and standing up for what's right in the world. That's what it's about. Never, ever submit or surrender in front of your children in a situation like this. What lesson is he teaching his son? And also, by the way, what lesson is he teaching his daughter? He's teaching his daughter that the Karen's going to win. So if you want to win, just go be a Karen. He's teaching his son that, and his son says it. That's where it's heartbreaking. He's teaching the son that winning isn't even an option. Right? Whatever happened, it used to be the part of the American spirit was failure is not an option. Failure is not an option. Winning is not an option? What do you mean winning is not an option? He says it, we can't win. She was going to get it anyway. She was going to get it anyway. And you can see his spirit crushed in that. So this is my message to all the dads out there. You got to step up. You just got to step up. When they're screaming in your face, when they're jabbing their bony little finger, just say no. Just say no, sit down. As Christ said, turn the other cheek, but stand your ground. A lot of people get that wrong. Christ didn't say submit or surrender. Christ said turn the other cheek, as in don't back down. Stand your ground. Of course, Christ doesn't teach about submission. If that were true, why are there Christian martyrs, by the way, in the early church? It's full of Christian martyrs. There were so many Christian martyrs in the early church who refused to submit or cower or surrender to the Romans, right? That there were so many feast days for them that had to be turned into All Saints' Day because there were just too many martyrs, because they kept getting killed because they refused to submit. Jesus didn't teach submission. He didn't teach you to be a weakling, to be a coward, to be a soy boy. No. Stand up, say no, say, excuse me, ma'am, that ball is my son's. Today is his birthday. He's not giving it up, and we're not giving it up. So you can go back to your seat, you can sit down. Why don't you go put up a few more yard signs? I'm sure you got plenty already. Go grab a beer, whatever you want. You're not getting that ball. You're not getting it. And it's as simple as that. It's not about this one man and this one boy and this one family, but it's a teachable moment, because it is about the millions of times throughout our society where these interactions take place on a daily basis, and men submit because they say, oh, just didn't want to deal with it anymore. Just didn't want to deal with it anymore. Well, at what point are men going to step up? When your little girls are being stabbed to death for riding a train in Charlotte? Or at that point, are you going to step up and say no more? Or maybe you just say no from the very start. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, you have my permission to lay ashore.
Hey, just want to say thank you for your service.
Yeah, sure.
I'm sure you've heard that before, but we want you to know that we understand the freedoms and liberties in this country are because of people like you who served and gave everything for the cause of freedom. We don't take that lightly. So thank you for everything you've done and sacrificed for us.
Thank you so much. That means a lot to me.
We're ready for our ticket.
It's been paid.
People thank me for my service all the time. But I want to thank you for being someone
worth fighting for. You make it all worth it. If you really want to thank me and other veterans like me, go to helpdav.org and support disabled American veterans. That is the best way to say thank you and keep our promise to our nation's heroes.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by going to helpdav.org right now, or call the number on your screen and give your monthly support of only $19. Your support lets our disabled veterans know you appreciate them and everything they have sacrificed for us. When you do, we'll send you this DAV blanket as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who served.
When you support DAV, you're showing veterans like me that you were worth fighting for.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support in this moment honors our veteran service.
This is America's Voice Live.
And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Griffin.
The pulse of the people.
We need somebody that's going to hear the people's voice.
The truth the mainstream won't touch.
This guy is by definition a globalist.
And the stories that matter.
Rav's own Ben Berquam.
Right up over this hill, we got armed cartel. I see him.
Live.
Breaking news right now here on Real America's Voice.
Unfiltered.
These people are domestic terrorists.
And unapologetic.
We're here to take a stand for God and country. Does feel good, doesn't it?
America's Voice Live starts now.
Welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Garrett. It is Monday, the 8th of August, the year of our Lord 2025. Thank you for joining me today on Real America's Voice. We appreciate your patronage every day. Thank you for spending time with us. We have a lot to get to today, from potential rule changes to the nominations process of presidential cabinet nominees to President Trump's remarks at the Museum of the Bible, so much more. Let's dive right in today, okay? Without a doubt, the biggest story to me today is the stabbing and the murder in Charlotte, North Carolina. The Charlotte area transit system has released surveillance footage that shows the final moments of Irina Zarutska, a 23-year-old Ukrainian refugee who fled her home country in 2022 with her mother and sister to get away from the war with Russia. She thought it would be safer here in the United States. Footage shows Zarutska just before 10 p.m. in her pizzeria uniform, scrolling on her phone with a man in a red hoodie standing behind her. Around 4 minutes later, the man pulled out a knife, began stabbing Zarutska 3 times, once in the neck. The Charlotte Mecklenburg Police Department reported that the attack happened just before 10 o'clock, August the 22nd. The suspect, now identified as 34-year-old DeCarlos Brown Jr., who was taken to a hospital for a laceration wound, charged with first-degree murder. A judge now ordering Brown to be evaluated for 60 days in a local hospital. Brown has a lengthy criminal record, including convictions for armed robbery, felony larceny, breaking and entering, and the list goes on. State records show he's been arrested at least 14 times before, spent at least 8 years behind bars for robbery with a dangerous weapon, and is known to have schizophrenia, among other things. The mayor of Charlotte recently stated this: "We will never arrest our way out of issues such as homelessness and mental health. Mental health disease is just that, a disease like any other that needs to be treated with the same compassion, diligence, and commitment as cancer or heart disease. Mental health or not, crime is crime, and murder is murder." It all goes back to the crime issue, not mental health. Joining me today to discuss this, Congressman Mark Harris of North Carolina's 8th Congressional District, as well as former police captain of law enforcement and the director at Byrna Law, Josh Sherrard. Let me start with you, Congressman. This is your state. This is North Carolina. It's appalling. The idea that we can't arrest our way out of protecting these people is foolish. Look, I understand the mental health aspect of this, but leaving people on the street that are dangerous, that stab innocent women to death on the train, I'm sorry, sir, something has to change. Your thoughts?
Absolutely, Steve. Thank you for having me on today. And I think I appreciate so much folks making America aware of just the gigantic proportion of tragedy that has occurred here with this young woman. I mean, you're exactly right. Crime is a serious issue all across our country, and it has come to Charlotte, obviously. And what we saw happen there is something that never should have happened. The lengthy rap sheet that this guy brings with him, showing 14 arrests, is appalling. And the fact that even as recent as January was his last incident, the fact that he has not been held, was not incapacitated, continues to really raise an awful lot of questions of why this is happening. And even his own mother has indicated in an interview I saw that she believed he should have never been out in the community.
Yeah. Josh, let me ask you this. This story has been almost completely ignored. No coverage on NBC, CBS, CNN, The Washington Post, and New York Times, Josh. None of these people covering this story now. We know the criminal is black and the victim is white. If this had been reversed, they'd be ramming this down our throats for 24 hours a day, every day. At the top of the show, bottom of the show, they'd have panels. They'd have everything. But because that's not the narrative that the mainstream media wants, this woman is brutally murdered after fleeing a country at war, and they say nothing. How shameful for the media do you make this?
You're absolutely right. And I completely agree with Congressman Harris in that, we had data, we had history to back this up. And I think that's exactly what's going on here, is it doesn't fit that narrative that wants to pull us away from the actual facts and the actual truth. The United States Sentencing Commission did a study that showed that over 60% of violent offenders would go on to commit violent felonies again. And furthermore, 4 to 5% of all people arrested while on bond will go out and commit a violent felony. So this is right in line with the numbers that we're seeing. and unfortunately, that doesn't fit the narrative that the left would like us to see. So I think that's where this comes down to, is we have to look at those recidivism numbers and just understand that they're so likely to go out and commit felonies again. So why do we keep releasing them, violent offenders back out into the public?
Yeah, it's a failed series of policies. Cashless bail. If you have a mental illness, you're returned back to the streets to commit whatever heinous crime follows here. So, Congressman, what can be done at the legislative level to change this revolving door, to change the fact that criminals are back on the streets sometimes 10, 15 times, like this guy? Even his own mother said he shouldn't be on the streets, and yet this young woman, Arena, has paid with her life for that terrible series of policies. What can we do differently?
Well, I think we ought to just start enforcing a lot of the policies that are already in place. I mean, when you've got judges that are not recognizing, the question I've been asking all day is, all right, he's got a mental illness. Nobody's going to deny that. But how this man could have been incarcerated for 5, 8 years and then not pick up on that. And then when he calls in January of this year, and it was something as simple as making false 911 calls, why in the world would a judge not look at that rap sheet, not recognize what was there, and keep this person incarcerated? I mean, look, John Hinckley Jr. shot Ronald Reagan, and he was put away for a long, long time and wasn't allowed to walk the streets. I just think we've got to start being real about in dealing with mental illness. I don't disagree that we need to do a better job in how we're handling mental illness, but we also don't need to be afraid to keep folks with mental illness incarcerated so that they're not able to be out there. And unfortunately, no matter what we do going forward, it's not going to bring back that 23-year-old young woman who was just ravagely taken from us.
Yeah. Mental illness is not a get-out-of-jail-free card, nor should it be. This idea that there's a revolving door at the county jail or at the state prison is ridiculous. We need to do better as far as this goes. I want to shift gears. I want to stay with the crime. But I want to show you a clip of President Trump just a couple of days ago talking about crime in America. Listen to how he responded to this reporter.
Why? Let me ask you. Yeah. Really higher than Chicago? You're not. Excuse me. Do you know how many people were killed in Chicago last weekend? 8. You know how many people were killed in Chicago the week before? 7. You know how many people were wounded? 74 people were wounded. You think there's worse than that? I don't think so.
I did you a favor. I went and checked the statistics, okay? Because what he was replying to was a question about St. Louis and Memphis being in red states. This is a red herring that the Democrats keep throwing out. Well, red states are more dangerous. No, they're not. Blue cities in red states are more dangerous. Let's be clear about that. In the Labor Day weekend, in that time period, 8 people, like the president said, died. Some report as many as 11, but 8 to 11. St. Louis had 0 murders. Memphis had 0 murders. Let me add that up again for you. 0 and 0. Maybe that's not normal, but that is the fact, Josh. We need to clean up our cities. Memphis is dangerous. St. Louis is dangerous. But Chicago has led the nation in murders for 13 consecutive years. What do we want this trend to continue for 25 years? I don't understand the pushback against making our cities livable again. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we've seen in the last couple of weeks with the new style of law enforcement in D.C., we've seen Chicago have a stark, like you said, pushback to any kind of means or matters like that to move into Chicago. But once again, we see Chicago being at the top of some of the most dangerous cities in the nation. I mean, your chance of being a victim of violent crime in Chicago is about 1 in 84. 1 in 84 every year, you may be a victim of violent crime, and yet they feel as though they're doing a good job. And even when they see a small decrease in that violent crime rate, it still doesn't decrease them past any of the other cities in the U.S. It's still absolutely horrible. So at some point, the Chicagoans need to understand, and hopefully we'll get fed up and say, we're tired of living in one of the most dangerous cities in the world, not the country, dangerous cities in the world, and stand up to their government that is not keeping them safe and that is prioritizing the rights of the suspects and the people that are continuing to break the law by hamstringing law-abiding citizens, not allowing them to protect themselves, not allowing the means to do that, and then prosecuting them when they do. Hopefully, the citizens of Chicago will finally stand up and say enough and understand that what the Trump administration is doing and federal government are trying to help cities be safer and citizens be able to go home every night.
You know, Congressman, I want to ask you this because one of those cities that comes up on the most violent is New Orleans. It's in a red state, Louisiana, and I don't have any opposition to that. If the governor of Louisiana, Jeff Landry, says, look, Mr. President, bring in the National Guard, let's clean up New Orleans. I think that would be terrific if he did that. It would set the stage for those Democratic governors to say, what exactly? Look, you look at 19 of the most dangerous cities in America, they're all run by Democrats. 19 out of 20 of the most violent cities in America are run by Democrats. And so when I say it's a red herring, oh, Tennessee's violent, Louisiana's violent, Alabama's violent, that's because they have big blue cities that have crime rates that are off the charts. We need to do better again. I say that again, Congressman, but I would applaud a governor like Governor Landry to say, that, look, bring them in. Let's clean up New Orleans. What would you say?
I would say I agree 100%. And I think that the more that we're able to give law enforcement that kind of support, listen, for the statistics do not lie. And admittedly, even Mayor Bowser here in Washington, D.C., shared in her press conference about the impact that had been made by this federal help here in Washington. And seeing more than 2,000 arrests that have been made, seeing the number of illegal guns that were seized, seeing that there were actually missing children that were rescued, things that you would think that the left should be celebrating and thankful for, and yet they're playing politics with it. I think it would be awesome to see a governor say, come into our state, come in and help New Orleans, because at the end of the day, again, Mayor Bowser, when she went through her own statistics of carjackings down, she was sharing objective facts. Now, she got over into subjective a little bit and talked about, well, we don't really have the trust issue. But when you're talking about law and order, you're talking about people's safety, you're talking about crime in America, you're talking about real life. And 81% of the people in America have said crime is a major, major issue. And I think it's time that we step up and that our leaders are willing to set politics aside and let's protect people once again.
Let me give you one more statistic before we go, and Josh, I'll let you weigh in on this. The rate of homicides since August the 11th, when the National Guard went into Washington, D.C., if you apply that rate, it's been 5 homicides in that time frame, according to what I find here. That would be 84 annual homicides, less than half of what it is. In fact, the lowest homicide number for an entire year I can find goes back 25 years. It was 88. This would be better than at any time in your lifetime or mine, dating back to at least the 1960s, to have less than 88 murders. How can you argue with success like that? What Donald Trump has done here has made D.C. safer. The numbers do not lie. Your thoughts, Josh?
You're absolutely right. They don't lie. And unfortunately, it's not the argument against the fact that the city might be safer. Some of those people out there are going to argue no matter what this administration does. They could cure cancer and every other disease tomorrow, and there would probably be an issue with it with a certain section of the public. But you can't argue with those numbers. And we're also not seeing, a similar number of violations of privacy or violations of people's rights because there's more police on the street. We're just seeing a safer community. We're not seeing troops and soldiers going through homes or ripping people off the street for absolutely no reason. We're finding a safer community, and we're figuring out that there is a trade-off. If you want a safer community, you need those resources and those assets to come in, and then you need to actually let them do their job and actually go out and arrest criminals. All those cops, every single one of DC Metro and the federal cops, just want to go out, do their job, put bad guys in jail, and make their community safer. And we need to let the rest of the country understand that no matter where that happens, it's the same story, and we can make these cities safer if we're willing to do what it takes.
Yeah, real quick update, Congressman. I recalculated the numbers, 27 days, 5 homicides. That would bring the annual homicide rate in D.C. down to 68. 15 seconds. Last word, Congressman.
Well, again, thank you so much. I'll go back to where we started with this issue in Charlotte. Thank you for speaking the truth. Thank you for exposing that it is a problem. And I think that we've got to be willing to step up and do what we need to do. And I think at the end of the day, voters can take care of business in these metropolitan areas if they'll really step up and start demanding that they have leaders that will be tough on crime.
Gentlemen, really important topic, safety for the citizens. That's the number one job of politicians. Congressman, I know you know that. Josh, thank you for being here as well. Thank you both.
Thank you.
All right. After the break, Senate Majority Leader John Thune has teased nominations and changes in the rules which would help the president get his nominations confirmed faster or at all. Details ahead.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, ride your bike.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, smile big and bright.
Thousands of kids just like me are happy every day.
And it's all because of generous people like you who support Shriners Hospitals for Children every month.
All you have to do is call the number on your screen or go online to loveshriners.org right now with your monthly gift.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children is able to make an everyday miracle happen for kids like me.
If you're happy and you know it, dance around. If you're happy and you know it, play a song.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, take a shot.
And when you call or go online right now to donate $19 a month or more, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you and a reminder of all the smiles you're bringing to kids' faces every day.
Will today be the day you send your love to the rescue?
When you call the number on your screen right now and give as little as $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you'll be making a life-changing difference for a child, just like Sarah.
Your monthly gift today could change your life forever.
Because of you.
We are happy and we know it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please call or go online right now to give. If operators are busy, please wait patiently or go to loveshriners.org right away.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
You know, they just treat Donald Trump differently. You can call it TDS, you can call it whatever you want. Call it politics, sharp-edged politics, whatever you want to call it. But for decades, Democrats and Republicans have normally cooperated to swiftly confirm the many individuals selected by each president to serve in their administration. Not so anymore, because Democrats have made President Trump the first president on record, to not have a single nominee confirmed by voice vote or unanimous consent. Not one. Not only that, but they're also forcing time-consuming votes on non-controversial nominees who go on to be confirmed by large bipartisan margins. Senate Republicans fed up with this attempt to undermine President Trump, which is clearly what it is. So Senate Majority Leader John Thune has teased that he and some of his colleagues have developed a plan based on previous proposals from Senators Amy Klobuchar of Minnesota and Angus King of Maine that would allow the Senate to batch nominations together and clear the growing backlog. The proposal was designed to speed up the confirmation process at a time when the Senate was regularly confirming batches of nominees by voice vote. It's time for a change. Here with me to discuss this, former Congressman and Executive Director of the American Constitutional Rights Union, Lieutenant Colonel Alan West. Colonel, nice to see you, as always.
Thanks so much. Pleasure to be with you, Steve.
Let's talk about this. Look, they won't give Donald Trump one thing. They gave him Marco Rubio. The first nominee went through pretty easily. After that, there's not been a single easy conversation or confirmation. I mean, it's not politics as usual, is it?
No, it's not. And I was just recently with Brent Bozell, who is the head of the Media Research Center, who has been nominated for an ambassador position in South Africa. He has no clue, no idea where that nomination is right now. And so when you hear the left talk about threats to democracy, imagine if the left had won the November 2024 election with such a wide margin, winning every single battleground state, having the incredible, landslide with the Electoral College, and yet Republicans were holding up their nominees for that president. This is the true threat to democracy. It's the true threat to the people that said over 75 million that this is the direction that they wanted the country to go into, but yet the Democrats are out there stonewalling, stalling, and doing everything they can to impede our representative democracy and as well undermine our constitutional republic.
Yeah, absolutely. So how do we, because here's how it's going to get framed by the Democrats and their colleagues in the news media. I mean, you heard about the story of the young woman being stabbed to death in Charlotte. No coverage, none, not even any on any of the major networks, none of the major newspapers, because a guy they let out of jail at least 14 times murdered a young woman. So they're going to frame this as, well, the Republicans are using the nuclear option. The Republicans don't care about democracy. The Republicans are running a... And the list goes on. Colonel, it's going to be the narrative of the left trying to punish those on the right. And sadly, too many people believe this. But the truth of the matter is, it's the Democrats playing games. If a person is elected president, they're allowed to have the people around them they want to serve in that administration. That's how it works, isn't it?
No, you're absolutely right. That's how it works. But you see them being an obstacle and impediment. And I think that's why it's so important, as you and I were talking offline, is that the Republicans get their talking points. They get their narrative right, and they go out on all of the Sunday morning shows and whatever, and they go to MSNBC, CBS, ABC, CNN, PBS, whoever, and they take this argument to them, and they bring up the facts and that, we have never done anything like this, nowhere near anything like this when there have been Democrat presidential administrations. And the fact that you have not had a single voice vote, not a single unanimous consent vote on any of these appointees, what gives with that? Why are they trying to stonewall? Why are they trying to hold up this administration? And without a doubt, it goes back to that Trump derangement syndrome that is a confirmed illness for the progressive socialist Marxist left.
Yeah, and the sad part is this. The Republicans are forced to do this. And as a result, as like I said, the narrative from the left and their colleagues in the media will be, oh my gosh, Donald Trump has used the nuclear option. He's strong-armed people. He's destroying democracy, so on and so forth. As soon as the left gets back in control, if that happens, and let's pray it doesn't, but if that happens, they will use this to the nth degree. They'll take it to a step further because that's what they always do, to a more extreme step. We'll see what happens. I'll give you the last word.
Well, look, Steve, we just saw that with the whole redistricting argument coming out of Texas here. And now we come to find out that there are 8 or 9 blue states that have 0 congressional Republicans in their delegation. We see a place where these Texas Democrats went to, Illinois. They get an F on their redistricting map. So, and of course, the Texas state senators went to Massachusetts. It has 0. So I think, again, we have to expose the hypocrisy of the left. And it's so important that we stop sitting around and allowing them to push and pull and not have any type of pushback from Republicans. It should not have taken this long, 7 months into the administration. So thanks that they finally realized they got to do something about it.
No, they do. Lieutenant Colonel Alan West, always appreciate conversation with you, my friend. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Steve. God bless and God keep you.
God bless you, my friend. All right, before we go to break, I want to tell you about the Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws tour, September 12th through the 13th, featuring live from Studio B, Steve Bannon, Peter Navarro, and a whole lot more. These will be live shows with a live audience, and tickets are on sale now with limited availability. So scan the QR code on the screen now to reserve your spot. You can also tune into Real America's Voice to see the tour from your streaming device. Mark that one down as a must-watch. I'll be right back.
Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be using this. Particle 6-in-1 Face Cream for Men, the first of its kind anti-aging cream designed specifically for men. Fights eye bags, dark spots, and wrinkles. Visit ParticleMen.com and use the promo code on your screen to receive 25% off your entire order. Plus, we've got free shipping and a 30-day money-back guarantee. www.ParticleMen.com. Because seeing is believing.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone's more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on your screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Well, jury selection began earlier today for Ryan Routh. He's accused of plotting to assassinate then candidate Donald Trump through the fence of his West Palm Beach golf club. You remember that. Jurors drawn from South Florida, voter and driver's license records questioned under oath. The Southern District U.S. Attorney's Office leading this prosecution. Routh is representing himself. That ought to be sporting. A 12-person jury and 4 alternates must consider a unanimous verdict required for conviction. Routh faces federal charges of attempted assassination of a major presidential candidate, assault on a federal officer, and multiple firearms violations, and state charges of terrorism and attempted murder, too. He pleaded not guilty, of course. Prosecutors say Routh spent weeks plotting his crime spree, camped near Trump's course with a semi-automatic rifle. Secret Service agents fired at him after spotting his weapon. Investigators later found a letter titled Dear World, in which Routh lamented failing to kill Trump. He had also sought an anti-aircraft weapon and someone to track Trump's flights. Trump is not involved in the trial, of course. Jury selection expected to finish maybe midweek with opening statements on, ironically, September the 11th. 2 suspects have been named in the June 30 shooting that killed 21-year-old Eric Terpinian, a University of Massachusetts Amherst student, about a mile from the White House. The suspects, both 17, identified as Kelvin Thomas Jr. of Southeast D.C. and Jalen Lucas of Northwest D.C. Prosecutors say they fatally shot Tarpinian Yekum and injured a woman and a 16-year-old boy, too. The intern was working for Republican Representative Ron Estes of Kansas. Thomas and Lucas were arrested on September 5th and charged as adults with premeditated first-degree murder while armed. They're being held without bond until their next court date on September 23rd. A warrant has been issued for a third suspect, 18-year-old Niquan Antonio Lucas of Granby, Massachusetts. He remains at large, authorities offering a $50,000 reward for information leading to his arrest. It's unknown if it's related to Jalen Lucas. We'll keep you posted. A new administration in Washington, D.C. has brought a lot of positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken health care system. The reality is, however, that there's only so much the government can do. If we really want to get healthy and make America healthy again, that starts with you, pal. It starts with you at home. That's where the wellness company comes in. You see and hear their doctors right here on a regular basis. And you know that their products are considered the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy. The Wellness Company gives you the opportunity to make sure you are prepared for whatever happens with their series of prescription medical kits. Kits that contain an assortment of life-saving medications and guidebooks to assist in the proper use of these medications. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products from parasite cleanses to methylene blue and weight loss and so much more that can help you stay healthy and live a more productive and satisfying life. Make America healthy again. Starts at home with you. Do your part, please. I want to see you tomorrow. Protect the health of you and your family. Got to do it. Go to twc.health/voice today. twc.health/voice. Do that today and order twc.health/voice. That promo code is going to save you 10%, by the way. The promo code? VOICE. All right, coming up after the break, I'll discuss President Trump's appearance at the Museum of the Bible earlier today with our very own chief White House correspondent, Brian Glenn. Details straight ahead.
Yep, your worst nightmare. Your car broke down. Now you're worried if it's going to cost you a fortune in repair bills. Unless you already called CarShield, the legit #1 auto protection company in the country. When you're protected with a plan through CarShield, the process is smooth like ice and done in as little as 3 steps. 1. First, the tow truck takes your car to the shop. The cost of towing, covered when you got a plan through CarShield. Next, you probably need to get around while your vehicle's being repaired, right? 2. Plans through CarShield have rental car options too. Then comes the best part. 3. When you pick up your vehicle, you don't have a big repair bill to worry about. CarShield administrators get your covered repairs paid directly to the shop, so you're back on the road with no worries. Call now to get an affordable plan through CarShield for your vehicle before it's too late. When you call CarShield, whether you got a small problem like a power window motor that could cost a few $100s, or a big problem like an engine or transmission that could cost you thousands of dollars, you're taken care of. CarShield is the #1 auto protection company in the country, and their administrators have paid out more than $1 billion in auto repairs. That's billion with a B. CarShield is the choice that gives you the CarShield guarantee. Your rate never goes up, and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Look, it's inevitable. As your car or truck ages, the parts and components are gonna fail. It's not worth the risk. Call CarShield now.
Waiting until your car breaks down is too late. Call CarShield for coverage on up to 5,000 parts and get the CarShield guarantee, where your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Call 800-653-8201. 800-653-8201.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
Well, earlier today, President Trump made an appearance at the Museum of the Bible where he remarked on the importance of religious freedom. Of course, it's a cornerstone of this country. President Trump also remarked on the fact that his family's Bible was given to be put up on display, a gesture he marked as a great honor. And he states that the Bible has shaped generations. Joining me to discuss is Real America's Voice Chief White House correspondent Brian Glenn. He's coming to us from that brand new, beautiful Real America's Voice studio in Washington, D.C. Looks gorgeous, of course, Brian, and why not? You might as well be right there.
Good afternoon, Steve.
Nice to see you. All right, so you went along with the president today. Talk about his thoughts today at the Museum of the Bible.
You know, Steve, one of the things that he promised on the campaign trail was to secure religious freedom and really, eradicate any kind of hate or discrimination for really all religious groups. And so today's visit at the Museum of the Bible was a moment that he spoke all about that. And before he spoke, they had several students testify how they were being discriminated in school. We had one guy that was a valedictorian of his school that the school had to preview his speech. And after going through the speech, they realized that he made references, religious references to God and Jesus, being his Lord and Savior. They said, you can't do that. He ended up making that speech and being protected. Also had a girls during COVID. A girl's mask said, Jesus loves you. She was told by the school that you could not wear a mask that had a political or religious message. Come to find out, that was no longer in their guidelines, that was the school just trying to discriminate against that. She wore the mask and she won. Also a talent contest. Kids wanted to basically sing some praise and worship song. The school says, we don't like that. Well, guess what? They end up doing it anyway. And that was just 3 examples of how discrimination in our schools against Christians is fairly rampant. We hear about the war, this faith war that we have, Steve. But today, President Trump is just taking one step further to get rid of that.
You know, I saw something else over the weekend. College football Saturday is back, of course. A lot of people paying attention to that. I saw the University of Oregon football team, almost all of them, kneeling in the end zone, praying in the end zone, individually, not really as a group. And I thought to myself, that's remarkable. Also, Gen Z, right? I heard this statistic today. Gen Z, they have the biggest population at church every Sunday of all groups, yours and mine included. They're kicking our butts, Brian. They're going to church every Sunday and getting in with the word. Honestly,
they are. My church in McKinney, Texas, Anchor Church, is expanding due to the fact that young people more than ever are going to their church, and you see that across really all college football. Steve, I've seen Texas Tech do it here recently, even going down to the high school level. I think these coaches understand that it used to be back in the day, and you and I are about the same age. If we were in high school and it was time to pray on the field, then dadgummit, your coach just prayed. Didn't have to go check with anybody to make sure somebody may not get offended. That's coming back. Right. Now, if you choose not to pray, like Steve, if you don't want to pray, no one's forcing you to pray, but at least you have the freedom to do it.
Right. All right, so you had a chance to speak to the president here recently about a tent. Well, I want you to tell this story a little bit about a tent that was set up there at the White House. You're like, man, that's got to go. You told the president. What happened?
Yeah, well, it's called the Peace Vigil tent. Initially set up in 1978, got its first permit in 1981 to be kind of an anti-nuclear arms tent. But Steve, over the last 40 years, that has morphed into more of a anti-American, and really, from my sources tell me, that's become ground zero for really radical groups like Antifa and some other very destructive groups in our country. And my point to the president was, I have no problem with these groups coming out in front of the White House and exercising their First Amendment right. I really don't. I don't care what they say. But they simply cannot live and pitch a tent, a structure, in that federal park there, Lafayette Park, which has become an eyesore to the whole area. They can't do that. That doesn't give them the right to live in the park. They can voice their opinion all day long, but they cannot live in it. And so President Trump on yesterday morning, I got notification that the park police were out there, the Secret Service, and they got rid of that blue tent. So a lot of criticism, Steve, I've gotten on this, and I want to be perfectly clear. I'm not trying to take away their First Amendment right. They have the right to do that. They just can't live in the park with that structure. And tourists agree. Locals agree. Tourists agree. Go online. People always question why that was allowed. And I really flag it, Steve, under public health concern and also security concerns. That's an enclosed area where something could be hidden to be a dangerous item. So I think it makes common sense to get rid of it. I applaud the president for listening to America and taking action on it.
Makes sense. So you're there, obviously you're in D.C. pretty much every day. On occasion, I'm there to fill in for you. Pretty much you're there every day. You're seeing this change. I saw the change just in crime in general when I was there a week ago. And I just ran the numbers here. Maybe you didn't hear this earlier. 5 homicides in 27 days. That's the number. 5 homicides in 27 days. If that's extrapolated out over a year, that would give D.C. a total of 68 homicides annually. There haven't been less than 90 homicides in D.C. except for one time since 1960. This crime initiative is working. How can you argue with that? The president he's making Washington, D.C. safer. The homeless, all those other tents are gone, too. It's not just that one. All the other tents are gone, too.
It is. I found another structure just a couple blocks away from the White House, and I will be talking to President Trump about that as well. You're absolutely right. I went on a 5.8-mile walk yesterday, saw numerous National Guardsmen. And Steve, they're not just keeping the streets safe, they're keeping the streets clean. They're picking up trash along the way, really adding the service of everyone who lives in this area. So Chicago, get ready. They're not going to just clean up the streets. They're going to make them clean as well. No litter, picking up the trash. And I've been also, heads up on New Orleans, too. I can see President Trump making his way down south as well.
Well, we talked about that earlier. If the governor, Jeff Landry, there in Louisiana says, hey, bring them in. I said bring them in because all that's going to do is shame the Democrat governors that want to keep crime, rampant in their cities. Yeah. If Governor Landry brings in the National Guard and can clean up not maybe just New Orleans, but maybe a couple other cities in Louisiana, kind of hard to argue with it, especially these numbers are remarkable. Brian, always appreciate seeing you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Steve.
Appreciate it. There you have it. Yeah, crime. Guys, this number is it's mind-boggling. When inflation jumps, when you hear the national debt is over $37 trillion, do you ever think maybe now would be a good time to buy some gold? Whether it's a hedge against inflation, peace of mind during global instability, or just for sensible diversification, Birch Gold Group believes every American should own physical gold, and so they created something special. Until September 30th, if you are a first-time gold buyer, Birch Gold is offering a rebate of up to $10,000 in free metal on qualifying purchases. To claim eligibility and start the process, request an information kit now. Just text America to 989898. Plus, Birch Gold can help you roll an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold, and you're still eligible for a rebate and free metals of up to $10,000. Birch Gold is the only precious metals company I trust, as do tens of thousands of satisfied customers. So make right now your first time to buy gold and take advantage of a rebate of up to $10,000 when you buy by September 30th. Text America to 989898. Claim your eligibility and get your free information kit. Again, text America to 989898. All right, coming up after the break, I'll discuss President Trump's meeting with tech CEOs last Thursday, notably Meta's Mark Zuckerberg, and how his claims of conservative voices no longer facing censorship might not be true. More on that after a quick break.
The poverty is unimaginable. There are people who are struggling.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people, now is the time.
This is the home of Galina. She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
She has one pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never known. There are good people that love you.
You see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
Right now in Ukraine, elderly Jews are trapped in unbearable poverty. If you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help rush a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me? I'm doomed to starve.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
Eggs. It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, we see you and we're here to help.
Please don't delay. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Last Thursday, President Trump held a meeting with a myriad of tech CEOs, with one of the biggest inclusions being Meta's Mark Zuckerberg, or Facebook if you prefer. A major point of discussion had to do with the fact that Zuckerberg promised President Trump that conservative voices were no longer being censored. A statement surely meant to quell any speculations of such things occurring going forward. But sometimes things are too good to be true, not as they might appear, as reports indicate that keywords such as MAGA or Trump are still censored, meaning that search engine optimization and algorithms are crippled for conservative voices, which actively stop their messaging from gaining traction. Here with me to discuss is the CEO of YourAmericanFlagStore.com, James Stockey. James, nice to see you again.
Thanks for having me back on, Steve.
I mean, you know what it's like to get shut down. You know what it's like to be stomped on, to have your voice box ripped out, in effect. It's not easy, is it? You've been through this. I mean, it is a life-changing series of events, isn't it?
It absolutely is. I mean, it destroyed our business. 4 years ago, when we were canceled, we had a thriving business. And just with one little algorithm or whatever Mark did, he canceled our business. We no longer had any ability to target, no longer to play. We couldn't place ads. We couldn't target anybody. And right after the election, when Mark Zuckerberg went to President Trump and made this claim that he was no longer going to be doing these things and that he was going to be having community notes and all of these great things, I was optimistic, probably a little bit naive, but, he hasn't changed. It was an absolute lie then, and he's proven it. Just today, I went on to place an ad, and just as it was just on the screen, I put all kinds of things, not just MAGA and Trump, but I put America First. I put Second Amendment. We're not allowed to use those keywords, which actually help us get our ads right in front of the people who want to buy our flags. So, what President Reagan said years and years ago, trust but verify. Well, I did trust, probably a little. I shouldn't have, but I did. And now I can verify that Mark Zuckerberg is a liar. The guy is a liar, and he proved it today. And he's been proving it for a long time. The guy just cannot tell the truth. He will not allow conservatives, businesses to reach out and put our ads in front of conservative buyers.
But wait a second. The Democrats tell me they love America, too. Why would anybody want to block a guy who makes flags? I don't understand.
Well, I've never understood it either. But let me tell you something about Democrats. My wife and I have been running this business now for 8 years, which, of course, I think but a lot of your viewers may not know. This business was our 6-year-old son's idea, and we went out on a limb to build it. And the way that we started to build it was we went around the country setting up a booth where we would present our flags to everyone at state fairs, rodeos, music concerts, gun shows, and it never failed. There was always some liberal that would come in and yell and scream at us. One time, some guy spit on my wife, saying that we were selling a symbol of hate and discrimination. So these lefties have been the same way for a long time. They're completely brainwashed, and they probably are supporting what Mark Zuckerberg does.
Yeah. All right, James, so I understand that you have a giveaway coming up here on Real America's Voice for 9/11. Let's show the folks what that's all about real quick. Watch this.
This year, Real America's Voice is celebrating Patriot Day and honoring 9/11 in a special way. We're giving away 3 beautiful, handcrafted American flags created with care to represent the strength and unity of our nation. These flags come from YourAmericanFlagStore.com.
Made right here in America by my family.
Where 10% of every purchase supports the Your American Flag Foundation, creating memorial flags for first responders and military heroes. knows. It's simple to enter. Just scan the QR code and follow the instructions. But don't wait. The giveaway ends at midnight on the 11th of September. And here's the best part. Our 3 winners will be announced on the Live from Studio 6B show Friday night at the America First Warehouse during the Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws tour.
We're just going to go do it.
Scan the code, enter today, and you could bring home a piece of American pride.
May God bless the United States of America.
How can you not enter that, friends? How can you not enter that? James, what can you tell us about the flag giveaway? Where can they go? Tell them right now. Do we have a QR code? I know it was on the ad, but where can people get signed up right now?
Rav.com, and you can sign up. I believe that they have several different places on their website you can sign up, but sign up for the Rav newsletter, and that gets you an entry to win one of these flags. We're going to be, like the ad said, we're going to be giving away 3 of them. And we're looking forward to meeting. One of the greatest things about the Rav viewers is every time we give away these flags, we end up making these people kind of a part of our YourAmericanFlagStore.com family. And I've become friends with a lot of them. They're great people. We love their support, and that's why we give away these flags to the Rav Army.
There you go. And by the way, you can also go to YourAmericanFlagStore.com. and enter for a chance to take home a piece of American pride and history. Gosh darn it, that you just make beautiful artwork, James. I really appreciate you being here, sir. We'll talk more about this giveaway before the 11th. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Thanks for having me back on.
Yeah, what a statement piece those are. I mean, they're so well done in so many different ways and customized. I look forward to the 3 folks who get to take one of those home and put it on their wall. All right, after the break, we'll have a story that reminds us of just how wonderful America is, plus your answers to our America's Voice question of the day. What do you think? Explains the lack of coverage from legacy media on the stabbing of the Ukrainian refugee in Charlotte, North Carolina. We'll be right back.
Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be using this. Particle 6-in-1 Face Cream for Men. The first of its kind anti-aging cream designed specifically for men. Fights eye bags, dark spots, and wrinkles. Visit ParticleMen.com and use the promo code on your screen to receive 25% off your entire order. Plus, we've got free shipping and a 30-day money-back guarantee. www.ParticleMen.com. Because seeing is believing.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
Well, every day we want to tell you what makes America wonderful so you can leave here with a smile on your face, a little bit of joy. A little bit of joy about how great this country is. Today's story comes to us from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, where an officer helped a foreign man find his way back home. Officer Stephen Harris recounts the fact that he was dispatched to a Greyhound bus station. His reports indicated that there was a man who was being disruptive. Officer Harris arrived at the scene and was ready to deal with an unruly passenger, but what he found, well, there was a lot more to the story. For starters, Officer Harris realized that the man was not being a nuisance at all, and any perceived disruption had to do with the fact that the man didn't speak English, was stranded, and most revealing of all, he was deaf. Officer Harris then tried to communicate with the man via translator apps, but when that effort didn't go anywhere, he ultimately bought the man a bus ticket for Montreal, as the thought of leaving the man stranded just didn't sit well with him. Officer Harris's selfless gesture was not only a means to help someone in distress, but reminds us of what makes America wonderful. Those first responders out there, the ones that some people think it's cool to spit on and swear at, stop it. God bless America. Take care of the people that are trying to take care of you. All right, so the question of the day here on Real America's Voice Live. What do you think explains the lack of coverage of legacy media on the stabbing of that young Ukrainian refugee woman in Charlotte, North Carolina? Gen X Republican says the racial double standard is in play, but also the fact that she's a Ukrainian refugee makes it impossible for them to try to blame Trump. Rosemarie Mazzola, the legacy made it does not care as much as the media, I think, does not care about the American people, but this man stabbing to death a young woman, it's unthinkable. He needs to get the death penalty. Some would agree with that. Sasquatch Seeker. Okay, what do you do for a hobby? It's simple, really. If they were to run the story and show how these demon rats led multiple felons back on the street, it would ruin the narrative that the orange man is bad and the blue hair mafia is good. Taurus 56, it's a shame to say, but leftists want to destroy the USA, and under reporting crime or the media ignoring crime benefits their cause. It's all the more reason Trump sends the National Guard into all major cities to fight crime. A-line, it does not suit their narrative and hurts their positions. Todd Bayshore writes, because it was a black on white crime, plain and simple. Tom Wee 53, I hate to say it this way, but because it was an African-American man killing a white woman. I'm definitely not prejudiced in any way. Don't get me wrong. It's just the liberal media. I can say Rav is covering it. Thank you, Rav. Well, we appreciate you being here, that's for sure. And look, the media, the liberal media has failed. I mean, how else do you end up with MS Now instead of MSNBC? How do you know that CNN's going to fall apart? Because they already have. When 60 Minutes can't be trusted, what do you have left? Look, these folks are not going to cover this story. It does not fit their narrative. That's the bottom line. A guy they've let out of jail at least 14 times, including for violent offenses, is on that bus with that young woman who's doing nothing more than coming home from work. She gets assaulted and killed. I think I'll take a big, deep breath now and relax, bring my blood pressure back down a little bit. Bowling is with me now. Eric is standing by to take the wheel here. Eric, good afternoon.
Hey, what's up, Steve? We're going to do a big portion of the show on that story right there, a big monologue. Have you, I don't know if, I didn't see, did you guys mention Teresa Stokes? You know who Teresa Stokes is? Well, that's the judge, the magistrate who let that criminal out after 14, arrests. Let him out to go and brutalize and murder that young woman on the train. We're going to talk all about it. We're going to call her out as well, that judge magistrate. You may be surprised at Teresa when we get into that a little bit. So we're going to do that a little bit later. But yeah, it's a story that it doesn't fit the narrative for the mainstream media, so it doesn't work for them. So they sweep it under the rug. I mean, Joe Biden brought out George Floyd, did 10 minutes on George Floyd, and really created a storm that cost literally billions of dollars and maybe 60 lives or so in the summer of 2020 over the death of George Floyd. Not a word is the media covering this story. Look, we know mental health's a problem in this country. I mean, you walk around. Just walk around any major city, you're going to see some strange activity, that's for sure. But mental illness is not a get-out-of-jail-free card, and that's the way the left wants to look at it, Bowling. They just want to say, hey, they're a victim. They weren't treated right. They're not quite right in the head, so therefore we should let. I'm sorry.
we need to find a solution to this. Letting crazy people walk the streets and kill people that are doing nothing more than coming home from work. I'm sorry, that's not an answer that I accept at any level.
No, you're right. These people need help, but certainly the ones that have been arrested 14. You've shown a history of violent crime. Get them off the street now. It's kind of like when Trump says we're going to deport illegals. You can't deport 20 million illegals. You can deport the ones that are the most violent first, and that's what he's doing. Let's get the violent offenders who have mental illness as well off the street so they don't hurt people like this. It's crazy, Steve.
Yeah. I'm also going to lay some of the blame at the feet of people like the ACLU that will basically say, well, they're just poor people. They just stop it. Crazy people that have committed violent crimes do not belong on the streets, not with my sister, my mother, my wife, not with me, Eric. Anyhow, Bowling. I'll let you have it from here, but we need to clean up our act around here. That's what I'm saying.
Well, it's just one of the things that Trump is trying to do. One of the many things that he promises made being kept. The Supreme Court helping him out a little bit today, but we're going to get into that as well. Steve, have a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, my friend. All right, folks, we'll take it from here. Bowling. All right, it's 4 p.m. on Monday. What does that mean? It means markets are closed, and I will tell you how we did today. I'll tell you, I'll get to crypto in a second, but the overall stock market, a little bit flat, a little bit up across the board. You can see it right there, less than 0.5% across the board on the major indices. We saw gold holding its own. Gold and oil went up today a lot because people are waiting for these inflation numbers that's going to come out towards the end of the week, Wednesday and Thursday. You have producer prices on Wednesday. That's where producers tell us how much things cost to make. My guess it's going to be up a little bit. And the consumer price index will probably be flat because oil prices have come down. That's always helpful at the consumer level. Crypto had a good day for most of the day across the board. 112,200 or so with Bitcoin. It got around almost near 113,000. Ethereum did very well as well, up $7, and XRP did well, as did CRO. So all the crypto markets showing a good amount of strength. A lot of people are waiting to see where that breakout, 110,000, 109,000 or so in Bitcoin, the top being about 113, 14. It's going to break out of that range one way or the other. We're going to expect to hope it goes higher. All right, let's bring in the next guest, Professor Emeritus at Harvard, where he taught for 50 years and is called the world's best-known lawyer. His newest book is called The Preventative State, The Challenge of Preventing Serious Harms While Preserving Essential Liberties. And that last part for me, Alan Dershowitz, that last part for me, while preserving essential liberties, is the most important part of that. Over the weekend, you said you were willing to assist in suing former talk show host Rosie O'Donnell over her false claim that President Trump paid $1 billion to pedophile Jeffrey Epstein. You believe her statement was malicious. This woman moved out of the United States, wanting nothing to do with our country when Trump was elected a second time. Why is she still commenting on the president? Is it just an attempt at staying relevant? Let's bring in Dr. Dershowitz. There he is. Hey, sir, can we do this before we jump into you, Alan? Let's show the soundbite that most recently kind of infuriated Trump world on the shooting that happened in Minneapolis. Let's play that one.
So about the Minnesota shooting, and it brought me right back to Columbine in 1999 when I just could not get it through my head that students in America were shooting each other in schools. And this was a church inside a Catholic school. And what do you know, was a white guy, Republican, MAGA person. What do you know? White supremacist.
White supremacist, white guy, MAGA person. We will tell you that she apologized later when it came out that he had killed Donald Trump on one of his gun, the magazines for one of his guns. Alan, does this woman, she's asking for it, is she not? Can you sue her? She's a public persona. Can she say things like that? And do you really have a viable lawsuit?
Well, the only viable lawsuit is by people who have been damaged. So, for example, President Trump has a very viable lawsuit against Rosie O'Donnell, which I hope that he will pursue. And you can't allow people like Rosie O'Donnell just to make up facts about $1 billion being given by Jeffrey Epstein. I was Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer. I know quite a bit about the case. I know about the relationship between Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump, a completely innocent relationship. But to let her get away with this, no, that's not what the framers of the First Amendment had in mind when they wrote that Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech. Obviously, there was an exception for malicious defamation that was implicit, indeed explicit, in the laws at the time.
So, okay, so Trump has a case, but she called all of MAGA white supremacists to support the mass killing of young kids praying in school. Isn't there a class action suit for something like that?
Class actions are really not permissible under the First Amendment. You have to show that you specifically have been damaged. She ought to be destroyed in the marketplace of ideas. Nobody ought to take her at all seriously. But the First Amendment does protect general statements of this kind. Look, the First Amendment is not designed to make people feel good. It's designed to allow speech which is horrible and offensive, as long as it doesn't maliciously defame individuals or in any way negate the national security interests of the country. So, these are close issues, and the Supreme Court is in the process, I believe, of reconsidering some of these issues in light of the internet and a range of other considerations that were not around when the First Amendment was enacted.
Alan, let's switch gears a little bit, because there's a story that's continues to fester, and we want to get it cleaned up and behind us. Trump and Murdoch. Okay, so Murdoch says that I guess Wall Street Journal has a copy of a birthday note that Donald Trump sent to Jeffrey Epstein with his signature and whatnot. Trump sues the Murdoch. I believe he sues the Wall Street Journal and Murdoch personally for $20 billion of the B. It kind of died down a little bit, and now I see today that the Murdochs released what they believe is a note that Trump sent to Jeffrey Epstein and signed. I'm looking at it right here. Do you knew Epstein? You knew Trump. You knew Epstein. I mean, first of all, so the hell what if 20 years ago Trump sent Epstein a note if he never participated in any of the disgusting acts? No one really cares. But Trump is suing to stop this note from coming out. Here it is. Tell us, as a legal observer, how does this play out?
Well, it depends on whether the note is authentic. They also claim they have a note from me. I have no recollection. I might very well have written him a congratulatory note on his birthday. At the time, nobody knew that he was involved in the activities that he ultimately pleaded guilty to. This was well before any of that happened. I've asked the Wall Street Journal to send me a copy of the letter that purports to have my signature so I can check to see if it's my signature. I'll recognize my signature. And if it is, I'll say, yeah, I wrote it. And if it isn't, I'll wonder who sent it and who signed it. So I think the same thing is true with Trump. I don't think Trump in the end will win this lawsuit, because he would have to prove that the Wall Street Journal engaged not only in defamation, but malicious defamation. There has to be malice. And if the Wall Street Journal has a basis for making the statement, then they will prevail, even if the statement was false and defamatory. So it's a very hard barrier to overcome if you're a public figure.
But Trump doesn't tend to go to court with these. He tends to settle these. I'm thinking of CBS, ABC, for example. George Stephanopoulos characterized one of his convictions as rape versus when it was a civil matter, not a criminal matter. He sued him for a lot of money and settled for, I think, $16 million. Is there something at play here where Trump can get a win out of this, telling Murdoch, okay, so maybe you were right, but it's going to cost you a lot more to go through with the lawsuit than settle with me?
If I had to make a prediction, I would say no. I would say that the lawyers for the Wall Street Journal are telling Murdoch that they really have no chance of losing this. So I don't think we'll see a settlement. It's possible that they'll put some change on the table to avoid having to go to court. But I'm not even sure this will survive a motion.
But you and I both know, Alan. You and I both know. I mean, the worst part of any lawsuit is discovery, right? When you're sued, everything becomes public of all your private dealings and dealings with the people that you are working for you. So one of the Achilles heels to someone like Murdoch, and we saw it happen with the Dominion lawsuit, is I believe they probably settled because Rupert Murdoch didn't want to expose what he was saying to his friends, his colleagues, his hosts, people who worked for him. And so he ended up writing a check for $787 million. I believe. It's my opinion. I'm not suggesting that that's, but my point is maybe it's the same. Maybe it's the same Achilles that Trump can lean into Murdoch and say, and Murdoch says, I don't want to deal with this either. So here's, $200 million.
But in order to get discovery, you have to overcome a motion to dismiss. And I'm not sure this will overcome a motion to dismiss, because in order to do it, you have to allege that there was malice. You have to allege that the Wall Street Journal was aware that, or should have been aware, was reasonably on notice that this statement was not signed by Donald Trump. I don't think this lawsuit is going anywhere. That's my prediction. I could be wrong, and you might be right, that if it does overcome a motion to dismiss, they probably would settle because they don't want discovery. Got it. This other, very quickly, Alan, only a couple of minutes left. This situation in North Carolina where a young woman gets on a train, some demented lunatic, she happens to pick the wrong seat in the whole train, sits right in front of a demented lunatic who stands up, stabs her in the neck, kills her, right? 14 times this guy has been arrested prior, and he's out doing things like this. Yeah. She did nothing but sit in the seat in front of him. If you see the video of this, it's horrendous, by the way. Yeah. She sits down, he contemplates it, takes out a switchblade, picks it up, and you can see him getting madder and madder for whatever's going on in his mind. I mean, how are these people getting out of jail? There's a magistrate named Teresa Stokes who let this lunatic out. Well, he shouldn't be let out. Obviously, somebody like that should not be out on the street, but it also reflects the racism of Black Lives Matter. We should care equally about whether black people or a black person kills a white person kills a black person, or a black person kills a black person. Black Lives Matter seems to care only when white policemen kill black people. And that's racism. And that's why I am so totally opposed to the organization Black Lives Matter, which is a bigoted, anti-Semitic, anti-American, anti-justice organization that no one should support. With a history of misappropriating donors' funds. It's incredible how that thing hasn't been shut down over the years. I agree with you. Just tell us, though, he's going to be incarcerated, but where and how? And please tell us this guy will never be on the street again. Oh, he'll never be on the street again, I would hope. He'll either be convicted or he'll be found not guilty by reason of insanity, which would result in him spending probably the rest of his life in a mental hospital. But this man should never, ever, under any circumstances, be allowed to see another day of freedom in his life. He has proved beyond any doubt that he is dangerous. I mean, that's the thesis of my whole book that you mentioned in the beginning, The Preventive State, how to prevent these kinds of things without abridging liberty. And I think locking people like him up based on a clear prediction, based on his former actions, that he will do it again, is a legitimate use of governmental power. So I would hope that based on what he did in the past, we can adequately predict and prevent him from doing it in the future. From where, though? I mean, my concern is he instead of doing hard time like he should, he's going to end up in some sort of mental institution that's a little less hard than a prison. Not that. Your mental hospitals are not easy places to be in either, because who are your fellow inmates? They're mentally ill, often violent people. So I don't envy anybody going to a mental hospital for the criminally insane. But the important thing is to get him off the street, to prevent him from getting any access to this innocent woman who was so brutally murdered without any fault on her part at all. Incredible. The media, the mainstream liberal media, and just keeps their mouth shut, but we're not going to. In fact, there's a monologue coming right after the break after this. Alan Dershowitz, appreciate your time. Thank you, sir. Thank you for having me. All right, get that book, folks. Get that book. All right, by the way, if you're stressed about back taxes, maybe you missed the April 15th deadline or your books are cooked, a mess. Don't wait. The IRS is cracking down. Penalties add up fast, 5% per month. Yep, I said that, per month. Up to 25% more just for not filing. But there's help.
Tax Network USA, great people, great folks. Well, they can take the burden off your shoulders and stop the spiral before it gets worse. They've helped thousands, literally thousands of Americans, whether you're an employee of a company, a small business owner yourself, or you haven't filed in years. Messy books, no problem for them. They've seen it all. And now they know exactly how to clean it all up with direct access to powerful IRS programs and expert negotiators. There is the important line there. Negotiators on your side. Tax Network USA knows how to win. You'll get a free consultation, and if you qualify, they may even be able to reduce or sometimes eliminate fully what you owe. More importantly, they'll help protect you from wage garnishments or bank levies. So don't wait for the next IRS letter. Call 800-905-8000, 800-905-8000, or visit tnusa.com/RAV to talk to a real expert at Tax Network USA. Take the pressure off. Let them do the work. Let Tax Network USA handle your tax issues. Alrighty, one week and a day away. 1 week and 1 day away, and you are sending me voicemails on what you think it's going to be. Grit, perseverance. America, watch. The fire doesn't care who you are. It tests you. It breaks most men. But if you rise through it, you'll find the edge. The edge. A no politics zone built for risk and resilience. No politics, only pressure.
Fellow Americans, did you know a war is being waged right now for how you spend your hard-earned dollars? Over 100 countries worldwide are preparing to switch to a digital currency. Now, this means cash will be replaced by money governments can monitor and track. This tracking makes it possible to collect data from every purchase you make and the ability to decide what you can buy and when you can buy it. What's more, your assets can be frozen or even seized. I'm appalled at such an assault on financial privacy. My friends at Swiss America have a report called The Secret War on Cash with an action plan to protect your financial privacy. So please, call or text the number on your screen for a free copy. With the growing reality of a government-backed digital currency, the time to act is now. So call or text the number on your screen for your free Secret War report.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Folks, this is Irina Zarutsky. Show her. She was 23 years old. We're saying her name. We're going to show her image. We will tell her story, and we won't stop doing so until something changes. Irina Zarutsky was a Ukrainian war refugee. She fled danger for safety in America. Irina did nothing but board a train and sit quietly as a passenger. Irina Zarutsky was brutally murdered, stabbed to death by a criminal who should never have been out on the streets. And Irina's story has been ignored by the mainstream media, the general media, the legacy media. But she won't have died in vain. We will make sure of it right here. 5 years ago, then former vice president and presidential candidate Joe Biden gave a eulogy for George Floyd, the criminal. He spoke about Floyd for about 5 minutes like he was the second coming of Jesus Christ, Biden did. 5 minutes. Here's a very small but nauseating sample.
To George's children and grandchild, I know you miss your dad and your granddad. Little Gianna, as I said to you when I saw you yesterday, you're so brave. Daddy's looking down. He's so proud of you. Why in this nation do too many black Americans wake up knowing that they could lose their life in the course of just living their life?
You're so brave, George. You're so brave. For 5 minutes, he talked about Floyd like that, like he was some sort of saint. For months, there were protests and riots in the streets, murals painted in his honor. He got golden caskets and months of riots to boot. They just love to exalt criminals, don't those Democrats? Where are the kneeling Democrats now for Irina? Every single politician should be on the steps of the Capitol today demanding answers and change, but you won't see a single Democrat. They're so quick to call out and call for a total ban on guns when guns are involved. Why aren't they coming out against knives or putting violent criminals back on the street? Come out against those. Those are just as important, aren't they? A young Ukrainian girl flees to America away from a war the left insists on funding and continuing, by the way. Randomly and for no reason, a lunatic, a man, stabs her in the neck just for sitting in front of him, and he kills her. And the media outlets are silent. Democrats are silent. Let that sink in for a minute. The only way this story was spread was mainly on X, on Twitter. And get this, the mayor of Charlotte actually thanked the media for not reporting on it, saying that it's out of respect for the victim. But what is really, it's out of respect for the Democrat agenda. That's what it was really about. This is a political nightmare for them. They want it squashed and forgotten. That's the control the left has over the media, and they happily comply, the media does. You think that's mind-blowing? Well, brace yourself for this. Someone started a GoFundMe page for that animal. We had to check to see if it was actually real, and it was. And people actually donated to it before it was finally taken down after a complete uproar. What's wrong with this country? We are not okay. This is not okay. If you're a left-wing spin doctor, this is the worst-case scenario. A savage, unprovoked murder with zero room for debate, all captured on video. A thug, black perp with 14 prior convictions, led off by a magistrate, ready for this, Judge Teresa Stokes, and other judges who don't believe in prison or black crime. I'll say it again. Magistrate, Judge Teresa Stokes. A young woman slaughtered because she sat in the wrong seat on a train coming home from work. It's not a fluke. This is the result of their policy, Democrat policy. And look at how the media, their media, deflects when they finally do talk about it. Ready for this? Axios says, grisly Charlotte stabbing video fuels MAGA's crime message. MAGA's crime message? MAGA's crime message? There's no message. There's one truth. There's a video. It's not up for debate. It's not a message. A woman was murdered in cold blood. And by the way, it's not MAGA's crime message. It should be America's crime message, shouldn't it, Axios? You see, they don't see this as their issue. And that tells you everything you need to know. But it gets worse. Feeling a bit defensive, Axios, clearly. What's this now? Quote, the gruesome video of the fatal knife attack on Irina Zarutsky on a light rail car in Charlotte is drawing attention from MAGA influencers seeking to elevate the issue of violent urban crime and accuse mainstream media of undercovering shocking cases. So the video that exposes the gruesome death is now an inconvenient truth to them. We got it. Can you imagine the media blaming what happened to George Floyd on the person filming what happened? You don't hate them enough. But wait, there's more. Wikipedia editors actually tried to get a page describing her murder deleted from the site. We cannot let this We cannot let them erase this. We're not going to let it happen. Americans should want a justice system that does not let someone with 14 mugshots free to sit behind you on a train. Think about that for a second. That could have been you, your daughter, your son, your wife, your cousin. It's the bare minimum. We're not asking for too much. Every single one of us, no matter the politics, the race, the gender, every last one of us should be outraged about the way they are hiding it on the mainstream media. Here's a list of people Democrats have given more attention to than the Ukrainian war refugee murdered by a repeat offender. Well, the Democrats love to tell us about that illegal migrant, the MS-13 gang member who beat his wife several times and trafficked children. Or the fentanyl user who has stabbed a pregnant woman in the stomach and has committed several other punishable crimes. A man who defended a New York subway train against a mentally disturbed, aggressive madman. The media silence on this murder is one of the most disgusting acts of lying by omission we've ever seen. From the people who gave you the Daniel Penny wall-to-wall negative coverage and the Black Lives Matter moral panic, we need to talk about the story until it becomes the center of national conversations so people will stop, wake up, and stop enabling this violent savagery. And the administration must use this as a pretext to go hard. This cannot be forgotten. Like so many other instances, it needs to end once and for all. Here she is, Magistrate Judge Teresa Stokes. And every single judge who let this man back out on the street has blood on their hands. Unless Magistrate Judge Teresa Stokes, right there, who released this man back on the street, is held responsible, we're not a real country. Keep that picture up. Keep that picture up for a minute. The fact that our entire system is designed to keep that animal alive while shrugging about the women he murdered says it all. Okay, this is it. Unless we can protect women and children from violence, we're not a real country. Unless this warning is taken seriously and real change happens, we're not and cannot be a real country. Leave that picture up for a second. Go find her, Teresa Stokes. Tell them the Bowling Show sent you. We'll be back 2.5 minutes.
Thinking about buying a new cell phone? Think AMAC. AMAC members have access to special pricing on talk, text, and data plans for as little as $10 per month. It's one of the many ways joining AMAC can save you money on everyday things. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to saving money on cell phones and service, think AMAC.
Hey there. Hey. Hey there, how are you? I'm with Disabled American Veterans. I was wondering if you had a quick minute to thank America's veterans for their service and sacrifices.
Of course, why not?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. Sure.
All right. Hey, well, come on in here. I'm just going to hit record on this.
I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I can't even think of the words to say of how grateful I am.
I just want to tell you guys how much you appreciate it.
But most importantly, I want to thank you for your courage and bravery.
Wow. Just thank you.
Someone here who'd like to say something to you.
Oh my God, you guys are awesome.
Someone has something they want to say to you.
Goodness.
How's it going?
Oh. So I just want to let you know how much you appreciate it. How much you appreciate it.
I just feel honored for everything you've done.
Thank you for myself. Thank you for everybody.
I get to live every day, in peace because of you.
A lot of people thank us, but we want to take the time to thank you, honestly, for giving back. And when you give to DAV, you are supporting veterans like Dave, myself. So thank you so much for your
Thank you. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Thank you.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by calling the number on your screen right now, and
and giving your monthly support of only $19.
Say thank you by going to helpdav.org right now and give just $19 a month. When you do, we'll send you this DAV t-shirt as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who serve.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support says thank you to our nation's disabled American veterans.
All right. We are waiting for the Lieutenant Governor of Florida to sign in. He's there. He's in our Zoom. We're just trying to get him checked in. So in the meantime, well, you can run. You want to run Edge? Go run Edge.
The fire doesn't care who you are. It tests you. It breaks most men. But if you rise through it, you'll find the edge. The Edge, a no-politics zone built for risk and resilience. No politics, only pressure.
All right, folks, take a look at this.
I just completed 408 days. That's 4 rounds. So you said building a house, but I don't want to live in a little shack. I want to live in the Taj Mahal. 122 pounds of fat loss.
So hold on, what did you start at?
307 pounds. Now I'm at like 185. 2.1% skeletal muscle. All the skin is tightening up. That's the beautiful thing. The science is really legit. You just follow the program. And scientifically, you can't fail. It's just impossible.
So you could live in a shack, or you could build a beautiful cathedral or Taj Mahal.
That was a look at another Happy Energized Health client. Years of crash dieting, extreme exercise programs, fasting, even weight loss shots have ruined people's metabolisms, leaving them sluggish and struggling with their health and emotionally defeated. Founder of Energized Health, John Jubilee, joins us to tell us how we can make our metabolism better. Welcome, John. Why do short-term fixes often backfire and actually damage the metabolism over time?
Well, they do that because we're made to live a full, joyful life. We're made to eat real food. That's why God gave us taste buds, because food tastes good. We should be eating real food, not doing any crazy fads, whether it's dieting or exercising, or for sure not injecting outside in things into us, guys. I just want to encourage everybody. The science is out. These GLP-1s, Ozempic is, of course, the most famous one, but all those will absolutely destroy your metabolism forever. I mean, even the New York Times, you know, a crazy left wing, they did an op-ed of saying that all the people on The Biggest Loser completely destroyed their metabolisms. They'll never be normal again. And they do it because people are just doing all the wrong things, Eric. So the great news is, look, here's a guy that lost a human. I mean, there's people that weigh 122 pounds, right? That guy lost a human out of his body. His skin is tight as a drum. He gained lean muscle. Everyone that goes on Ozempic, the science says you will lose probably at least 20 healthy pounds of muscle, of lean skeletal muscle. That's doing it the wrong way. We want people to do it the right way so they're healthy for their entire life.
Got it. You know, there's this fad, and, you know, I'm involved in it too. There's this new protein diet and all these things that you make you lose a little bit of weight, get leaner, but this doesn't eliminate the need for cellular hydration, right? Tell us how cellular hydration actually makes you healthier.
Yeah, well, the beautiful thing about cellular hydration is your body was created to be mostly water. So you need to know what's in there. So, you know, we teach that weight loss is a myth, and it's a myth because you could lose weight and you think, oh, good, I'm losing weight, but you're losing your healthy hydration out of your body, which makes you less healthy. You're losing your lean skeletal muscle, which makes you less healthy and crashes and destroys your metabolism. But the intercellular hydration, you're optimized. Your digestive system works like it did. Your metabolism works like it did when you were 17 years old. And hey, tomorrow's my birthday, 65, my 65th formal senior citizen birthday. And I want to encourage you guys, hey, 65 years old, not one medical doctor visit for 29 years now. This will be 29 years without one medical doctor visit. I lost my 10-inch belly 29 years ago, never gained it back. This is the healthy way for people. Guys, this is how to get healthy for the rest of your life. And let me give you a simple invitation. Just go on the website. We have no salespeople. We don't try to sell anybody anything. We share an experience that will transform your life. And when you go on the website at Energize Health, there's a short master class with Chelsea and I. We'll give you some great science. And then one of our certified coaches, one of our health experts, will give you a breakthrough call with no sales to it, guys. Just sharing how you can have your best health the right way.
There you go. There you go. My55challenge.com, my55challenge.com. That's where you find it. John Jubilee, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, brother.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday, too, by the way.
Thank you.
All right, folks. Jimmy Kimmel really thinks his late nights his rants are moving the needle in their direction left. Obviously, he thinks that his daily televised complaints about Trump are making the world a better place. Well, here's Kimmel, the self-proclaimed freedom warrior, talking about what it means to defend democracy.
Heavy thoughts, and I have a tendency to reject them. I don't necessarily feel like I'm defending democracy, but I do feel like I'm giving this guy a little poke, and he deserves it, and I enjoy it, and I love that people enjoy it too.
I mean, if there's any indication, Colbert's gone. You're probably next, Kimmel. Maybe Fallon sticks around for a little while longer. The needle's moving away from late night comedians for a good reason. They're not funny anymore. MSNBC is becoming harder to listen to by the day. They did a segment on the crimes of the Trump administration and included the administration's work with the cartels for some reason, as if anyone thinks that eliminating violent criminals and the cartels is something bad. Listen to this absolute nonsense.
It's important to note that what happened on the open seas, that was done largely just to show off, right? So that's like an even further aspect of the criminality of that is that regardless of the fact that we don't know who those people were, we don't know what they were doing, we don't know if they broke the law, they were given no chance to say that. Not only did that not matter for purposes of legality, but it wouldn't have mattered anyway because they were just doing it to show off. I mean, there are so many aspects of this that are criminal, but that's a particularly detestable one.
It's not really criminal if they're narco-terrorists. We've already declared that they were Tren de la Agua, terrorist organization. That went through the courts. It's been decided. So, no, it's not just Trump showing off. It's actually steeped in some sort of legalese. I'm not sure I agree with the idea of blowing people out of the water, but I think the lawyers for Trump covered their butts, so to speak. Speaking of MSNBC, Morning Joe had another one of those deranged trademark meltdowns. This time it was over Howard Stern. He feels like certain people are being too hard on old Howard. Take a listen to this on-air meltdown.
Months and months of bullshit stories by bullshit news sources and right-wing trolls. Variety announces, Mika Brzezinski, that Howard Stern has re-signed his contract with Sirius XM. Howard renews his Sirius. Oh, they're going to get rid of Howard. Oh, Howard loses. He should have never crossed the president. He should have never crossed the right-wing Republicans.
What?
This is what happens when you cross us. Okay. This is what happens when you cross us, beta males. You lose your job. Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. Howard Stern renews his deal with Sirius XM.
You two are three peas in the pod, right? You, Joe, you schmuck. Mika, you schmuckette. And Howard Stern. Howard Stern used to be a great interviewer. He, like him or not, he was a great interview. It didn't matter what political aisle you come from. He gave you a tough time, and he dug in. That's why he became so good and famous. Now he's just a liberal shill, like you, Joe. You used to be a Republican congressman. Remember that? Remember you're a Florida congressman, Republican? Now what are you? You're nothing but a fake Republican liberal schmuck. And you too, Mika Brzezinski. All right, folks, we do have the Lieutenant Governor of Florida standing by. Backside of the break. We'll be back in 2.5 minutes.
Hey, Rav family and War Room Posse, mark your calendar. September 12th and 13th, the Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws Tour is coming to the America First Warehouse.
I have never seen anything like this.
2 unforgettable days filled with patriots, barbecue, and live shows straight from the most amazing place, the America First Warehouse. Get ready for a special guest to be announced, plus a 3-hour live episode of Studio 6B.
And we're just going to go do it.
On the 12th, Steve Bannon will host War Room Live at 5 p.m. And Steve will be back again on the 13th. Woo! Followed by 1 hour with Peter Navarro.
I went to prison so you won't have to.
The Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws Tour, September 12th and 13th at the America First Warehouse. Scan the QR code to see pricing and availability. Don't miss this opportunity. Tickets won't last.
Yep, your worst nightmare. Your car broke down. Now you're worried if it's going to cost you a fortune in repair bills. Unless you already call CarShield, the legit #1 auto protection company in the country. When you're protected with a plan through CarShield, the process is smooth like ice and done in as little as 3 steps. 1. First, the tow truck takes your car to the shop. The cost of towing, covered when you got a plan through CarShield. Next, you probably need to get around while your vehicle's being repaired, right? 2. Plans through CarShield have rental car options too. Then comes the best part. 3, when you pick up your vehicle, you don't have a big repair bill to worry about. CarShield administrators get your covered repairs paid directly to the shop, so you're back on the road with no worries. Call now to get an affordable plan through CarShield for your vehicle before it's too late. When you call CarShield, whether you got a small problem like a power window motor that could cost a few $100s, or a big problem, like an engine or transmission that could cost you thousands of dollars, you're taken care of. CarShield is the #1 auto protection company in the country, and their administrators have paid out more than $1 billion in auto repairs. That's billion with a B. CarShield is the choice that gives you the CarShield guarantee. Your rate never goes up, and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Look, it's inevitable. As your car or truck ages, the parts and components are gonna fail. It's not worth the risk. Call CarShield now.
Waiting until your car breaks down is too late. Call CarShield for coverage on up to 5,000 parts and get the CarShield guarantee, where your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Call 800-653-8201. 800-653-8201.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
All right, our next guest was a Green Beret, an elite special forces who lost his leg in battle, got a prosthetic leg, and re-qualified for special forces and served 5 more years. He's the co-chair of Florida MAHA and now the new lieutenant governor of the great state of Florida. Happy to have Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins with us. If I didn't mention this before, sir, I should also add that you've earned the Bronze Star, the Purple Heart. You've performed surgery on your triage on your own arm to save it, and then later lost your leg and re-upped became a Special Forces 2.0. Thank you for our freedom. You exemplify everything that we should be thankful for and the people who serve. Thank you, sir. Tell us about Lieutenant Governor. What's the plan?
Well, Eric, first off, I think we're coming up on 3 weeks and change right now. It's an amazing honor. It really is. To get to serve our people in this regard and just go out there and see people for who they are, how they are, where they are, it means everything. I'm blessed to be lieutenant governor. I was blessed to be a Green Beret, but man, I'm a dad and a husband first and foremost. And to be able to really make a difference in the lives of the community means I'm making a difference in the lives of my children, which means I'm living up to the thing that's most important to me, which is being a good dad and a good husband, and ultimately leaving it better than we got it.
Yeah, and you make the state great. I've moved down here 4 years ago, went to college at Rollins in Central Florida. Came down here 4 years ago from 30 years in New York, and what a difference it is. I'm never, ever leaving. DeSantis has just done an amazing job. A lot of it has to do with his relationship, and I assume yours, with the sheriff's offices around the state. I assume that'll continue. Sir, immigration, and I want to hit on Alligator Alcatraz. Where do they stand? Where do they stand with deportation depot? These are two things that are cutting edge. I was at Alligator Alcatraz when it opened, opening day. Fantastic. Judges are playing games with you. Where do these things stand? How do you reopen them?
Well, Eric, the American people have been very clear. They have a clear expectation that illegal immigration will be taken care of. President Trump is leading on that across the country, and no one has done more for the president's agenda on illegal immigration than the great state of Florida. So we are leading the way in 287G agreements. And as is often the case, we know that liberal activists, in this case a judge, wants to get in the mix. They tried to use an EPA study, an assessment, to derail this. We knew that liberal court was going to go ahead and play their games, but we knew that in the appeal we would win, and there was a complete stay in this case. So Alligator Alcatraz is open for business. We are actively working through that. We have Deportation Depot, which is also open for business. And now I hear there's a good conversation on the Panhandle Pokey, which will just triple down on taking care of business, following the will of the American people, and taking this illegal immigration problem seriously.
That's great. That's great. So the good news is you can work on subverting these activist judges in their attempt to shut down things that Americans voted for. Let's face it, they voted for exactly what Trump is doing and what Governor DeSantis and you are doing. Again, this is Jay Collins, Lieutenant Governor of Florida. Glad you're working together with the greatest governor in America and in the States right now. Let's flip a little bit to Maha, Florida. And the reason why this is very important to a lot of us, we are just very, very interested in what's going on with the state of healthcare in Florida. Let's take a listen to Ron DeSantis, if you don't mind.
You had teacher unions fighting this in Chicago, Los Angeles. They would say, oh, it's too dangerous to go to school. And then you'd find one of these union people in the Bahamas putting pictures on Instagram. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Had we listened to Fauci and these people, it would have been devastating for these kids. There's just no question about it. California, Illinois, these states did tremendous harm to these vulnerable kids. And you know what? What they would do is you would have people issuing edicts, and yet these elites, their kids were still going to private school in person, but they were shutting the public where they had the lower income and the working class kids that didn't have access to all these things. And so that was public health pushing an agenda. And it was one of the most harmful agendas to our kids that has ever been pushed in the modern history of our country. We were right in Florida, and they were wrong about what they were trying to do.
So, Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins, tell us about the plan going forward for the Maha movement in Florida.
Well, Eric, I think one thing we have to talk about here is he is the greatest governor in our state's history, and there's a reason we call him America's governor. He is absolutely amazing. You see the courage and conviction to step up and stand alone when necessary. That kind of leadership matters. Imagine where our nation would be if Florida hadn't stood because Governor Ron DeSantis stood. Ultimately, what are we doing with Maha? Ultimately, I think it comes down to parental rights and understanding what goes in your body. This is a big discussion. Immunizations are one part of that. So, if you want to get an immunization, I think you can probably have your immunization, but I think this comes down to mandates, and that is the overriding discussion. But, as a dad, as someone who has...
So if I may, sir, it does come down to mandates. And no more mandates?
Well, Eric, I think that is exactly what the discussion is. Obviously, it'll be a long legislative process. This will be discussed in depth and breadth. But you know what? I dream of kids not being turned away from their pediatrician. One of my boys had some health issues, and he struggled with a typical immunization schedule. We didn't do the jab because, frankly, We didn't think it was necessary at his age bracket, and the secondary consequences weren't there. And, we got turned away from pediatricians simply because of that. That type of action is unacceptable, and I don't want to see any more of that. If you want to get an immunization, you can have your immunization. And I think that's what this discussion is all about. Where are we going to stand as a state? I think you heard the governor, you've heard me, you've heard Dr. Latipo on this, and Florida's going to stand strong. We're going to lead from the front on this, and we'll see how the legislative process works out, but there's a lot of work to do on it.
Well, I would tell you Florida was cutting edge during COVID. You came out the best you could, came out early, pushed aside some of the federal mandates that they're forcing on us. I know because I had to fly to New York, and at one point I had to get one of the shots. I only had one, but I forced myself. I had to do it because I couldn't get into it. New York airport without showing a card saying it was insane. I just don't ever want to have to do that again. It's good to hear you say what you said right there. We only have about a minute or so. One of the things with Florida, greatest state in the world to live, just amazing. You're running a budget surplus. There's been talk about eliminating property taxes. A lot of Floridians would love to hear if that is possible going forward.
Yeah, Eric, great question. I do think it's possible. Let's talk about those homesteaded properties. The American dream is to own your home. Can you ever really own it if you owe money to the government, or they can take it away from you just because something goes wrong? The answer is no, you really don't truly own your home if the government can take it from you. So that's the dream. We're going to work on it. Obviously, we're doing our FAFO, or the work to make sure we find excess government waste. And I do think this is very possible, but it can't be done legislatively. It's going to have to go on the ballot. The people are going to have to vote. And I would encourage people to go out there and make sure they are well read on this. They understand, and then vote. If you think property tax is something we should work through, because I sure as heck would like to not have property tax on my homesteaded home, as what I had many of my neighbors.
That's the whole point of homestead. That is the whole point of homestead, Lieutenant Governor. It is music to my ears to hear you say that. When you homestead, you declare this is your dwelling, that you own this dwelling, and the government continuing to tax it just says they own it, you're only renting it from them. It's just so infuriating. I hope you get that as one of the top priorities going forward. I mean, you want to talk about migration to the state of Florida, which you've had wonderful success from California, New York, and some of the other liberal places. I don't like seeing them on the streets. I hate seeing a New Jersey or California license plate on the street, just whatever. But you want the migration. You want the state to be strong. You want that budget surplus to happen. Great across the board, Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins. Go get him, sir. Again, thank you for the sacrifices you made for this country. We appreciate it. I
would do it again in a heartbeat, and twice on Sunday, my friend. Eric, thank you for your time today.
Yes, sir. I'm going to meet you at a Buc-ee's one of these days. We'll get DeSantis out there. The three of us will get a sandwich at Buc-ee's. Mark my words. We're going to do that. Lieutenant Governor, thank you for your time.
All right. Have a good one, Eric.
You too. All right, folks. 2.5 minutes. We'll be back.
Hi, I'm Caleb, and this is my story. I was born with osteogenesis imperfecta, or brittle-bone disease. I have broken my bones almost 200 times, and I have had 11 surgeries. But I didn't let that stop me. I love to bike ride, climb, race, and I'm learning how to stand and walk. But I can only do all of this because of generous people like you and Shriners Hospitals for Children.
And for the past 100 years, Shriners Children's has become family to millions of kids. But it's only possible because of people like you.
Shriners Hospitals for Children is only able to provide this world-class, life-changing medical care because of the generous gifts of people just like you.
Because of you, I can ride my bike. I can play basketball. Because of people like you, I can play the trombone. I can smile.
Will you send your love to the rescue today?
When you go online to loveshriners.org, you'll help make all of this possible for kids like me. Like me. Like me. When you say yes to giving just $19 a month, only 63 cents a day, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a reminder of all the kids you're helping every day.
Your gift, no matter how small, can help a child today.
This is your moment to make a difference.
When you pick up your phone, I know you have it right there, and call to give. You're helping kids like me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Please call or go online now. If operators are busy, please call again or give right away at loveshriners.org.
Your gift makes a difference. Thank you for giving.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dogs so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's anti-kibble breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
Hello. Are we back? I guess Mad Dog. Hop on.
We're back.
Okay, you forgot to tell me. I love it. I'm just looking around like, oh, hey, I guess we're back. We're back. But I do love listening to your voicemails because this is interesting. I got this voicemail maybe an hour before the show. I just popped in and listened to it. And it happened to address the exact issue that the Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins just mentioned a minute ago. And it's like, I was having a surreal moment because that was a live interview, but the voicemail I heard was talking something very similar to what we had just talked about. Mad Dog, let's do a couple of, I don't know if you have the two from today I sent over. Again, I listened to all of them. I got a backlog. It's probably approaching 1,000 right now. Hear me out. Keep sending them. Keep sending them. They're amazing. Okay, let's hear a couple. Mad Dog, start with one.
This first one is Dan from Arizona says the president needs to back up and let it go.
Okay.
Hey, Eric, this is Sam. I'm out in Prescott, Arizona. President Trump needs to stop trying to get into these Democrat cities, the mayors, and take over their cities with troops. He needs to let it go because what's going to happen is the D.C. mayor is going to get reelected because she worked with the federal government, and that's how she'll run if she has to run in the midterms. But other midterms, leave them alone, Mr. President. Let them have to explain to their people why they're letting minorities, mostly black, kill one another when the president wants to save lives. They're willing to kill more. So the president needs to just back up, let them go, and then after the midterms, Republicans should get a clean sweep, and we'll change the whole picture. Take care. Good show. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. One theory. Another theory would be let's stop the crime first and show them that conservative, America first, pro-Trump, MAGA, whatever you want to call it, policies work. And maybe that's the other way. Not bad either way, but thank you for your voicemail, sir. Prescott, Arizona. Mad Dog?
Viewer asks, do we ever own anything in this country?
This is it. This is the one I was talking about. This came in about an hour before the show. Listen.
Eric, I just got a question. Do we ever own anything in this country? I bought my house, paid cash for the house, with cash that was given to me through a settlement. So the money wasn't able to be taxed. I used that non-taxable money to buy a house, got the deed in my hand, but yet I'm still going to have to pay $2,000 a year in personal property taxes. We pay taxes on our car when we buy it, and then the sales tax, and then have to pay tax on it every year. I know each state's different, but it needs to be done away with, especially if you own it outright. Just what's on my mind. You're the best. See you.
Great comment. A great comment. So if they continue to tax us, property taxes, we bought the property. Let's say we bought it and we own it outright. It doesn't matter if you borrowed money on it or whatever. We own it. We have the risk for if someone, dies on our property, we'll get sued. They're not going to sue the state. We own it. We got responsibility for it. We're responsible for making the payments on it. Why the hell does the government think that they can tax us for it? It's insane. These people are nuts. All government officials want to do is take your money. They'll find 12 different ways from Sunday to find and reasons to just steal your money. And certain taxes are theft. I agree with this guy. I agree that property taxes, when you own your own property already, theft, pure, unadulterated theft. And that's why I asked, because DeSantis says if you own the property, they're looking to eliminate property taxes in the state of Florida. I say all the power to you. You have a quick one, Mad Dog?
Yeah, this next viewer gives his honest opinion.
Hey, Eric, I'm a big fan of yours, but honestly, with these teases about the edge, I personally am getting turned off by them. I mean, whether it's going to be a podcast, a book, a movie, a show, depending on whatever it is, I'm not into these teases. You could just say you're coming out in September with something called The Edge, give a commercial, but to me, these teasers turn me off. I'm just being honest. And I loved you when you were on Fox, and I followed you. I was so happy when you came over to Real America's Voice. I think you're doing a bang-up job. I love your editorials and your comments. But this tease is not, every day is not doing anything for me. It's turning me off. Anyways, I still love you, and God bless you, and keep up the great work. All right? Take care. Bye.
All right. Well, the good news is I still love you too, and it's only a week away. A week from tomorrow, The Edge goes live, and you'll find out exactly what it is. There's a reason for it. I just didn't want it out too soon. It's real new. It's unique, and I'm gonna love doing it. Mad Dog, I didn't even tell Mad Dog what it is yet. Mad Dog doesn't even know what it is. No one knows. They're very. I can count on one hand how many people know exactly what The Edge is. And
I'm on the edge about The Edge.
He was on the. You guys are on the edge about The Edge. All right, we love those voicemails. Keep them coming. I will hear them all. I promise. Bannon's War Room's coming up next. I will see you again tomorrow. Keep sending them in. I'll get through them all, folks. I'll get as many as I can on the air.
But I think everybody sees what the real problem is here, which is that repeat violent criminal offenders that scream at judges that I don't belong in civilized society. I will murder and kill and maim and harm and offend again, continue to be put on the street. The floor is yours.
Well, look, it's very tragic what happened in this jurisdiction. It's the kind of thing that you're seeing happening all over the United States. And from the federal civil rights perspective, my angle is whether there's discrimination occurring by local law enforcement in how they treat offenders. And so, for example, in Hennepin County, Minnesota, we're investigating their blatant policy, which says that they will give preferential plea agreements to people of color. Now, that's illegal under the law. I don't know whether Charlotte has a similar problem. It may be the case, and we'd love for people with evidence to come forward, whistleblowers to come forward. If they are treating offenders of a particular race more leniently than, say, white offenders, that would be a federal civil rights violation. But we need that evidence before we can take action at the DOJ. To the broader point of whether the federal government can impose sort of sentencing strictures on state court judges, typically speaking, in our federalism and 10th Amendment analysis division of power, most of the police power in the United States, and that means all the government power really, lies with the states and with localities. What the federal government can do, however, is tie federal grants and federal law enforcement support, which is significant, to basic minimum standards of performance. And so I think that's something that certainly could be looked at by policymakers. And so, you do have to look from a federalism perspective as to whether a federal law governing criminal conduct is consistent with those 10th Amendment concerns.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Monday, 8 September, year of our Lord 2025. A lot to go through. Supreme Court, two big rulings in favor of the Trump administration. Julie Kelly's going to be on here. They're getting ready to go into Chicago. Ben Berquam has been spending months out there. Ben will join us. Also, a lot on big tech, artificial intelligence, and the tech oligarchs. We got Joe Allen, also the Chinese Communist Party. I've got folks in the new federal state of China to talk about what's going on. Economist has a lead story about as I told you, the fifth column that's in Taiwan, maybe sapping the spirit of the Taiwanese to defend themselves. Going to get to all that and much, much more. But I got to start with the Benny Johnson. Benny, I wanted you on here from the other day, and your spirited, and I think most spirited defense we had of Bobby Kennedy came from you. But then the story that is that you have been following for a while, but just is now getting the attention of mainstream media since it's been forced. You had Harmeet Dillon on today. Can you let's just do a reset. What did we talk about? What happened? Where did it happen? How did it happen? And why, as the mainstream media, not mention one word of this, sir?
Well, yes, a lot to unpack, Steve. Always an honor to be on. So a young woman who fled war-torn Ukraine, that is an active war zone with a lot of bad things happening and a lot of people dying, a lot of terrible stuff happening in Ukraine, we can all agree, decided to seek refuge in the greatest country on earth, here, America. And she decided to locate to a municipality, Charlotte, North Carolina, and ride a bus home after her hourly job at a pizza place. But little did she realize that in this country there is something arguably as or more deadly than the war zone that she fled, Steve, which is restorative justice and woke judicial policies, which allows for monsters and animals to roam among us, approximately 1% of the population, to terrorize 99% of the population, and she was stabbed through her throat. We don't get any type of bumper stickers for her. She couldn't say, "I can't breathe," because she had a knife in her throat. And now we've just learned that DeMarcus Brown Jr., the murderer, had 14 prior arrests and was mumbling to himself on that bus, "I got the white girl," confirming that this was in fact a racial hate crime. And so you need to step back and ask the question, how does this happen? How do you get out of jail 14 different times? Now, we've named and shamed some of the judges that have allowed for this to happen, and obviously the policies that look at the criminal as the victim. And that's, of course, a absolute evil. But I want to go a level further here, Steve, if you'll just allow me, if I can just have a minute. Because I want to talk about something that we've looked through, some data that we've looked through on my show that I think is really alarming and should shock the soul and the consciences of Americans. 1 in every 22 black men will commit murder in their lifetime here in America. Black men are 9 times more likely to commit violent crime. They make up 6% of the population, but 52% of the murders are committed by black men. So what the hell is going on there? What is happening here in our nation? There has to be some type of correlation or causality. Steve, we have to figure this thing out. What is it? And we've looked, and we think we found something. 70% of all black children are born into fatherless homes. There are 6 million black children living today in America without fathers. Now, we know that fatherlessness leads to twice the probability that the child is raised in poverty, half the chances of that child graduating college, and 3 times more likely for that child to become a criminal and incarcerated. 70% of juvenile delinquents that are in state facilities are from fatherless homes. Of course, fatherlessness in the black community especially skyrocketed after the Great Society programs of the 1960s and 70s that incentivized fatherlessness in communities, especially of color. And so here is the question that lies before America. Are we going to continue to incentivize the murder, the terrorism of our own people? Or are we going to stop these insane policies? Fatherlessness is killing, literally and figuratively, America, Steve.
Benny, isn't it also when he said 70% of the murders, if you look at the violent crimes, it's all basically perpetrated against the African American and some of the Hispanic community, right? I mean, there is some black on white crime, but principally you've got these cities, and I think this is what President Trump is saying, and why Chicago's next, and Ben Bergquam is going to join us. Of course, the Supreme Court had a great ruling today on ICE about roving around. These policies have really been used to terrorize the minority community, have they not?
Yeah. Oh, if you say Black Lives Matter, if you have that bumper sticker or if you have that flag and that slogan, by the way, all of the data that I just gave you is directly from the FBI. All of the data is directly from accredited studies and from our own federal crime and law enforcement data. It has been backed, and it is there in black and white. And to your point about black and white, the vast majority of these crimes are committed against black populations or populations of color. That's what the statistics bear out. So if you believe that Black Lives Matter, the number one thing that you would be banging your fist on the table for and yelling about in the streets through your megaphone till your voice cracked would be to lock up and incarcerate the 1% of our population, diminishingly small numbers of the population, that commit 90% of the crimes. That's how you solve crime. You can get to the spiritual realm and also talk about fatherlessness and clearly some very bad socio and economic conditions that cause this, much of it precipitated by our federal government. But Steve, it's not like all darkness. There are examples of this. Washington, D.C., where you're broadcasting right now, locked up 1,700 people and saw a 94% reduction in crime. Exactly what I'm talking about here. There's 600,000 people live in Washington, D.C. You're one of them. The War Room broadcasts from there regularly. And have you seen it safer in Washington since the National Guard moved in?
Oh, yeah. Not only safer. I was telling people I went to this thing in Georgetown on Friday night with anti-Trump people. And to a person, they said the city's safer, Georgetown's safer. You can get out and walk around at night. I mean, it's shocking. And these are all, never Trumpers that would never publicly give the president a hat tip, but they all admit the city is demonstrably safer, sir.
El Salvador is a wonderful example of this. El Salvador was the single most dangerous country in the Western Hemisphere. Now it is the safest country because they simply locked up their career criminals. Approximately 1% of their population, call it whatever you want, demonic possession, the gang pipeline that encourages this. But when you get rid of the contagion vector of career criminals, they don't spawn more career criminals. Now, El Salvador solved this, and at light neck-snapping speed, now it has become one of the single safest countries on earth. And there is a roadmap here. President Trump followed it in our nation's capital, and I hope that it happens throughout America's cities. But you've got to be able to look the problem dead in the face. You have to be meaner than evil in order to take on something like this. And President Trump says that these horrible acts need to be met with horrible justice. And so I really do indeed hope that there are some major prohibitions and some major penalties that are doled out to these killers and murderers. And again, as you stated, the single best thing you could want for the black community in this country is for these murderers to be locked up for good.
Benny, it was because of your coverage and a couple of others, but only a couple, that really drove this. The footage is so brutal from the bus camera. Why did the mainstream media not touch this? I mean, didn't go through this. This happened back in August, I think, 22nd. This story is essentially 2-3 weeks old, sir.
Mr. Bannon, this is kryptonite for the left. You can't touch this. I mean, if you touch this, and if you're a leftist and you touch this, you're retarded, because there is no way out here. He didn't use a gun, so you can't claim that this is some type of Second Amendment thing. This is there's a monster, an animal who's walking the streets because of your restorative justice policies. Somebody who, at the very least, was honest about his nature. Let's take a step back here. Now, the murderer here has been locked up 14 times. He told the judges by his actions what he was capable of and what he was going to do. He screamed to be incarcerated. to be put in a labor camp for the rest of his life. But the judges refused to do it. These are Democrat policies through and through. It's a Democrat municipality. Of course, this is a Ukrainian refugee, so you can't win there. You can't say she had it coming, or she's some type of blood. There's some type of blood libel against her. There's a no-win situation here for the left to cover this subject. So that's why they're going silent on it. The mayor thanked their media partners, Steve, for not talking about the story. It's absolute collusion. But more importantly, and I have this question, and I really want to bring this to the forefront, why can't we see the murder, the actual moment where he murders this girl? We were able to see this with George Floyd because it served a cultural purpose to unmoor our country. We need to see the full and unedited tape. People need to see this brutality, stare evil in the face, and only then do you get the motivation to truly fight evil. The resolve.
Benny, I want to, if I can hold you to the break, I know you got to get back to the family, but because I got to talk to you about Bobby Kennedy. Quickly, one of the other disturbing things about the footage, and we got about a minute, is nobody like jumped up and got in the middle of this. I mean, there were other passengers on the bus. It seemed to me they just kind of sat there.
Yeah, I mean, it's what you see inside of a sunken society. Where are the men? What has happened to the men? I constantly am preaching to the audience that this is what God called you for. Your ancestors cry from the grave. All of us, especially if we're living in this land, come from noble and brave men who risked everything. And you have to ask yourself the question when you see a guy walking around with his fist filled and dripping with blood saying, I killed the white girl, I killed the white girl. At some point, evil is real, demons are real. You better put on the full armor and be willing to fight.
Benny Johnson is our guest. Short commercial break. We're going to return to the war room in just a moment.
I got American power. I got American faith in America's heart.
What's up, America? The folks sitting with me here today are real-life mechanics. We're here to get to the bottom of why car repairs are so expensive and why CarShield is America's most trusted auto protection company. Let's get to it. How long you been a mechanic?
I've been doing this for about 30 years. Every day's a different experience. Every day's a different adventure. I like to make sure everybody's happy, the customer's happy, the car's done right.
So why are vehicles out of warranty more likely to break down?
The manufacturers are very smart. They designed these cars with an end of life. It will fail as the warranty expires. Say over 60,000 miles, it'll start breaking down.
They're going to break down, definitely. Just a matter of when.
When somebody has CarShield, what's the experience when they come to you?
You drop off your car, we verify your concern, we notify CarShield, usually get an instant approval, put you in a rental car, and get you back on the road as quick as possible. I show them what it would cost if they didn't have CarShield versus if they did, and they can't believe how many thousands of dollars they're saving on this repair and how easy it went through, and the deductible is pretty much all they have to worry about.
How has being a mechanic changed since you guys started?
Most challenging parts about being a mechanic is keeping up with technology these days. That's the hardest part. As these new cars come out, it's new software, new tooling, is a constant evolution.
Technology has totally changed from just the basic, everybody could fix a car 30 years ago, to today. You need so much education, background, computer knowledge.
And there you have it. No other company protects drivers like CarShield. The bottom line is, if you're driving an out-of-warranty car, you could be putting yourself at risk of paying thousands for car repairs. Call CarShield before a breakdown happens.
Get covered repairs paid. Call CarShield now for your free quote and to lock in your rate with their price lock guarantee. Call now. Call 800-202-9188. 800-202-9188. 800-202-9188.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com
to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hello, America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored.
And it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec,
and so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Vaccines are like, and don't hold me to exactly this analogy, it's a little bit like traffic rules, right? You kind of don't have an option of, well, I'm going to stop or not stop at that light. Not because it's it's part of the social contract that you give up a little bit of your liberty in order to protect the safety of the many. And I think in a huge way, what we're dealing with in the country, broadly put, is a breakdown of lowercase d democratic covenant. And this is the most vivid example of that. People like me, and you and I talk about this a lot, talk about the constitutional order and the Declaration of Independence and responsible citizenship. And I love talking about that almost as much as I love the drop shot. But this is one where there's an actual intersection with daily reality. And I was going to ask you what's going on in Florida, which I was just, I don't want to say puzzled by, but it did seem a little bit out of the blue just to say, hey, we're going to pull out of
Benny Johnson joined
what is decade upon decade upon decade of public health.
During the Inquisition last week, the Star Chamber, you were all over social media on your very powerful Twitter feed and your show defending Bobby Kennedy. Talk about Maha. What was that about? I know one thing that concerned me, I didn't see an organized effort of surrogates out there, and even in the administration, to have Bobby Kennedy's back. Particularly, I thought he took it to him that day. Your thoughts?
Yeah, he was Van Helsing to the vampire, Steve. He was the sunlight and the silver bullet to the werewolf. Bobby Kennedy is somebody who, in his confirmation hearings, had the single most viral clip that I've seen on the internet for any confirmation hearing ever. And there were a lot of bangers from everyone from Tulsi to Kash, Patel to Pete Hegseth. But Bobby Kennedy looking straight dead in the eye Bernie Sanders and saying, oh, you're gonna accuse me of going after Big Pharma. Well, you have a giant Big Pharma receipt stamped right on your ass that says that they've given you multiple millions of dollars. You are the Big Pharma shill. And he not only did that, he also scalped with a tomahawk Elizabeth Warren for saying the exact same thing. She also is a massive big money, Big Pharma shill. And Bobby Kennedy's capacity to go into that den of vampires like sunlight and expose how corrupt Washington, D.C. works and how these companies want to make you sicker, not better. They profit off our misery. They are not incentivized at all to make you healthy. They are incentivized to make you sicker, and they often do so at force of a gun from the federal government, which is what they're asking for here. What they really want is force, to force you to use a vaccine. Otherwise, they will steal your job from you. They will take your livelihood, and they will put you and your children in the breadlines. That is ultimately what they want, medical tyranny. Bobby Kennedy in the Maha movement, arguably the most powerful and important movement in the country. And I only say that, Steve, I know I'm at the beating heart of the MAGA movement here on War Room. I only say that because you can't have an America first if America is sick and dead, fat, sick, and dead. And so you need the Maha movement in order for the MAGA movement to even work. And what President Trump did in fusing with the two greatest living political dynasties, the Kennedys and the Trumps, together is create a powerful force that can take down the darkness that is wrought in our government. And that's why they hate him so much, Steve.
What would you recommend to HHS and to the administration if we are to perfect this and do a better job? Because look, the mainstream media is on the payroll of Pfizer and Big Pharma. If, like I said, if you cut out, which we're trying to do, work with those folks trying to cut out advertising from Big Pharma, MSNBC would be a test pattern. What would be your recommendation, since you know social media and information warfare so well, about getting out more of the actual data, studies, reports, because the data and the science here are on our side overwhelmingly. And that seems to be the hang up right now. They're beating us back on it. What would be your recommendation to Secretary Kennedy and the folks over at HHS?
Oh, it's very simple. You just simply need to prove, and COVID, of course, the COVID vaccine is the best test case for this. You simply need to prove that harm was done. Now, this has been proven in study after study after study, many of them out of Europe from the COVID vaccine, but some of them are taking place here in this country. You need to prove harm. Then you need to look at those who overlooked that harm and mandated and pushed the vaccine. Remember, it was a mandate. It was a mandate to work and fly and live. In many places and municipalities, it was mandated that you take this. Well, that proof of harm can take down the entire system. The entire regime is built with the enormous shield of vaccine immunity and protection against vaccine manufacturers. This was something that was signed in the late 80s by Ronald Reagan. That protection for vaccine manufacturers is the holy grail in this industry. And I believe personally that is what they are going after. I think that that's what they're ultimately going for. Listen, talk to anybody, including myself, and you can see any parent, and you can see the horrible effects that vaccines can have on children. There are so many vaccine-injured children out there, and every parent knows it. I mean, they really do. It's gut-wrenching, but there is a pressure operation that happens the second the baby is born, and they take advantage of new mothers, and they take advantage of new parents, and these parents don't have the facts and don't have the information, and it's wrong, Steve. It just is flatly immoral. And then when something horrible happens to the child, as happened in my family, there's no recourse for the parent. And so this isn't a free country if that's the case. I mean, that can't be the way that the system works, where you have no liability ever for anything that happens. This is a horrible, perverse incentive. And so if I were to give them one piece of advice, it'd be that. Go after the immunity for vaccine manufacturers. That is the heart of darkness. That's the holy grail for these people. And it's time for them to live and play by everyone else's rules.
Benny, can you share that? I don't think a lot of our audience knows it. You have a personal example from your personal life and your children's life of this vaccine harm?
Yeah. I don't want to get too much into it because I do my best to sort of take a step back, especially when it comes to my wife, who's a nurse, and who in our experience as parents, they really push these vaccines on you at the hospital. And now we have 4 children, and those children we will not allow any vaccines toward. But when my wife was still working in healthcare and with big healthcare, she was susceptible, and she'll tell you this, to some of the propaganda about vaccines. And without doing enough research, and it does take some research, you can make mistakes, and you can say yes to things inside of that sort of pressure that gets applied to you as a new parent at the hospital. And so it's just something that you have to be extremely cautious about, but something that more importantly, we need to educate the American public about. And obviously RFK Jr. is doing excellent at that.
Benny, where can people get the show? Where can they get you on your podcast and also your social media, your coordinates, sir?
Yes. So at Benny Johnson on everything. And, as always, Steve, it is just an honor to be joining you. You've just been a legend and an inspiration for me and for our nascent career and what we're building. So the War Room posse is an absolute and total force of nature.
No, you're one of the most important voices in our movement. I'm honored to have you on here. Thanks for coming, sir.
Thank you, Steve.
Benny Johnson. A full-throated defense of Bobby Kennedy last week is very important. And I keep saying you need, and you saw, President Trump, because of bad information, has, because I think President Trump today, I'm looking at my producer, President Trump today did say that the people that were at the Justice Department, or those people were not going to get good jobs. They were not getting good jobs. I believe he said that. And Lisa Monaco is the general counsel over at Microsoft. And you had Bill Gates, who I think's done more to help brainwash the American people on vaccines than anybody at that dinner the other night after Bobby Kennedy. Benny Johnson, when I was watching it during the day, we're always has social media up to check that. Benny was given such a full-throated and brilliant defense and about how important it was for Make America Healthy Again. It just had amazing statistics and was really giving a running account that I thought was a one-man war room. And, of course, this horrible situation that's come out about what happened in Charlotte on the bus and the footage. I agree with Benny. You ought to be able to see the stabbing, right, itself, the actual murder itself, because it's just not seeing that detail, you get a real feel for how bad it was. But I think that would be very educational for people. One of the shocking things about our culture and society, no one, at least in the footage I saw, come to her defense. A lot of people just sat there and just took it as another normal day on the bus. Very, very, very disturbing. Benny Johnson all over. Okay, Ben Berquam has been on assignment. Ben is going to come and join us. Julie Kelly is here to tell us about two big wins, and I mean big wins, for President Trump at the Supreme Court. We're going to break it all down for you. Birch Gold. Take your phone and text Bannon, Bannon, at 98989. Get the free and ultimate guide for investing in gold and precious metals. Don't forget that silver. In the age of Trump, gold on fire again today. Short commercial break. Back in a moment.
It's just like our new house. I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? If AHS can't fix your covered item, then replace it, no matter its age. Sign up today at ahs.com.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, ride your bike. If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, smile big and bright.
Thousands of kids just like me are happy every day.
And it's all because of generous people like you who support Shriners Hospitals for Children every month.
All you have to do is call the number on your screen or go online to loveshriners.org right now with your monthly gift.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children is able to make an everyday miracle happen for kids like me.
If you're happy and you know it, dance around. If you're happy and you know it, play a song.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, take your shot.
And when you call or go online right now to donate $19 a month or more, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you and a reminder of all the smiles you're bringing to kids' faces every day.
Will today be the day you send your love to the rescue?
When you call the number on your screen right now and give as little as $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you'll be making a life-changing difference for a child, just like Sarah.
Your monthly gift today could change your life forever.
Because of you.
We are happy and we know it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please call or go online right now to give. If operators are busy, please wait patiently or go to loveshriners.org right away.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's Anti-Kibble Breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
Hey Rav family and War Room Posse, mark your calendar. September 12th and 13th, the Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws Tour is coming to the America First Warehouse.
I have never seen anything like this.
2 unforgettable days filled with patriots, barbecue, and live shows straight from the most amazing place, the America First Warehouse. Get ready for a special guest to be announced, plus a 3-hour live episode of Studio 6B.
And we're just going to go do it.
On the 12th, Steve Bannon will host War Room Live at 5 p.m. And Steve will be back again on the 13th. Woo! Followed by 1 hour with Peter Navarro.
I went to prison so you won't have to.
The Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws Tour, September 12th and 13th at the America First Warehouse. Scan the QR code to see pricing and availability. Don't miss this opportunity. Tickets won't last.
So the Supreme Court is reversing an order that prevented federal law enforcement from conducting stops in 7 California counties without reasonable suspicion. This was one of those emergency docket cases that just came together in the past few weeks, and it was a 6-3 decision. But the 6 conservatives on this court did not provide a full opinion of the case. It was just Justice Kavanaugh with his thoughts in a concurring opinion on this, saying in part, of course, reasonable suspicion is important and it's necessary, but because there's a large population of undocumented immigrants in the Los Angeles area, because they don't speak English, and because perhaps they all gather in the same areas every day looking for that daily work as day laborers, that in itself is enough reasonable suspicion to stop someone here. So Justice Sonia Sotomayor, in her dissent, along with the 3 other liberal justices, said, quote, "It was a grave misuse of our emergency docket. We should not have to live in a country where the government can seize anyone who looks Latino, speaks Spanish, and appears to work a low-wage job rather than stand idly by while our constitutional freedoms are lost. I dissent." So, Chris, the Supreme Court today effectively okaying racial profiling in immigration enforcement. Chris.
Thank you so much for that, Gary Grumbach. So let me ask the basic question for starters. Mm-hmm. Does this apply only to those 7 California counties? And is it the final decision on all of this?
Well, first of all, it's not the final decision, but let me go back to your first question. Does it apply only to those 7 California counties? The original order issued by a district court in California did apply only to those 7 counties and restrict immigration officials' ability to arrest people on reasonable suspicion there. The Trump administration, therefore, will feel empowered by today's pause by the Supreme Court. I say pause because it is not the final ruling. However, the breakdown of votes here appears to give some signal into how the court will ultimately vote when this comes back to it. And of course, Justice Kavanaugh saying in his concurring opinion, as Gary just laid out for you, that he doubts that there was any constitutional infirmity with respect to the rounding up of day laborers who don't speak English and who gather in particular places where they are known to look for work. That to him does constitute reasonable suspicion and therefore would not be unconstitutional. We can expect this to come back to the court in one way or another. But in the meantime, you can also expect the Trump administration to feel a little bit more free to go on these sort of immigration hunts for undocumented immigrants, not only in Los Angeles, Chris, but in many other areas of the country. We have seen at least 24 applications so far by the Trump administration itself in the first 32 weeks of his presidency. And I just want to give our viewers some context for how that compares to prior presidents. 19 applications were made by President Biden's administration in the entire 4 years that Joe Biden was president. So already in this term of President Trump's presidency,
there were 2 rulings, one about firing the FTC commissioner, and then this massive one about ICE Julie Kelly, you pick them, ma'am. Which one do you want to start with? Both of them are I think, very, very big and have implications on so many other things. President Trump winning at the Supreme Court, ma'am.
Correct. So both of these decisions by the Supreme Court today do have impacts on pending bigger matters before the lower courts, and we can talk about that, but we might as well start with this immigration decision. I thought, and I continue to read through it, but the concurrence by Justice Brett Kavanaugh is very strong. It's very impressive because he is not pulling any punches. He makes very clear that we have a crisis of illegal immigrants in this country, especially in the Los Angeles area, that leaves law enforcement and the federal government with few choices but to conduct these sort of raids at locations where illegals are known to hang out. And so it was very strong, but I would like to read one passage, if I can, before you have it, or unless you have a question, about how I think Justice Kavanaugh is signaling what the court might do in the Alien Enemies Act litigation that's still ongoing.
Go ahead, ma'am.
So what Kavanaugh writes today, and this is the Alien Enemies Act, this is the proclamation that the president signed in March that ordered the immediate removal of illegal Venezuelans tied to Tren de Aragua, calling it a foreign terrorist organization. As you and I have talked about, this was the infamous case that went before Judge Jeb Bossberg, where he made that infamous oral order, he said, to turn planes around and return those illegal Venezuelans who had been deported. We just got a decision in the Fifth Circuit, basically upholding the idea, and this was a 2-1 decision. This was what the Supreme Court sent back to the Fifth Circuit, asking them to review, the use of this Alien Enemies Act in all of these temporary restraining orders that have been handed down by other judges, halting the deportation of these illegal Venezuelans under the AE Act. And the 2-1 decision, basically, this court saying, the appellate court saying, there is no predatory incursion, there is no invasion, therefore the president cannot invoke the Alien Enemies Act. Well, this will eventually get back to the Supreme Court, and here's what Justice Kavanaugh said. The judiciary does not set immigration policy or decide enforcement priorities. It should come as no surprise that some administrations may be more laissez-faire in enforcing immigration law and other administrations more strict. Article 3 judges may have their views on which policy approach is better or fairer, but judges are not appointed to make those policy calls. We merely ensure that the executive branch acts within the confines of the Constitution and federal statutes. So he is, I think, sort of signaling, as the court did before in many judges, something like the Alien Enemies Act and something like this as well is not up for court review. That this is strictly under the purview of the executive branch. So I pulled that out. I thought that was an interesting comment by Justice Kavanaugh.
Wow. Also, the ruling on the FTC, tell me about that, because that's going to play in right to across the board what Trump's doing, but particularly, correct me if I'm wrong, the Fed governor and what's happening with the Federal Reserve.
You're exactly right. So it does appear, so what they did again today is put on hold the president's firing of this individual, Rebecca Slaughter, who is sitting on the FTC board. And again, Steve, this is speaking to, and you and I talked about this months ago, that as frustrating as this litigation is for the Trump administration, it is very necessary and certainly very clarifying, because we have all of these so-called independent boards and agencies that wield tremendous power, that are sort of acting as a fourth branch of government, certainly nothing articulated in the Constitution, but they are very powerful, make very powerful decisions, and basically have been insulated by a few Supreme Court cases saying that the president who appoints any president who appoints these people to these agencies like the FTC, then a new president can't turn around and remove those other appointees, that they are insulated unless the president defines or demonstrates some sort of cause for their removal. Now, the Supreme Court, in many of these instances, you and I have talked about the Office of Special Counsel, Hampton Dellinger, the National Labor Relations Board, the Merit System Protection Board, the president removing former Biden appointees from those boards, and the Supreme Court upholding that. So this is, again, what they did in this case with Rebecca Slaughter at the FTC, putting a hold on the Washington, D.C. District Court and then Appellate Court that overturned her firing and ordered FTC to keep this woman on the board, even though she had been fired by the president. So this is on hold as well.
Julie, you've been on this from day one. The Democrats came up when they had no political power, no organizing power, no real counter argument to the president. They went to these, they saw in this kind of neo-Marxist and progressive judiciary that they would have a way to slow Trump down, to delay is to deny, right? Burn daylight as much as you get to the midterms and then the general. As we sit today, President Trump seems to be winning when we get to the Supreme Court. Where do we stand overall, do you think? Because I think the Atlantic had a piece the other day, and it went through the one strategy that's working for the Democrats, and it's the legal strategy in this radical judiciary. Where do you think we stand overall right now?
I mean, I do think that the Supreme Court, even though there have been some frustrating interventions, especially in the Alien Enemies Act lawsuits that were brought against the Trump administration, but slowly but surely, we are seeing all of these lawsuits unraveling. And the decisions by these district court and even appellate court judges who are clearly outside the boundaries of their authority and the separation of powers, infringing on the executive authority as we've never seen before. This is something that Justice Naomi Rao just said in her dissent in this Rebecca Slaughter lawsuit, saying this is unprecedented. We as courts cannot tell the president who he can hire and fire on these boards that require presidential appointment and then Senate approval. So many justices, or many appellate court judges and a few Supreme Court justices have noted the unprecedented nature of all of these lawsuits against the president and how these lower courts are acting. We saw Justice Gorsuch address this last month very strongly, because you see these judges defying even the Supreme Court opinions and orders. So I do think that the president is prevailing. I think that decisions today by the Supreme Court should send a good signal on the Alien Enemies Act litigation, and also the case of Lisa Cook, the fired governor of the Federal Reserve Board, who is suing to keep herself in that position.
Julie, you've been all over this. Where do people go for your podcast? You've got a Substack. You've got social media. What are all your coordinates so people can get all of Julie Kelly's content, ma'am?
So I'm at Declassified with Julie Kelly on Substack, also X, Julie_Kelly2. I have a great podcast up with my friend and your friend Lisa Shells, with James Fishback, who is a young up-and-comer in the MAGA movement and very critical of the Federal Reserve. He explains both what's happening at the Fed and also the case of Lisa Cook.
Amazing. Julie Kelly, thank you. Thank you for changing your schedule around to join us, given the breaking news in the Supreme Court.
Talk soon, Steve. Thanks.
Julie Kelly. Couple of big wins. Ben Berquam's been on assignment. I think Ben's going to be able to tell us how important this Supreme Court ruling was today. Birchgold.com. I want to thank our sponsor. Everything that's happening globally in capital markets. Prime Minister of Japan steps down. Why? Capital markets. The government of France falls today. Why? His quote, the Prime Minister, we're swimming in a sea of debt. I think you should say drowning in a sea of debt. Birchgold.com, the end of the dollar empire. Go check it out today. Birchgold.com, promo code Bannon. 7 free installments. Number 8 and 9 are coming. Learn about capital markets, gold, and gold is a hedge. Short break.
Oh. Hey, did you find the manual?
Yes, of course I found it. No, I need that.
Summon
Dale!
Who's Dale?
A real human.
I'm Dale. American Home Shield now provides video chat with live repair experts for home fixes over the phone. Let's go fix that oven.
Okay, Dale.
I need my phone back. Fix it over video chat with American Home Shield. Sign up today at ahs.com.
Hey there. Hey. Hey there, how are you? I'm with Disabled American Veterans. I was wondering if you had a quick minute to thank America's veterans for their service and sacrifices.
Of course, why not?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. Sure.
All right. Hey, well, come on in here. I'm just going to hit record on this.
I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I can't even think of the words to say of how grateful I am.
I just want to tell you guys how much you appreciate it.
But most importantly, I want to thank you for your courage and bravery. Wow. Just thank you.
Someone here who'd like to say something to you.
Oh my God, you guys are awesome.
Someone has something they want to say to you.
Goodness.
How's it going?
So I just want to let you know how much you appreciate it. How much you appreciate it.
I just feel honored for everything you've done.
Thank you for myself. Thank you for everybody.
I get to live every day, in peace because of you.
A lot of people thank us, but we want to take the time to thank you, honestly, for giving back. And when you give to DAV, you are supporting veterans like Dave, myself. So thank you so much for your.
Thank you. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Thank you.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by calling the number on your screen right now and giving your monthly support of only $19.
Say thank you by going to helpdav.org right now and give just $19 a month. When you do, we'll send you this DAV blanket as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who served.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support says thank you to our nation's disabled American veterans.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
There's cartel members definitely in the U.S. that are helping individuals out here. Human smuggling, human trafficking. You can only smuggle a drug load once, but you can smuggle a human load over and over again.
Another one bites the dust.
You guys are a piece of You don't know anything. You like criminals? If they're criminals, they gotta go.
I guess they want to keep criminals in their neighborhoods. There's an operation going after criminal illegals, and you have these leftists that show up. These guys started blocking traffic. All of these people are out here causing a problem, protecting criminals in their community. These are the enemies within that we're really battling against. You're one of what? Are you okay with rapists? Are you okay with murderers? Very simple message from me to you. Screw you. We're sending them home.
Folks, get ready for Operation Midway Blitz. Ben Berquam is joining us. Ben, you're actually on the ground. I want to put in perspective the Supreme Court ruling today. I think the timing of that was very much timed to what's about to happen, or what I shouldn't say about to happen, is happening in Chicago right now. The White House has put out almost like a group of trading cards. I think I've gotten those to Denver. We put them up. Ben, what is going on out there, sir, on the ground?
Yeah, no, it's kicking off Operation Midway Blitz. This has been an entire ICE operation, but it's going to be kicking into high gear with all of the agencies again. It's this whole government approach that we saw from the beginning with President Trump, but every single month they've been layering in new levels. And this, to me, Steve, what you saw there, and just wait till you see the rest of this. I was out there with these guys all day going after one guy, one career criminal, illegal alien who's committed multiple crimes, who's been convicted. We're in the neighborhood. We're going to get him. Our car gets surrounded by radical leftists who are there to obstruct ICE. They end up calling Chicago PD. PD shows up, and this guy is now still sitting in that neighborhood protected because of the leftist activists. This decision by the by the Supreme Court in California, this needs to ripple across America. We need to be able to go into all of these communities. And I'm actually right across the street. Two things real quick. I didn't even notice this. My cameraman noticed it. We're on Homan Street right there. And right across the street is actually Chicago PD, CPD, where under Joe Biden, that place was full of illegals. While the inner city was abandoned by Mayor Johnson and Governor Pritzker, all of these facilities were full of illegals. And now they're trying to obstruct and stop them from getting kicked out of our country. President Trump's not stopping. Tom Homan's not stopping. But these NGOs and these activist groups have to be prosecuted.
I just want to make sure, Ben, I'm going to hold you through the top of the hour. We're going to drill down this more. Operation Midway Blitz is underway in Chicago. ICE is fully up and on this. Of course, what Ben just said, it's a whole of government approach. It's not simply ICE. It's not simply DHS. Ben, before I let you go here, we're going to get you back at 6. Are you telling me the leftist activists surrounded ICE and then called Chicago PD, who came out, and the bad guy and the perpetrator got away?
Yeah, well, he basically just stayed in his house, and so they called PD, Chicago PD. Chicago PD came out, it created this whole scene. They ended up blocking the streets. PD ended up having to push them off the streets. That's when we got out of the ICE vehicle that we were embedded with, and I went and confronted them to expose them. But now that criminal is still sitting in their neighborhood because of their obstruction. And by the way, these are the same people that say they want to defund the police, but they're the first ones to call them.
Ben Bergquam, can you hang on? We're going to come back to you.
Yes,
Operation Midway Blitz, which is this ICE, up armored. Make sure you start to do the mass deportations, and you're going to start that beginning at the Bad Hombres. It started today in Chicago. As President Trump said, hey, he's coming to Chicago. He's done such a magnificent job in D.C. If you talk to anybody, forget the statistics, it's down 1,700%, 2,000%. D.C. is a demonstrably safer city than it was when President Trump started this with the National Guard. Mike Lindell, it's been a very long and tough day, a good day for MAGA, for the MAGA movement, for President Trump. Our people are looking for a deal. What do you got for us, brother?
Well, we've got the best deals ever, you guys. These are the closeout. We have the closeout, overstock, and the employee special, all 3 in 1. So the first thing is our percale sheets. There's 2 lines of our sheets we're closing out for good. This is it. Once they're gone, they're gone. All the colors that are there, we added one more line to it today. The king size normally $119.98. You guys, $29.98. Get all your Christmas presents, get all your gifts, but you can get. There's no limit on them, but once they are gone, they're gone for good. We're not bringing this line back. Promo code War Room. If you go to mypillow.com/war room, there you're using that promo code War Room. You get free shipping on your entire order. This is a War Room exclusive, everybody. We got things like, here's the body pillow that's back for $29.98. The body pillow and all the other pillows that are on sale. But we also have those big ticket items. Your Made in the USA beds. My employees making those. Making the mattress toppers. Making the mattress protectors. All of these big ticket items get that free shipping. Plus you get the big discounts. We also have, you guys, we have the towels, the bath sheets that are in. They're going to be gone probably by tomorrow. Get those. They're the oversized bath towels and bath mats, everything for the bathroom. And we have all the kitchen products, the kitchen towels. We have so many. We have over 250 products now, you guys. So use that promo code War Room and get free shipping on your entire order. And to save you're saving up to 80% on some of this stuff that we're closing out and that we're overstocked on.
You're doing the closeouts now you're doing the closeouts now to make space for the for all the inventory you stock for Christmas, correct?
Absolutely. We're bringing in, we need stock right now that we're buying for Christmas, all the flannel sheets and stuff to come in. By the way, too, I want to tell one more product. We're closing out all our summer sandals and all the slippers, $39.98 for the slippers here. You guys check these out. We've got all the slippers that you guys know that are normally $119.98, and $130 up towards the $139. $39.98. So, yeah, we're making room in the warehouse for all the stuff coming in for the Christmas season. You guys can get it. You save. Remember, a lot of this stuff that we would normally have for the box stores, they don't have us. Their loss is your gain. And so this is a great time. And you guys, another thing, too, when you go to mypillow.com/war room. Right there is also the mystore.com website. We've connected them to for your convenience.
Wow.
You get free shipping on that order too. So check out those. There's over 1,000 USA-made products and entrepreneurs on there. Like there's posters like that I have with Jesus and the Lion behind me. We have entrepreneurs that are paintings. You can put any category in your house, and it's on mystore.com. So you take
Mike,
advantage of that.
bounce.
We're using promo code War Room. Promo code War.
Okay. Well, Mike, we'll see you tomorrow morning. Short break. Back in a moment.
Hi, I'm Dr. Ron Paul. Something shocking is happening with gold that the mainstream media won't report. Paper contracts for gold rarely result in physical delivery. But today, billionaires and major banks are demanding actual gold bars at 10 times the normal rate. Why the panic for physical gold? These institutional giants understand our $37 trillion debt means we're on a path to currency collapse. The good news, you can make the same move. A gold IRA from my trusted friends at Birch Gold Group lets you move your IRA or 401k into gold. To learn more, click below to get a free info kit on gold. Throughout history, gold has endured where currencies fail. Right now, the biggest players in the finance industry are proving this time won't be different. Click below for your free info kit from Birch Gold and diversify your savings now.
They tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro,
Steve Bannon,
now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
It's not a prison bill that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to guns or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna. Take Vienna!
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room in a culture that celebrates the weak. Show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
Good evening, America. Happy Monday. Welcome to the latest edition of Just the News, No Noise. I'm your host, John Solomon, reporting to you, as always, from the nation's capital, right here in Washington, D.C. We have some more huge news to get in front of you from inside the FBI. Just the News has learned that the Bureau has opened an investigation under Director Kash Patel into whether its own agents obstructed or interfered with politically sensitive cases, such as those involving Hillary Clinton, Hunter Biden, and President Trump. Now, think about this. Normally, the FBI is investigating other people, like witnesses who obstructed justice, but in this case, it's looking at their own people. Now, this follows all of the reporting we have done exposing the alleged improper behavior and actions from key officials around the Russiagate scandal, such as former FBI Director James Comer, former CIA Director John Brennan, as well as reporting we brought to you involving investigations to Hillary Clinton being stopped by both the FBI and the IRS. Remember that line? Shut it down? Sounds a lot like obstruction, doesn't it? Now the FBI is internally investigating. It all stems from material uncovered in prohibited access case files. So that's a wordful, but it's an FBI term for politically sensitive investigations that most agents aren't allowed to access, even when they're working on the case. They basically keep the materials off the books, which makes it hard for Congress to do its oversight authority. Now, we know all of this because officials familiar with the matter told Just the News that some FBI employees memorialized concerns they had about conduct from FBI supervisors or case agents. In fact, we got some of these memos. One of these memos involves the discovery of Anthony Weiner's laptop. And in that case, we now know that the deputy director, Andrew McCabe, in the fall of 16, knew about it in September, but slow walked it for a month alongside of other agents. Sources are telling us now that a grand jury has been impaneled to look at this, and that some of the evidence is going to be turned over in a bombshell notification to Congress later this month. We'll have a lot more on this for you with former FBI Executive Assistant Director Chris Paiotto, who's going to show up or join us in just a minute. But first, let's bring in my amazing co-host Amanda Head to get some other big headlines. Amanda, what's on your radar today?
Good evening, John, and good evening to all of you. Is it really just Monday? My goodness.
It is really just Monday.
Well, President Trump scored some big wins at the Supreme Court today. The first one involving the administration's policies on illegal immigration. Now, earlier, a lower court doled out a decision that blocked ICE from immigration raids in Los Angeles based on, quote, race and language, unquote. But the Supreme Court today placed a hold on that decision, which allows ICE to continue those raids as the case gets decided as it moves up through the court ladder. So we also had Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts temporarily allowing President Trump to fire Federal Trade Commissioner Rebecca Slaughter. Now, the temporary status of the firing is due to the Chief Justice issuing an administrative stay as the court deliberates on the administration's emergency appeal. Now, federal law says that the president must have cause to fire Slaughter from the Federal Trade Commission, but the Trump administration is arguing that that law is unconstitutional. So this is an ongoing issue as President Trump fired Slaughter back in March, and in July she was reinstated by a federal district judge. Only days later, the U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals for D.C. allowed the firing to move forward temporarily, and then on Tuesday of last week, the D.C. court reinstated Slaughter once again. So good gosh, it is hard to get someone fired in this town, is it not? And finally, the Jeffrey Epstein story continues with the House Oversight Panel getting their first batch of documents from the Epstein estate, including the alleged birthday note and picture from President Trump to Epstein, a note that the president maintains was not made by him. So we'll have to wait and see what else comes from the panel on all of this. John, maybe we should get an expert witness to look at that.
That's a great idea. That might actually be underway. How about that? You may have dropped a big hint there, didn't you? That was good. I just think today the decision by the Supreme Court 6-3 in upholding ICE's raids in Los Angeles is a warning sign. If you're the mayor of Chicago, if you're the mayor of Baltimore, if you're the mayor or police chief in New York, you're on notice that the Supreme Court is probably allowing things to go on. And by the way, shortly after that ruling came down, ICE began its raids in Chicago. They gave it a great code name, and now it is out there. They're working it. So a lot to be going on there. It'll be interesting to see if the Trump administration rides that momentum and starts going into these cities to do what the law clearly allows them to do and what the Supreme Court did. But a big day today. I got to check with Control Room here. Hey, Control Room, do we have Chris yet? We do. Awesome. All right. Well, we're very lucky to begin tonight's show with somebody who wrote a book that I think is the mantra now for what Kash Patel and the FBI leadership team is trying to do. He's a retired FBI executive assistant director and the author of that book I mentioned, Wanted, the FBI I Once Knew, our good friend, Chris Paiotto. Chris, good to have you back.
John, Amanda, great to be with you, and I apologize for the stunning hotel decor behind me.
It looks like you're working hard. That's important. Chris, I want to talk about the story we did this morning. Normally, we're used to FBI agents and prosecutors looking at witnesses or bad guys or defendants who might have obstructed justice. But in this case, Kash Patel is looking at the very real possibility that people who are on the FBI's payroll might have been obstructing their own department or the Justice Department's investigations of people like Hillary Clinton. When you see that and you see like someone who had a job like you at the highest levels of the FBI was writing a memo of concern about what he witnessed, doesn't feel like the FBI it should be.
Well, I'll tell you what, I saw your article, well written as always. Randy Coleman was a colleague of mine, and you'll see that writing those types of memos is a regular practice. And you'll do them for investigative updates, status checks, and just general reports during operations. And you'll also see entries like Mr. Coleman put in there where he was concerned about how a matter was being handled at the highest levels of the FBI. And like Mr. Coleman, I also reported into the deputy director's office. So what you find in that instance is, Randy was concerned that the deputy was not moving this forward in a way that was proper or that was warranted given the gravity of the situation. And I'll tell you this, and from my experience, when you write these kind of memos, you have to look at a couple of factors: is what did you know, when did you know it, who did you tell, and what was your role? And I think that's what Randy was trying to clarify on this matter, so that when people looked back on it, you could see properly what was happening in a chronological fashion.
Yeah. Has there ever been a more perfect time to use the phrase investigating the investigators? Because we're not really used to this, Chris, but since the FBI is the originators of profiling, profile for us the type of FBI agent who would be investigating this. Because I would imagine it's not just your regular rank and file who's going to be performing an inward investigation. Who are the types of agents that they are looking for to do such a deep examination?
Well, initially, what you're going to find is a group of people from the FBI's inspection division. These people are the FBI's internal affairs, so to speak. And they're the folks who are going to look at this matter and look at how it was conducted in line with what policies, and to see if there was any diversion from acceptable practice or policy or legal requirement. And sometimes the OPR, Office of Professional Responsibility folks, they'll collaborate with the Department of Justice Inspector General's office as well, depending on the type and magnitude. The DOJ Inspector General will sometimes participate, sometimes they'll defer back to the FBI, but that's going to be your first stop, is the inspection division. And they may also bring in a few people on a temporary duty assignment if there are some specialized subject areas that have to be looked at for, again, proper protocol, practice, and policy.
Yeah, so important. Those inspection division reviews are usually pretty good, and they get some of the best people on them. I want to turn to the notion of what we now know from the evidence, and that is that Hillary Clinton had two ongoing investigations, one in which James Comey grabs a hold of and says, I'm making the prosecutorial decision, which he didn't have the authority to do, but he does. But the other one was the Clinton Foundation corruption investigation. 3 separate FBI offices with predicated probes. And things like the Deputy Attorney General calling in saying, you must shut it down, or the Deputy FBI Director saying, nothing happens in these 3 field cases unless I approve it. Is that a normal procedure for a Deputy FBI Director to be telling a field office when they can investigate or how they can investigate something?
In a normal circumstance, no. Given this circumstance with the political sensitivity that was attached to it, you'll see that people at the highest levels of the Department of Justice and FBI were directly managing the investigative effort, which is, again, not something that generally happens. Yeah. And I think in this instance, you'll see where there were departures from the FBI's basic mission parameters of your skilled, objective, apolitical, and professional investigative work, where we saw maybe vulnerability to a little bit of leaning towards certain political preferences or ideological beliefs that they pretty much tried to attenuate or to slow the investigation into the Clinton issues while accelerating the investigative efforts into issues surrounding President Trump.
Yeah.
So I can't imagine that Comey or McCabe or pretty much anyone on the 7th floor would have time to keep their eyes on every investigation run out of every field office across this country. So are there, when an investigator, when an agent is entering information into a database, are there trip words, or is it a situation where maybe the Clintons got tipped off that they were being investigated and they got word to McCabe? How do you think that, how did that work?
Well, in an investigation of somebody of that stature, the former Secretary Clinton, and of course her husband in his previous role, President Clinton, any types of
we might have lost him there.
Department of Justice will then brief further across certain channels. The Attorney General, depending on what's happening, will be briefing at the White House to let them know that there are issues or there are interests that affect those type of people. That's just the way the machine works, and I'm sure they were maybe informally notified of certain things, but there's no way you can get around that.
Should it not work that way? Should it not work that way, that they should be treated differently or that people should be notified?
I don't think it should work differently for them. I think that if they break the law and if they are in violation of the laws of our nation, they should be investigated and they should be handled properly by the Department of Justice. I know that there is.
Might have lost him again there. Hopefully he'll come back in a second because he was on a
Hotel
roll.
Wi-Fi.
Very important answer. He's such an amazing. That's why his book is so great.
Yeah.
It's such a powerful book. The FBI. Oh, I think we have him back. Oh, Chris, we lost you for a second. You were saying that it shouldn't be treated differently. I think most people.
That's correct. I mean, if.
Oh, did we lose him again? I think we did. I think we're getting a bad signal.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to let Chris go. I think we just got a bad signal in the hotel room. Amanda, I think what is so amazing about this period, and I think why Chris so eloquently in his book pointed out, is that you really see the dual system of justice here.
Yeah.
All right, Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton are basically in the same camp. And in the seventh floor is pushing an investigation against Donald Trump that has no merit, and then stopping investigations that agents on the front line thought had merits. And then even there's a moment where there's a chance to give both of them a defensive briefing. Hillary Clinton gets her defensive briefing and Donald Trump doesn't. And I think people look at this and they say that's a dual system of justice. That's not the FBI that I think Chris Paiota started working in. It's the one I think now he wants to fix. And with the very strong words that he mentioned, he's such an honest broker in this. And I think what's great about Chris and what we need are more Chris's in the FBI, he doesn't see the name of the defendant. He just sees the facts of the crime. And I think that's where we got astray for the last 10 years.
Well, President Trump, I don't know any other way to say it other than he had it coming. And by that, I mean, he was an outsider and therefore there was a threat there. He also very early on, even before he announced his candidacy, talked about corruption in the federal government. Yeah. He targeted the intelligence community, talking about the weaponization and cronyism within our intelligence community. So President Trump, he was kicking a hornet's nest that deserved to be kicked, for sure. But, these people knew what their defense was going to be. They knew how much they had to kick it into overdrive to protect themselves and to protect their pals like Hillary Clinton. So
by all accounts, Agent Coleman is a very respected senior executive. Yeah, he worked in the Comey era, but he was a guy that tried to do things by the book. I think he's going to become a very critical witness in the next phase of this. We had one other thing that happened over the weekend. I'm really proud of this story. Our good colleague Jerry Dunleavy and I worked on this. So there's a new filing by in the January 6th case. And the prosecutor that pursued Pete, went to prison with Bannon. I have a mind block suddenly. Peter Navarro, the very prosecutor that was pursuing this whole time, now is carrying out the Trump department's wishes to back off some of the positions that were taken. But we looked at this prosecutor. Now, he's prosecuting someone directly impacted by and involving Donald Trump. He's giving donations to Kamala Harris, to Joe Biden in the middle of this, and other Democrats. I think there's another issue if people want to start trusting the department. I think if you're a prosecutor and you're handling political cases, you got to start to consider the possibility, we want everyone to have their free speech, but if you're going to do political cases, I wonder if you have to recuse yourself from donating, because how do you know that those donation decisions weren't part of an effort to influence his thinking, or that they reflected his political thoughts in pursuing Peter Navarro?
Look, look at the way that judges handle most judges, not Judge Engeron or any of those judges, but most judges abstain from doing those types of things because of the appearance of it.
Yeah, there's a whole system, and I think it's gotten a lot of rot on it in the last few years. And I think all the things that we're exposing, beyond holding people accountable, I think there got to be some new rules put in place. Listen, I know that FBI agents for the last decade have been taking free junkets for special interests, including George Soros funded groups. Yep. It just colors the whole system to make it less trustworthy. And I think what we're exposing here is starting to dig at that very, very issue. So, all right, well, that was a fun interview, even though we lost Chris for a little bit. He's such a great advocate for common sense. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, an update on Signalgate from two men that were formerly on Secretary of War. Pete Hexas, yes, I used the new term there. See that? All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll have those great interviews with Dan Caldwell and Darren Selnick right after these messages. Hello, friends. John Solomon here from Just the News. In a time when trust in Washington is at an all-time low, more Americans are stepping up and getting involved, and AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, is helping lead that effort. AMAC is the conservative alternative to AARP, and they're focused on protecting the values that built this country: faith, family, freedom, and personal responsibility, things you and I believe in. As a member, you'll receive exclusive discounts on travel, insurance, and healthcare services. You also get access to trusted tools and resources, plus a subscription to the AMAC magazine, one of my favorites, packed with information you can actually use. And here's the best part. When you choose a 5-year membership like I did, you'll save up to 33%. That's just over $1 a month. A small investment to help hold Washington accountable and support a movement of patriots committed to preserving America's future. Join millions of fellow patriots like myself. Visit amac.us/justnews and become a member today.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone's more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on your screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath & Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie-cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
Welcome back, everybody, to Just the News, No Noise. A few months ago, the legacy media quickly jumped on a story by the Atlantic's Jeffrey Goldberg all about how he was mistakenly added to that Trump administration Signal group chat. Now, he originally stated that he was texted war plans, but the Atlantic later changed that to read attack plans. So the story stayed in the news cycle for a bit and then just kind of fizzled out and everybody moved on to the next thing. But is there more to it? With us now to discuss a little bit about that, as well as more about President Trump's foreign policy, is Dan Caldwell. He served as former senior advisor to Secretary of War after President Trump's order last week. Pete Hegseth and Darren Selnick, former deputy chief of staff to Secretary Hegseth. Guys, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having us. On.
Darren, I'll go to you first. Why the need to change that in a headline? Why the differentiation? Does it matter?
Well, it sends a message. So if we're talking about Department of War, we're talking about sending a message, don't mess with the U.S. So it goes back to the 1940s. And so I think as the executive order makes it a secondary title, we'll see if what Congress does. But I think under the Biden administration, what has happened is that we were taken lightly, that we were just would react or not react. I mean, how many times did we get hit by the Houthis without doing anything? So it sends a message. Trump is sending a message. The Secretary is sending a message that we are war fighters and we will do what we need to do, as they found out with some narco terrorists coming into the United States. So don't mess with us because we are not going to be messed with anymore. This is not the Biden administration.
Yeah. And that message is being heard loud and clear. And if it hasn't, I got some guys, used to be in Venezuela that heard it loud and clear last week, for sure. I want to turn to the signal questions, because this was a classic media hype story that then decelerated after the fact. And I know it was painful because you guys were in the middle of it, and it's hard to get treated fairly when the media just gets into a frenzy. But when I look back now, we did some very important journalism on this, showing that the Biden administration had authorized Signal as a channel for doing these sort of communications, because the government doesn't have a unified system for this sort of chatting. How frustrating, Dan, was it for you to have this sort of scandal foisted, and then when people finally looked at it, like, oh, it wasn't as big a deal as we thought?
Well, I think that the important thing is, with anything coming out about whether it's Signalgate or the stuff about leaking, is that it's important that people only trust half of what they see and nothing what they hear. Is that what is happening is people are selectively leaking out things to shape and frame a certain narrative.
Yep.
And in both cases, there are ongoing investigations. And at the end of the day, those will be completed. And Congress will have a chance to review it, and others will have a chance to review it. But, really what is more important, though, at the same time is that the Department of War, now under President Trump, is trying to do some pretty transformational things, whether it's ripping out DEI, whether it's ripping out, a lot of these bad recruiting practices that didn't allow our military to meet its recruiting numbers for many years under the Biden administration, or ultimately reorienting our military's focus to what's important. That's what really matters, not a lot of these scandals that you see in the media.
Yep.
And a lot of times those things are really what, there's a lot of incentives to focus on those things instead of the really substantive transformational things that are happening. And look, Darren and I got wrapped up in some of this, but at the end of the day, like even though that we left the department, we're still supportive of what the Secretary of War and what the president are doing, because they're very important in the future of our country and the military's ability to protect our nation and its interests.
Yeah, very important.
Dan, I want to stay on you, especially with something that you mentioned as far as military readiness and our service members having the resources that they need, going from the Biden administration to the Trump administration with Secretary Hegseth at the helm. Does it feel like, or does it look like, does it seem like Hegseth is trying to kind of pick up the pieces and catch up to all of the damage that was done under the previous 4 years?
Well, I would say it goes back farther than that, is that there have been a lot of bad decisions made around the use of our military, how it was structured, how it was equipped, really going back to the beginning of the war on terror. And we're coming up on the anniversary of the 9/11 attacks. Yep. And, I think first and foremost is that it was a mistake to invade Iraq and to stay involved in Afghanistan as long as we did. And that distracted the military from a lot of things that it needed to do to actually focus on the things that matter to our safety and the conditions of our economic prosperity. So Secretary Hegseth and President Trump aren't just dealing with 4 years of rot under President Biden. I would argue they're dealing with 20 years of bad policy made by previous presidents and Congress. So there's a lot of work to do, but I do have to give a lot of credit to this administration, is that they have made tremendous progress in a little over 7 months in fixing a lot of these things. But they need to stay focused for the next 3.5 years to make sure they finish the job and that we get back to a military that can fight a major conflict, God forbid, against a power like China, but also do things like focus here in our Western hemisphere, and also still do things like deal with terrorists that have the intent and capability to threaten us. And that's going to still be a lot of work. So I hope that the administration stays focused on those things, but also, too, that they get support from Congress, because Congress, unfortunately, has been a big part of the problem, is that they've either forced the military to do things or buy things that they didn't need or they shouldn't be doing, or they haven't conducted proper oversight. And so it's the current administration is doing their part, but especially with the upcoming National Defense Authorization Act, that Congress is really going to need to step up and do its part as well, too.
Yeah, that's well said. Darren, I want to turn back. If there was ever an example of how far the military had slid and failed, it was the withdrawal from Afghanistan. And there have been plenty of reviews, but few of them have done the job that needs to be done in looking at what generals and frontline commanders did, either not to stand up to Joe Biden's bad decisions or to make their own bad decisions. We've had a lot of stories in the last couple of weeks from the great Jerry Dunleavy. He's put a lot of this out there. But how important, it isn't just an embarrassment exercise. It seems to me understanding the Afghan failures is important to make sure we don't repeat them in another war venue in the future, right?
Yeah, I would argue yes, Darren. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Darren.
No, that's okay. No, absolutely. We're doomed to repeat the mistakes unless we go forward and go ahead and find out what really happened. So doing that investigation, making sure that we really go ahead and find out what really happened, and have some consequences of accountability. Generals that didn't do the right job, generals that didn't act appropriately should be held accountable. I'm sorry, Dan, I may have stepped on you on that. Go ahead.
Yeah, again, it's, one thing that I think Jerry's done a good job at is really focusing on some of these key generals.
Yep.
And if you look at a lot of these key generals' careers, particularly Mark Milley and Frank McKenzie, is that they commanded at almost every level of the war over 20 years. And their failures just go beyond the last 9 months of the war. Right. They really go the whole 20 years. I mean, Mark Milley, if you read the Afghanistan papers, which was a series of documents that was released by the Washington Post, I believe, in 2019, 2020. Mark Milley's name is all over those documents, and he lied repeatedly about what was happening in the war. In 2013, when he was the deputy commander in Afghanistan, he repeatedly lied and, arguably to Congress, potentially committed a crime in doing this about the status of the Afghan National Security Forces. So it's not just about the last 20 days, which were disastrous and horrific. It's the last 20 years of the war. And it is absolutely unsat that there have not been one general, one civilian figure actually held accountable for not just the failures in the Afghan war, but also the failures in the Iraq war. Yeah. And that's going to just create the conditions for another failure down the road. So I really hope that this review that the Department of Defense is doing leads to some real accountability, because it's absolutely critical to our ability to fight and win future wars, because the generals will feel like they can't just do the same old things and escape accountability. It creates the right incentives and forces the right conversations about our strategy and whether or not these wars are even in our interest to begin with.
Yeah. Before we let you guys go, Darren, I want to stay on that for a moment, because you've obviously got a certain skill set, a certain pedigree in someone like Milley. What is the difference between someone like Milley and someone who should be in that position, pedigree-wise? Because you look at someone's military service records, and sometimes they are identical. You've got two people who are equally capable, and yet with, in the situation of Milley, someone who seemingly was trying to undermine the success and the reputation of the United States.
Yeah, I mean, the difference is results and outcomes. And so you got a lot of generals, and I was very disappointed when I came to DOD, now Department of War, to see so many generals who have checked the boxes, but they don't have results. Someone who did a bad job in Afghanistan, someone who didn't take care of the president and Trump won when I was at the White House. That's the difference. That's why you have a General Kane in there versus a General Milley. Someone who gets results. That's why you want a Patton and not a guy who's a failure. So that's the key thing. That's why meritocracy, that's why we're focused on, in the Department of War now, results and actions that show that you have the ability to get the job done, not checking the box, not DEI, not wokeness, but who actually is the best, who gets the results. And that's what we have to focus on. And that's, why Milley is in a lot of ways a disgrace, because he wasn't held accountable. So people have to be held accountable. It goes all the way back to Abraham Lincoln. That's why we had a grant. That's why Abraham Lincoln fired all those other generals. We can't keep generals who can't get the job done. We don't get a second chance most of the time.
That's so well said. Right on the money, both of you gentlemen.
Absolutely. Well, I know two people who definitely get the success and the results, Dan Caldwell and Darren Selnick. Thank you, gentlemen, both of you, for being here.
Thank you.
Great to have you.
Absolutely. All right, everybody. Next, some schools are reportedly trying to get around the Trump administration's order to end DEI policies in America's classrooms. We're going to tell you about how next.
Hi, I'm Caleb, and this is my story. I was born with osteogenesis imperfecta, or brittle bone disease. I have broken my bones almost 200 times, and I have had 11 surgeries. But I didn't let that stop me. I love to bike ride, climb, race, and I'm learning how to stand and walk. But I can only do all of this because of generous people like you and Shriners Hospitals for Children.
And for the past 100 years, Shriners Children's has become family to millions of kids. But it's only possible because of people like you.
Shriners Hospitals for Children is only able to provide this world-class, life-changing medical care because of the generous gifts of people just like you.
Because of you, I can ride my bike. I can play basketball. Because of people like you, I can play the trombone. I can smile.
Will you send your love to the rescue today?
When you go online to loveshriners.org, you'll help make all of this possible for kids like me.
Like me.
Like me.
When you say yes to giving just $19 a month, only 63 cents a day, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a reminder of all the kids you're helping every day.
Your gift, no matter how small, can help a child today.
This is your moment to make a difference.
When you pick up your phone, I know you have it right there, and call to give. You're helping kids like me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Please call or go online now. If operators are busy, please call again or give right away at loveshriners.org.
Your gift makes a difference. Thank you for giving.
Welcome back, America. Over the last couple of years, I've enjoyed watching our next guest and his group take on some of the baddest and worst ideas that you could ever imagine entering our academic system. And yes, I use the word baddest for a reason, because there are just such bad actors in our college campuses, whether it was DEI or transgenderism that was taking over education spaces. Accuracy in media has stepped in to expose it, often with undercover videos that make you literally drop your jaw. Joining us now, the president of that great nonprofit, Accuracy in Media, Adam Gillette. Adam, great to have you on.
Hey, thank you so much for having me.
It is an honor to have you on. I've enjoyed the work you've done. I think we are so much smarter when we can see with our own eyes and hear with our own ears what it really is going on in academia and in some of these other places. Let me start with women in sports, the whole transgender movement. 2 years ago, it was on steroids. Corporate America was pushing its shoulder right behind it. And now you're hard pressed to find a corporate company that wants to get behind it. How did that battle turn so quickly?
You know, Riley Gaines played a major role, obviously, in it. And we would see in things like the Olympics, we would see in college sports that these girls were struggling against competitors that they shouldn't have to compete with. And ultimately, if a pro sports league wants to make a decision like that, or if some kind of governing authority says this is who we want to have compete against too, that's one thing. But what really irks me is when they break the law, when they lie and deceive parents to sneak boys into girls' sports, and often along with that, boys into girls' locker rooms. The deception that we see in K-12 education sports, that is what sickens me most.
Yeah. And that deception doesn't even stop there, because even though President Trump said, all right, we're throwing DEI in the trash exactly where it belongs, you've got a lot of universities in particular, but K through 12 as well, who are finding ways to rename it and to just kind of slide it in under the radar. How should parents, who oftentimes are the tuition payers, how can they be more alert to this and identify it in their kids' schools and universities?
Well, honestly, the first thing they need to do is contact their elected officials, contact their governor, because I have been to dozens and dozens and dozens of college campuses throughout North America, 48 states. I've been to so many college campuses. And the first thing the students say to me every time I arrive is, you wouldn't believe how bad it is here. We used to bemoan the lefty professors. They are bad, and they're still bad. But in the last 10 years, they've hired 20 administrators for every single faculty position. And these administrative positions are your DEI jobs. They are your LGBTQ jobs. Essentially, they're just activist positions. Higher education has turned into an activist organization that runs a med school on the side. The taxpayers, the tuition payers, none of us should have to pay for government-funded activism.
You had an amazing story out of the great state of Ohio where the legislature is very clear about transgenderism and women in sports. They passed a very clear law, just like President Trump's executive order is very clear. But there is an athletic director and educator who is trying, you caught on tape, your great investigators trying to fake the system, game the system, create a birth certificate that would allow a biological male to discreetly, I think that was a word used in your story, dress in a woman's locker room. Tell us what you learned in that case and what it says about the mindset of some of the players in this big grand debate we're having.
This is truly outrageous. You know, I've personally been undercover in over 200 school districts in red states. And keep that in mind when I say public education is irredeemable. If you have a child in a traditional K-12 school, pull them the heck out of that school. Find a charter school, a homeschool opportunity, a private school. Fortunately for those in Ohio, they have education savings accounts that can fund these sort of things because our hidden camera investigators go into district after district in Ohio, and these administrators brag to us about how they can circumvent the law and get boys into girls' sports, boys into girls' locker rooms. We've released 2 districts thus far in Ohio where administrators coached us on breaking the law. And I'm unfortunately here to tell you, we have a half dozen more districts we're going to be releasing from throughout Ohio, including another one tomorrow where yet another taxpayer-funded, highly paid administrator in Ohio schools coaches our prospective parent on how they can get their boy into girls' sports. Just imagine what that must be like if you're a parent in that district. Every day you're sending your daughter off to the locker room, to the bathroom, to do after-school sports, knowing that these people who should be looking out for her well-being care more about their ideology. It's sickening.
Yeah.
I don't know how they can even use the word discreet. God made the two genders very, very different. And if you're changing clothes, there's nothing discreet about the differences between those two. But Adam, I want to ask you about the mentality of these administrators. Once they're caught, do you ever find that they have any type of remorse about it, or do they just try to double down and figure out other ways to game the system?
You know, it varies. Sometimes they say, I never said that, because what I do with my team, after we catch them on hidden camera, I go back and confront them with the camera crew. And initially they deny it. And then I pull out a tablet and I say, well, isn't this you right here on the video? And then sometimes they'll fess up to it and double down. What we saw in Ohio was shocking because the superintendent in both districts, both superintendents doubled down. One of them accused us of using deceptive tactics, right? Like a police officer hiding behind a sign, getting somebody for speeding. They use deceptive tactics too. The real deception that we need to worry about are these taxpayer-funded lawbreakers. And thankfully, the Attorney General in Ohio has gotten involved, and he's put those districts on notice. But the parents need to be on notice. If you are in any Ohio school, honestly, if you're in any school in a red state, pull your kid out of schools tomorrow.
There's no doubt that the transparency you've given us, I didn't realize that, Adam, 200 school districts you've been in. That's an amazing accomplishment in and of itself. Adam, for folks who don't know, how do they get the good work at Accuracy Media, real quickly?
Sure. Our website is aim.org. We're active on every social media platform. And as I said, we have another investigation coming up tomorrow.
We'll be reading anxiously tomorrow. Can't wait to see it. Adam, great to have you on. Congratulations on all the great work you're doing. Parents are indebted to you.
Thank
Thanks
you so much for having me.
Yeah, what a great conversation. All right, folks, after the break, we'll take a closer look at the climate change narrative because even the New York Times is admitting it is falling apart. How about that, Amanda? We'll have that next right after these messages.
Hey Rav family and War Room Posse, mark your calendar. September 12th and 13th, the Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws Tour is coming to the America First Warehouse.
I have never seen anything like this.
2 unforgettable days filled with patriots, barbecue, and live shows straight from the most amazing place, the America First Warehouse. Get ready for a special guest to be announced, plus a 3-hour live episode of Studio 6B.
And we're just going to go do it.
On the 12th, Steve Bannon will host War Room Live at 5 p.m. And Steve will be back again on the 13th. Followed by 1 hour with Peter Navarro.
I went to prison so you won't have to.
The Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws Tour, September 12th and 13th at the America First Warehouse. Scan the QR code to see pricing and availability. Don't miss this opportunity. Tickets won't last.
When the kids turn unholy, Harrelson's Own keeps my patience divine.
When work flies out of control, Harrelson's Own keeps me cool as a cucumber.
The device madness never ends, but Harrelson's Own keeps me zen.
Life can be chaotic, but Harrelson's Own CBD helps keep you calm through any storm. Harrelson's Own consistently delivers you full mind and body homeostasis. It's an organic, full-spectrum CBD in a refreshing oral spray. Our nano-emulsified technology makes it completely water-soluble, so your body absorbs it immediately. You'll start to feel it in seconds, not 60 minutes. It just makes everything feel better.
And it helps me just take the edge off. It helps me relax. It helps me be there with my kids.
I swear I'm like a mental ninja. Like nothing can throw me off balance.
No matter how many things come at me, I'm like, boom, handled, next. I'm like crushing it all day long.
Well, some people take it for a release from stress. Some take it to get rid of pain. Others just take it for general well-being. For me, Brett Harrelson, it just makes everything about my day a little better.
Give your life a boost.
It's just the best you've ever felt in your natural state.
My happiness in a bottle is the best.
So to sum it all up, you're going to feel the benefits quickly, love the way it feels, and like the way it tastes. Pay a fair price, and you're going to thank us for it. We are so confident you're going to be satisfied that we back every bottle with a 60-day, 100% money-back guarantee. Give Harrelson's Own a try, from our family to yours. Go to ho.com to order Harrelson's Own now. Yep, it's that easy. Just our initials, ho.com.
Welcome back, everybody. For years, those in the legacy media and establishment in the Democrat parties have been pushing the issue of climate change as a looming danger over the heads of Americans, and it could only be solved if we all made an effort to be more eco-friendly. And who better to tell you how to do that than the government, of course. But finally, that has all changed with the arrival of the second Trump administration. Even the New York Times is conceding that the old climate change messaging playbook simply doesn't work anymore. So are we seeing the collapse of the global climate change narrative? Joining us now to discuss that is Climate Depot publisher and former senior staff at the U.S. Senate Environment and Public Works Committee, Mark Morano. Mark, great to see you. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Amanda. Happy to be here today.
I know you know as well as anyone in this town that it takes a lot for a political ideology, regardless of persuasion, whether Republican or Democrat, to abandon a cause. Is that really what we're seeing right now, or are they just thinking, well, it's not working right now, we'll come back to this later?
Yeah, I don't know if they've abandoned it yet, but they are, I guess you'd use the word, they're reeling. They're on their heels. This has been such a shock, even to me. I mean, I've been at this since 1992 when George H.W. Bush went to the Rio Earth Summit, and I was opposed to it back then. And I started working for Rush Limbaugh, the television show. I never thought a Republican presidency would ever push back on the narrative. And I got to say, other than Donald Trump himself and one other official really in his first term, no one really did. Trump 2.0 just demolishing the narrative, crushing it. But not only that, doing it with permanence, going after the endangerment finding, going after the heart of it with the UN climate treaty process. And what happens? Now you have the New York Times quoting the Earth Day founder, Dennis Hayes. And I just love this quote. Everything I've worked for in my entire professional life has gone down the toilet in the last 6 months. This is in the pages, the hollowed pages of the gray old lady, the New York Times. There's something special about Trump 2.0 that is exceeding beyond leaps and bounds anything Trump 1.0 achieved in this area. And the New York Times is recognizing it. They even go so far, the New York Times, as talking about how polling people don't rank climate as a concern.
Yeah,
and they're talking talking about a bleak time, and they're talking about the entire movement just struggling. Al Gore announced a few months ago that he's moving most of his climate evangelism and recruiting of apostles overseas. He's sort of given up on America. But don't fret. Overseas is like some fertile ground for Gore. Europe, I have an analysis shows that tide is turning decisively against net zero. This is the Trump effect. It's gone global, and now the lady at the New York Times is acknowledging it. This is unprecedented times. Not going away, though, because you have Bill Gates, billionaires, international organizations, corporate media, academia, still going to be pushing it, but they're sort of going in a dormant stage at the moment.
So I think at the end of the day, the Al Gore climate change cry could be described as the boy who cried wolf too many times. But at the end of the day, trillions of dollars were spent, our taxpayer monies, trillions of dollars spent on technologies and capabilities that didn't deliver. So this has a really significant impact on all of us. It's part of the debt that we've run up over the last decade or two. Do you think Americans are beginning to understand the financial cost of what Al Gore and his acolytes did to the American public?
I mean, it was a literal lie from day one. If you can go back in the 90s, all the claims, Al Gore always said, it was a great business opportunity. He kept saying for entrepreneurs. No, it was a great business opportunity for people like John Podesta and Al Gore and Richard Branson and all these others, and everyone who cashed in on all this green cash. At one point, it was CBS News reported that Gore was a huge beneficiary of Obama's green stimulus. So a lot of people made a lot of money on this. But essentially, do people realize it? I think people are realizing it was magical thinking. There was a World War II historian who talked about the magical thinking in Germany and the Soviet Union, when it comes to economics. And I think that's exactly what green ideology was. Oh, we're going to go to solar and wind, and it's going to be cheaper, and we can just decommission and get rid of all the fossil fuels, and we're going to run a green. First of all, that wasn't green. And second of all, that was all a fantasy. People are now realizing it, and we're realizing it with the offshore wind. I mean, you've never seen liberals convert to climate skeptics faster than the ones who live in Martha's Vineyard and along the New Jersey coast and along New York. I was out there on a boat out on off the coast of Martha's Vineyard, 50 miles off, protesting the wind farms that were out there. We were out there with San Francisco liberals who had trans activist signs. We were out there with commercial fishermen. People realize this was a fraud. They realize all the money we've spent. I think it's going to be very hard to get this kind of momentum as a green movement back, and a future president, AOC or Gavin Newsom, should that ever happen, because I just think the Trump administration has done such a great job with the narrative and the realization. People have been red-pilled. COVID helped a lot. You can go look at people like Joe Rogan. You can look at people like RFK Jr., Naomi Wolf, and they all were, NASA says climate, so it must be true. Once COVID happened, that was the equivalent of saying, well, Fauci says it, so it must be true. Skeptics were born across the progressive left, and I think that is what no one is really accounting for. You could put on Russell Brand as another name. This is a guy who was all into climate change, and now they're all like RFK said it best. It's been hijacked by the World Economic Forum and the United Nations for totalitarian control of society. RFK just dropped it. He said, I'm not going to talk about climate change anymore. Yeah. That is shocking. And I think that kind of thing has a huge trickle down all the way to the average voter, people who don't even follow politics.
If we only had focused on clean air and clean water and simple things that matter to people, we would have saved ourselves trillions of dollars. It's crazy.
Trillions. Yeah. And the thing is, we're now getting back to where global warming was once hijacked the entire environmental movement. Now we can actually go back to clean air, clean water, focus on toxic waste cleanup. East Palestine, we can do lead in the drinking water, because we're not focused on racist highways and environmental equity and all of this nonsense about environmental justice, and let's put in more solar panels and wind that don't produce energy. Yeah. Less than 4% of energy came from it all. It was nuts. I can't believe they got as far as they did.
They did.
Well, Mark, I, for one, cannot believe that there was even any dry ground for you to protest on Martha's Vineyard because of the rising sea levels. But at any rate, I'm glad you got it done.
Some sand, apparently.
We were out in a small boat, and I had a 1980s Radio Shack megaphone out there. So
I love it. No Greta Thunberg tactics here, just the nitty-gritty. Climate Depot publisher and former senior staff at the U.S. Senate Environment and Public Works Committee, Mark Morano. Thanks so much for your valuable time today, and some final thoughts coming up on the other side of this break.
That was fun.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's anti-kibble breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap. September 11th, 2001. A day that changed America forever. Nearly a quarter century later, the memories remain vivid and the loss still felt deeply. Real America's Voice presents a powerful special, 9/11. 24 years later, America still mourns. Join David Zier, host of Breaking Point, for 2 exclusive conversations. First with Richard Rotans, who led New York's emergency response during those dark hours. And then a candid interview with former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani, reflecting on leadership, courage, and the enduring impact of that tragic day. 2 voices, one nation still healing, and a reminder we must never forget. Don't miss 9/11. 24 years later, America still mourns. Only on Real America's Voice.
John, that was a powerful promo. I am definitely in the camp of never forget, but I'm also still kind of in the camp of never forgive, because I'm still mad about it.
Listen, you're going to get madder when these Saudi documents come out from the U.S. government. We learned a little bit more about the Saudi kingdoms and some of its players, Prince Turkey and others' role in it. I remember like it was yesterday what happened. I was on the bridge when the plane hit the Pentagon. My lawyer, who was helping me the week before this, I was the news on the front page of newspapers because my phone records had been taken by the Justice Department, the Bush Justice Department, trying to unmask my sources. Yes, conservatives were once ruining our freedom of press too. And the lawyer that was helping me was on that plane, and she died in that plane. And then my dad was in Connecticut as a police chief, and his town lost the youngest of all the victims, a grandbaby from Easton, Connecticut. I lost 5 members of families in a town of like 6,000. And the world's never been the same. You know, we never forget. But I think also another thing is it's really shocking to me that there are educators who are trying to deprive children of learning about what happened that day, just like they try to hide what happened on October 7th in Israel, or try to pretend it's something other than that is. It's almost as dangerous as what the terrorists did to us, because if we blind our children in the next generation to happen, we'll be vulnerable again to another attack, and that is unforgivable.
Yeah, I was speaking last week to one of the RAV camera guys. Nothing like someone telling you that they were only 6 months old on 9/11 to make you feel old, but it's just amazing
that does make you feel old, doesn't it?
to talk to young people who don't have the perspective of living during 9/11. But we're going to talk a lot about this on Thursday when the day hits. But I want to talk about a few things. First of all, Mark Morano, I wanted to ask him, and I didn't have a chance, but John, you and I have talked about this before, the tyrannical nature. There is a tyrannical aspect to the climate movement. And it's the reason that I think that you see people like Greta Thunberg, who have now all of a sudden taken up the cause of Hamas, another authoritarian movement. There's a lot of commonality there. It's uncomfortable for them to admit, but it's there.
Yeah, listen, Greta Thunberg has been wrong on a lot of issues, I suspect, and probably going to continue to be wrong. And we're picking the wrong, many on the left are picking the wrong battles, not just from polling, but just from a moral and common sense standpoint. And I think that's why the Democrats are in danger of becoming less and less relevant. I think Mark said the branding that the president had was so amazing. Now, you were at the Bible Museum bright and early, bushy tail this morning. Pretty amazing to see a president for the first time go to the Bible Museum and talk about the Bible and donate a Bible, right?
Yes. So as soon as he got up to the dais, he said just moments ago that he had personally brought the Trump family Bible that is going to be there on display at the Museum of the Bible. Now, if he had taken questions afterwards, I was going to ask him if that was going to be a permanent installation or if he was going to take it back after his presidency, because I would certainly understand that as well. But I get the feeling it's going to be a permanent installation, so that's going to be really, really cool to see. But he was there surrounded by some amazing faith leaders from the Jewish community, Christian, Catholic. It was just incredible to see all of those people.
Shout out the Green family who took the time to build that incredible museum. Stephen, the whole family is an amazing family, and what a gift they have left for future generations.
Yeah, absolutely. And President Trump flicked at his controversy with other museums like the Smithsonian and complimented the Museum of the Bible, because if you've never been, you have to go.
There's
and you have to spend days. You have to spend days there to get it all in. Yeah, that's right. All right, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow night.
Hello, friends. Pat Boone here with a message from the past. Imagine the shock of reading tomorrow's newspaper and discovering the price of gold has doubled to over $1,000 an ounce. Sound impossible? Well, it's not. That's right. Back in 2006, my friends at Swiss America forecast gold prices would top $1,000 an ounce, and they were right. Today, several financial firms are forecasting $3,000 gold. Now, for over 40 years, Swiss America has helped folks like you and me purchase precious metals for home delivery and for our IRAs. So don't miss this opportunity again. Call or text Swiss America at the number on your screen now to receive your free portfolio review and a copy of The Timeless Truth About Gold and Silver. Learn for yourself how easy it is to safeguard your money. Call or text Swiss America today.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Stinchfield. I want to tell you about a story tonight, which is a Democrat's worst nightmare. It's also a mother and father's worst nightmare. The woman you are looking at on your screen, I'm going to show you the crime in progress where she was murdered, but that is Irina Zarutska. She is a 23-year-old Ukrainian refugee, a beautiful young lady who had her entire life ahead of her in Charlotte, North Carolina, riding the transit train. Now we go to the video of what Democrats do not want you to see. That homeless man behind her in the red hoodie is about to stand up and stab her there. Stab her to the point where she dies. The outrage of this story to me is sickening. That perpetrator will go on to walk throughout the train car, dripping blood everywhere. You name it, you'll see here, as people don't even realize what happened because no one's aware of their surroundings. Now, this is an example of Democrat policies gone wrong at every level. He was a homeless guy. Their homeless policies, what do Democrats do? Enable the homeless. And in fact, they encourage homelessness with their handouts. They have failed policing policies. For 6.5 minutes, this guy rode the train after stabbing this poor young woman to death. No cops around. This is a failure of the no cash bail policies. No bail, let him sail. 14 times this guy had been arrested, 4 felonies, and let go without bail. He should have been behind bars. All weak on crime policies. Well, this happened in August, and we are only just now learning about it because the video has surfaced, of course, on conservative social media. Here's the president.
I just give my love and hope to the family of the young woman who was stabbed this morning or last night in Charlotte by a madman, a lunatic. Just got up and started. It's right on the tape. Not really watchable because it's so horrible, but just viciously stabbed. She's just sitting there. So they're evil people. We have to be able to handle that. If we don't handle that, we don't have a country.
I want you to think about this. Look at the suspect. 14 times this man had been arrested. There is mugshot after mugshot after mugshot, graphic 11 if we have it, I think. Over and over again, this guy was arrested. And nothing from him. Clearly, he's mentally ill. But he's also a absolute violent individual. Over and over again, arrested for assault and larceny and stealing. And yet, the New York Times, 0 stories. CNN, 0 stories. The Washington Post, 0 stories. MSNBC, 0 stories. Until today, they were forced to acknowledge this story. This is a young woman, reporter with the Daily Wire, laying this out for us.
So if you look back at what that task force that he implemented in 2020 did, they specifically called for more lenient pre-release policies, meaning they wanted low bail or no bail for minority offenders. They also called for decriminalizing homelessness and quote unquote public behavior, meaning being a public menace on the streets.
So all of it is a double standard when it comes to coverage. If you are a white man and you kill a black man or woman, well, it's national news. You only have to look at Daniel Penny, the subway rider who I believe was a hero. The mainstream media wanted to make him out to be a racist white man lunatic. If the perpetrator is not wearing a red Make America Great Again hat, killing a person of color, the media doesn't want to hear this story. So they ignore it. Well, this story, of course, is about a black man in a hoodie whose pants are sagging down, killing, of course, a white woman. So the media ignores it. DeCarlos Brown now has a GoFundMe page, Cut 33, I believe. He's got a GoFundMe page up. Well, GoFundMe canceled it, but apparently there are multiple pages of this up. Who in the world donates to a guy like this? And who in the world is starting a GoFundMe page for an animal like this? Cut 32.
A Ukrainian woman was murdered by homeless men, but some media isn't reporting it. And it's a pattern of being silent when the killer is black and the victim is white, and loud when it's the opposite.
Well, that's a conservative influencer who talks about being a clear thinker and seeing what's really happening in the world. And all of this, to me, is lies by omission. It's one of the biggest crimes that the mainstream media engages in. They maybe won't tell you the lie to your face, but the way they lie to you is just by ignoring the story. Well, I want to bring in now the managing editor of Newsbusters over at the Media Research Center. Our good friend Curtis Houck is back with us. Curtis, welcome to the program.
Good to be with you.
Curtis, this murder happened in the middle of August. I only just now started realizing this thanks to my conservative social media influencers over the weekend. What is wrong with the mainstream media, and am I wrong on my assessment that it's selective when it comes to who the victim is and who the perpetrator is, opting for they'd rather have the perpetrator being white on a minority victim?
Yeah, first of all, two bigger points. Number one, you're exactly right about bias by omission being perhaps the most sinister form of media bias, because it's the stories that are buried, it's the stories that are not covered or undercovered that tell the public the most about what the media prioritize in terms of clinging to power. And the second point is crime, just like transgenderism, is one of the issues that unites all factions of the right. We have everyone on the right, from Real America's Voice to Eric Erickson today, pointing this race angle out, that if the roles were reversed, the media would be all over this. And you bring up the coverage as well. New York Times, it's still zero. ABC News, it took until midday. Wall Street Journal, same thing. MSNBC has only covered it in context of President Trump returning from the U.S. Open yesterday and being asked about it. NBCnews.com, the same story as well, the broadcast networks. CBS Mornings, with perhaps some pressure due to new ownership to do the right thing, covered it this morning. But now the broadcast networks, just a few minutes ago, two of the three, ABC and NBC, had full stories only because President Trump dragged and shamed them into covering it. But I think it doesn't defeat the purpose of bias by omission. It shows the depravity in which they lack news judgment. They're only doing it because Donald Trump says something about it, and now we can spin it and politicize it and all the rest.
Let me show you, when the media does cover this, how they do it. So Axios, which we know is a left-leaning, is probably kind on this. Axios, their headline, cut 18, reads, quote, "Stabbing fuels," do we have it? Yes. "Stabbing video fuels MAGA crime message." I'm writing a message here not because I'm trying to relate to my MAGA crowd. I'm actually trying to wake up those on the left and city leaders who are responsible for the craziness. But that's their story on this, not the story of failed policies at a homeless level and a crime level, that somehow MAGA is weaponizing this story.
Yeah, it's always, the MAGA Republicans pounce. It's the old adage there. I'll add one more. The Times of London, one of the major newspapers over there. "Murder of Ukrainian refugee in U.S. ignites row over race." Excuse me? CNN's chief intelligence and law enforcement analyst, John Miller, the guy who said we may never know the motive of the Minneapolis Catholic Church shooter, this afternoon, when asked about it, he essentially told Breonna Keeler it is because of mental health care. North Carolina ranks last in terms of government tax dollars to support mental health. Well, I think if you've been arrested 14 times, it doesn't matter whether you're mentally ill or not. You deserve to be thrown away.
You mentioned John Miller. Here's the shame of this guy. I actually grew up watching John Miller when he worked for ABC, the local news station in New York, when he was literally exposing the mob. And truthfully, he did great work as a young man. He was great. But he's drank the Kool-Aid. Listen to this soundbite from John Miller, who works at CNN now.
This is not one of those cities that is asleep at the switch on crime. What this is a terribly tragic, dramatic, terrible event captured on video, which is being magnified to send a certain message.
Which is being magnified to send a message. Again, it all comes back to, us evil Republicans for trying to call attention to this. Even the mayor of Charlotte got mad at us for calling attention to this crime, Curtis.
Yeah. oh, we're mad. Just things happen. It's like the price of life, I guess. It's the price you pay for living in a big city. That's the argument I've been hearing from all the white libs in Washington about why president's wrong to crack down on crime in Washington, D.C. And the second thing is, I'm old enough to remember, Grant, when the left was all about transparency. We need body cameras. We need cameras everywhere during the summer of love in 2020 after George Floyd. Are we against cameras now, I guess? Because too much transparency is proving facts to be stubborn.
That was literally the point in Axios, that there's too many cameras now, and this makes it so easy for us to spread the video. It is called transparency. It is what Newsbusters and the Media Research Center is all about. Same with us here at Real America's Voice. Curtis Houck, as always, thank you for coming on tonight.
No problem, my friend. Talk soon.
Absolutely. You want another example of total Democrat lunacy? This one, we have to go north of the border. This is an example of protect the criminals at all cost. So apparently, Democrats want to make criminals out of the law-abiding. We see this in the United States, especially when it comes to gun use. Apparently, in a suburb outside of Toronto, a man is a victim of a home invasion. The home invaders come into his house. Well, the man grabs a kitchen knife and he stabs the home invader, trying to stop him before he hurts him or his family. And do you know what the police do? They charge the homeowner. You got a guy coming into your house, you grab a kitchen knife to defend yourself, and you're going to charge the homeowner for, quote, assault. I mean, it is beyond belief. And here's the message that the police chief sends to all of the people that he is sworn to protect.
In the unlikely event that you find yourself the victim of a home invasion, we are urging citizens not to take matters into their own hands. While we don't want homeowners to feel powerless, we urge you to call 911 and do everything you can to keep yourself and loved ones safe until police arrive, and be the best witness possible. As it stands, we know the best defense for most people is to comply, as you've just heard, a number of safety recommendations.
The best defense sometimes can be to comply, but it also sometimes can be fight like the Dickens. Sometimes it can be flee out the back door. Every situation is different. But if a homeowner makes a decision that the best decision for him and his family is to fight and use potential deadly force to stop an intruder, that should be every homeowner's right. Be the best witness you can be. Call 911. Do you know it took police 4.5 minutes to get to that house? Now, that sounds like a pretty quick response time. You know, a boxing match, one round is 3 minutes long. You know how long that is? That's 1.5 rounds of, I don't know, Mike Tyson beating the crap out of you before police get there. That's not going to work for me. It's not going to work for me at my house, which is why I have guns everywhere, not accessible to unauthorized users. And I, though, am trained in the use of these firearms. It's what I want for every homeowner who wants to get trained with firearms. Have them accessible so you can stop an intruder. The problem is, if you live in Canada, you're going to get arrested. And be the best witness you can be. What? The witness to your own murder? How are you going to testify from the grave, Mr. Police Officer? This is Pierre Poilievre, who, great conservative in Canada. This is what he had to say about it.
People have a right to defend their home. Your home is your castle. Someone comes into your house and threatens your family, you should have the right to take force against them to defend your family. That's what conservatives propose with the Stand on Guard Act, and that is what we will fight for in this fall session.
Nice term there, Stand Our Guard Act. We call it Stand Your Ground. In Texas, we have what we call a castle law. Our home is our castle, and we can defend it with deadly force. It's what every state should have. Some states have a duty to retreat law, meaning you have to go out the back door. What if that's not possible? You're going to start charging American citizens? Quite possibly that's the case. We've seen it happen with radical district attorneys around this country. The reason I play this for you is as a warning. They want to do away with the Second Amendment here in the United States. They don't have one, by the way, a Second Amendment in Canada. They don't have the rights that we have in America. This is Premier Doug Ford, virtually the governor of Ontario. This is what he amounts to. Watch.
If you have a gun and you're a hunter and someone's coming into your house to kill your family, they're gonna defend their family, and they should be exempt. You don't go to root cause. It's not them coming into the house. It's ridiculous. You know something? I have a saying for the folks that are defending their homes. I'd rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6. And unfortunately, my friend Aleem is going to be carried by 6.
It is a good saying. The bottom line is, though, it should never get to the point of having to be judged by 12. Common sense tells you, guys coming into your house to do harm to you and your family, you have a right to use deadly force against that individual. I don't care what the law is. You come through that door in my house unwelcome, you will be soon carried by 6. And that is an absolute promise, okay? Turning now to Democrat obstruction. This has been something else in Washington, D.C. The Democrats, by the way, you see the theme here? They're literally reeling, okay? Normally, presidential nominees are confirmed in a fairly quick order. Often procedural votes are taken, often voice votes are taken, and they can move through these presidential nominees in a fairly quick fashion. Even Republicans for Joe Biden helped move through many of his nominees. Chuck Schumer is delaying like you wouldn't believe. Well, John Thune said he's had enough of it. As early as Thursday, we could see rule changes. They call it the nuclear option. To push through many of President Trump's nominees. Here's John Thune, the senator.
We are where we are right now because of the Democrat obstruction, which is historic and unprecedented. We have never seen a time where the opposition party has literally blocked and forced the president and his team, and us here as the majority in the Senate, to go through all the machinations of trying to get a nominee across the finish line.
Well, what the Democrats under the leadership of Chuck Schumer are doing are literally clogging the system with parliamentary trickery. That's all it is. I'm going to bring in now longtime senior advisor to President Donald J. Trump. He is a personal friend of mine. Bruce Lavelle is with me. Bruce, it's great to have you on.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Grant.
Well, Bruce, in Washington, this is a big deal what John Thune is doing. I don't actually think it is, but it needs to be done, and that is to start moving some of these nominees through, whether the Democrats like it or not. Bruce, your thoughts?
Well, yeah, thanks for having me. My thoughts, we got to do something, and really in all fairness, for both sides of the aisle, expediting our nominees, our appointees, so we can get our government, our team up and going expeditiously. And we need that desperately. Every election cycle is the same thing. And unfortunately, if you recall in the first administration, we were like 40+% where we didn't have a lot of our folks, and a lot of people just gave up. And that's what they're trying to do. And it does such a disservice to the American people. And it's just not right. So hopefully they'll get some resolution to change, alter the rules, Bruce, make it more faster and efficient.
You worked in the last Trump administration. When you have empty desks at leadership positions, to me, you're taking away from the mandate the American people gave President Trump to lead and govern as he sees fit. There's empty desks throughout every agency across this government now, isn't there?
Yeah, well, another thing, too, you got to remember respectfully some of the career folks, if you might say that, slow walk, take your good time. I know my background took months, and I'm easy to vet, I really am. And you often wonder, like, gosh, are they taking their time because I'm a, quote, Trump supporter, So you scratch your head. You don't want to think it's that way, that our own very government agencies are weaponizing it. But with all the stuff that's been going on the last several years against President Trump, you have to wonder, Grant, is this part of the culprit? And that's why earlier on, we did a lot of our own personal background preliminaries to hurry up and expedite people way back when President Trump won in December as well as November, so we could fast track a lot of our quick, which was a lot better, from last time. But come on now, we still have ambassadors all the way. Here we are almost in October, and we have key ambassadorship positions that need to be filled and some other things that haven't gone so well for some other appointees. And it's not right. And it just really harms the American people at the end of the day.
Bruce, when you don't have ambassadorships that are being filled, that then, I believe, poses a national security risk, because we've got to have somebody working with these other countries, our allies, even our enemies, working for the free flow of communication between nations. National security risk. Now, you would think the Democrats would say, oh, we're just trying to vet. We want to make sure the right people and all. No. Chuck Schumer readily admits what he's doing. Listen to this, Bruce.
So John Thune goes up on the floor crying almost, and he says, Schumer has done something unprecedented. He has not given us a single pass on one of the nominees that we have done. 0, it says in his big chart. I said, you're damn straight. Historically bad nominees need a historic response. And so we did. We blocked them all, and they were frustrated.
We blocked them all, he says. Bruce, I give you the last word.
He will reap what he sows, and many others, for the dirty dealings that you have put upon this nation, Chuck Schumer and many others that have done dirty deeds against this great nation. You will reap what you sow. That's my last words on that, Grant. So hopefully, look, there is a God, and they will prevail. You know, they don't like ugly, and I'm praying that this will, the goodness will prevail.
Reap what you sow. Karma is a witch with a B. And what comes around goes around. So all of those, Chuck Schumer, take note.
Hey, I was kind of hoping you showed that sheriff about when you invade the county, my other place down in Florida, if you invade that house, what he said on that press conference about go call the coroner and come get the body up, and we'll come help you drag him out with you. You know, I had to say
that's right. Well, look, as another great sheriff says in Florida, says if somebody comes into your house, you put so many holes through them, you can read a newspaper through them. That's how he trains people. Bruce Lavelle, thank you for coming on, as always.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Grant.
Absolutely. It's always good to see you. By the way, it was Grady Judd down in Pinellas County, I think Pinellas County, Florida. He always has some doozies about conservatives and their guns and law-abiding citizens. All right, folks, listen. When inflation jumps and you hear the national debt is over $37 trillion, do you ever think maybe now would be a good time to buy some gold? Well, you should. Whether as a hedge against inflation, peace of mind during global instability, or just sensible diversification, Birch Gold Group believes every American should own physical gold. And from now until September 30th, Birch Gold is offering a rebate of up to $10,000 in free metals for first-time buyers. To claim eligibility and start the process, request an info kit now. Just text America to the number 989898. Plus, Birch Gold can help you roll an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold. And you are still eligible for rebates in free metals up to $10,000. Claim your eligibility and get your free info kit. Text America to the number 989898. All right, a big win for President Trump as SCOTUS rules that ICE raids can continue in Los Angeles. We get into that next.
People are being given 20 days to move their savings out of bank accounts just because of their political views. In fact, a conservative billionaire in Washington, who you know very well, was forced to transfer hundreds of millions of dollars. Hi, I'm Dr. Ron Paul. If they can debank billionaires for their politics, what's stopping them from doing the same to you? This is why I've always advocated for the one asset that can't be debanked: gold. Click below for a free info kit on gold IRAs from my trusted friends at Birch Gold Group. For thousands of years, while paper currencies and banking systems failed, gold has preserved wealth. Even billionaires are learning this lesson the hard way. Don't wait for your own 20-day notice. Click below for your free info kit on gold IRAs.
Stay tuned to get a free automatic toilet bowl cleaner from Mermaid. Your sink stopper's broken, but fixing a drain is such a pain. Not anymore. Introducing Mermaid Drain Magic, the instant solution to most broken drains. Simply remove and replace in just seconds. You can fill and drain with a simple press of a button. Drain Magic makes replacing your old, broken, rusty, even missing sink stoppers fast and easy.
Practically took me 5 seconds to replace. It absolutely made my sink look like brand new.
Honestly, I couldn't believe it. How could it work so well, look so good, and install so quickly?
And forget clogging, because Drain Magic's anti-clogging basket helps catch debris before it goes down the drain. When the basket's full, just discard. Helps prevent clogs in your sink by catching hair, food, even jewelry. Drain Magic uses a silicone gasket that creates a watertight seal without messy plumber's putty. Look, this sink was filled hours ago and the water still remains. Press the spring-loaded stopper and the water's gone. Made of brass and finished in high-quality chrome, Drain Magic is rust-resistant and built to last.
It's made out of metal, not plastic, and it actually has some weight to it. Yeah, this is the real deal.
Just looks like a new sink now.
Order your 2-in-1 drain solution, Mermaid Drain Magic, today for only $19.99. And with every order, you're going to get a Mermaid automatic toilet bowl cleaner absolutely free. Just drop it in the tank for up to 3 months of hands-free cleaning. Mermaid's ultra-concentrated formula cleans and deodorizes with every flush. But wait, due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get Mermaid Drain Magic at this incredibly low price with free Mermaid toilet bowl cleaner. There's a strict limit of 3. Call or click now to order.
Call 1-800-519-3206 or visit getdrainmagic.com. So call 1-800-519-3206 or visit getdrainmagic.com. Order now.
Welcome back, everyone. So today starts the trial of Ryan Ruth. Ryan Ruth is the man accused of plotting to assassinate President Trump at his West Palm Beach golf course. You remember he was allegedly hiding in the bushes, and agents go after him, end up capturing him before he can do President Trump any harm. That's Ryan Ruth on your screen. If you can believe it, Ryan Ruth wants to represent himself during trial. I'm going to tell him, not that I care about giving him any advice, this is a really bad idea for you, Ryan Ruth, and I don't think it's going to go well. In court filings, he's already challenged President Trump to a golf match and a bunch of other wacky court filings out of this. This is one of the court reporters for News Nation.
Well, I think this is going to be more like the court jester in court. He doesn't understand the law. He's facing life in prison, such serious charges. And, there is no way he understands the law enough to be able to appropriately defend himself.
All right. So what is he planning on asking jurors? This, according to Fox News, who saw some of the requests for questioning. Here's how it reads. During jury selection, Ruth asked potential jurors their views on the war in Gaza, their position on the U.S. potentially acquiring Greenland, as the president has floated, and how they would act if they were driving and spotted a turtle in the middle of the road. Well, I clearly would save the turtle because that's a compassionate thing to do. I guess he's trying to figure out whether the person is pro-Trump and whether or not they're compassionate. Either way, this is going to turn out to be a disaster for this guy. Here's what's not a disaster for President Trump. The Supreme Court. President Trump has set this up as his last defense, and it is holding strong for President Trump. I think we're currently undefeated when it comes to cases that the left has brought against President Trump. This one, they wanted to stop the ICE raids going on in Los Angeles. The Supreme Court ruled, no, absolutely not. They can continue. The majority writing this, and I quote, to be clear, this is from Justice Kavanaugh, to be clear, apparent ethnicity alone cannot furnish reasonable suspicion. Under this court's case law regarding immigration stops, however, it can be a relevant factor when considered along with other salient factors. Meaning if you're going after illegal aliens from south of the border, they're not going to look like me for the most part. Now, if you're going after a Cuban in Miami, maybe could look like me, but not typically looking like me from Venezuela or Guatemala. Now, you have to have other factors as well, as Bill Asaley, the acting U.S. attorney in Los Angeles, spelled out.
It's such an obvious statement and position. We've been enforcing immigration laws for over 100 years here in the United States, and this is what we've been saying all along. Our officers do not target people based on race. They use what's called reasonable suspicion, and that includes work sites. It includes other types of activities that they see, like if people are fleeing when they see an ICE agent.
Or other evidence, like you come into a home to do a welfare check on one of these trafficked children, and you start to ID people and realize they're not here legally. All of that well within the bounds of what ICE agents are doing. I want to bring in now former Deputy Border Patrol agent in charge and author of the book Treason. J.J. Carroll is back with us. J.J., it's great to have you on.
Thank you for having me back. We're clawing ourselves out of the twilight zone piece by piece through the Supreme Court. It's pretty great.
Well, it's amazing, JJ, because you have all of these radical judges trying to enact their own law, not paying any attention to the Constitution, to stop President Trump from taking America back and making it great again, but they're losing at the Supreme Court. How important is this ruling, JJ?
Well, I want to say it's very important, but I want to stop for a second and let your audience understand everything that they are arguing has already been argued in court. I learned about this in 1997 when I was in the United States Border Patrol Academy. I do not, being a Border Patrol agent and an ICE officer, we do not need reasonable suspicion to stop you and to talk to you. All we need is mere suspicion. And then we bring our articulable facts together and we go, oh, you're an illegal alien, you're under arrest. So this idea that the lower courts are using stupidity to try to get and having to take it all the way to the Supreme Court for them to come back down and say, listen, a below average judge would know this on immigration law. Border Patrol and ICE needs mere suspicion, and you're putting all these obstacles. We've already gone through this decades ago. Why are you not following the law? And you're either grossly ignorant or you're corrupt, or maybe a little bit of both.
Well, let me give you the left's response to this, all right? And play. This is a California Democrat Assemblywoman, cut 12.
As we got word of Donald Trump's Supreme Court judges who just made it legal for masked men to snatch innocent people off the streets. Moms and dads on their way to work who are ending up losing their children. Trump's war on immigrants was never about safety. This confirms it. It was always about racism.
JJ, apparently she has not seen the list of the very violent felons that Donald Trump and the ICE agents have taken off the street, from sex trafficking to drug dealing to murder, you name it. It's awful. What is she talking about, JJ?
Grant, is that real? Is that a spoof? Did you just play that just to try to get me? Is that a real person?
It's real, my man, and it comes from California, so go figure.
I lived there for 24 years. I know the stupidity rules. No, Donald Trump is taking rapists, murderers, pedophiles off the street. If you're legally here, or you're a U.S. citizen, you have nothing to fear. I did this for 24 years. I roll up on people. They pull out their immigration naturalization document or their immigration documents. I go, hey, that's great. Have a great day. And we're all happy. But the moment I drive up and I see people running, I go, well, I would have to assume they're illegal aliens. I'm going to go arrest them. The idea that Border Patrol agents and ICE officers are randomly just snatching moms and dads that are U.S. citizens and taking them out into Mars on a spaceship is absurd. And to listen to squeaky Minnie Mouse there, that's all you need to know. We're ruled by the dumbest people on planet Earth. That's who we're represented. How do we get here, Grant? Honestly.
Well, blind liberal zombieism, and so many of them exist in America today that blindly follow their Democrat leaders, and that's how they got the leadership they got in California. We've got some of them from many states in Washington, D.C., but listen, this is a whole different ball game, JJ. You and I were the complete opposite of that. Stinchfield's army out there. We're headed in the right direction, at least. It's always good to see you.
Oh, great. Thanks for your time, Grant.
Absolutely. Thank you. And don't forget to check out JJ's book, Treason. Actually, it really is worth the read. All right, folks. A toy company is taking advantage of the Malibu fires and plans to reap huge profits with AI-generated houses. Well, it's actually the founders of the toy company. AI-generated houses? What's going on? Oh, you want to guess where these houses are built? That is next. But first, don't miss the Rebels and Rogues Outlaws tour. Here's a preview.
Hey, Rav family and War Room Posse, mark your calendar. September 12th and 13th, the Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws Tour is coming to the America First Warehouse.
I have never seen anything like this.
2 unforgettable days filled with patriots, barbecue, and live shows straight from the most amazing place, the America First Warehouse. Get ready for a special guest to be announced, plus a 3-hour live episode of Studio 6B.
And we're just going to go do it.
On the 12th, Steve Bannon will host War Room Live at 5 p.m. And Steve will be back again on the 13th. Woo! Followed by 1 hour with Peter Navarro.
I went to prison so you won't have to.
The Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws Tour, September 12th and 13th at the America First Warehouse. Scan the QR code to see pricing and availability. Don't miss this opportunity. Tickets won't last.
Your wallet is always in danger. Criminals can scan and hack your information without you even knowing. Worse yet, it's bulky and so disorganized. But not anymore, because Slim is in. Introducing Slim Mint, an ultra-thin RFID blocking wallet that keeps your cards and cash truly protected. And now may be your last chance to get it for a low price. Slim Mint uses the latest RFID blocking technology to prevent thieves from scanning your wallet and stealing your info.
Having your information stolen is a nightmare, but with Slim Mint, I know I'm protected.
With money clips, cash can easily fall out, but with the auto-locking Slim Mint, your cards and money stay securely in place. Then just press the button to release the lock. Slim Mint is ergonomically designed to optimize space and keep your belongings organized. It has a built-in cash clip and a flexible outer band to securely fit your additional cards and your extra cash. Even with everything you see here in the Slim Mint, it's still ultra-thin. Bulky wallets are uncomfortable, but the Slim Mint is so compact it fits in any size pocket. Plus, it keeps everything easy to access.
Slim Mint holds everything from pictures to credit cards, my driver's license. Yeah, it's still so thin.
Say bye-bye to bent cards and damaged magnetic strips. Slim Mint keeps them protected. It's crush resistant and can really take a beating. Similar wallets sell for over $100. But call or click now and get Slim Mint for just $29.99. Order in the next 5 minutes and you'll get an instant $10 discount. So it's only $19.99. But wait, due to rising costs and supply chain shortages, this may be your last chance to get Slim Mint at this low price. There's a strict limit of 3 Slim Mint wallets while supplies last. You still have time to get your very own Slim Mint wallets, but you must act fast. Don't wait. Order now.
Call 1-800-608-6630. That's 1-800-608-6630. Call or visit slimmintwallet.com. So call 1-800-608-6630 now.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Welcome back, everyone. We continue to cover the devastation caused by those fires back in January out in Los Angeles. This story specifically relates to Malibu. Apparently, 2 New Zealand billionaires are scooping up property in Malibu that very, very valuable beachfront property, the tune of $65 million. Nick and Matt Mowbray, I believe is how you say their names. They're like founded toy companies and all kinds of stuff. Well, they plan to build AI-generated homes, and these homes are going to be assembled. Come on, you can put it up, guys. Go on, there you go. These homes are going to be assembled in China. Now, why? And apparently at a fraction of the cost. How do I know about this? Well, Tyler Neal is a Los Angeles-based realtor, and I saw this post on Instagram.
About $100,000 to produce and ship, then sell for a projected $10 to $30 million.
But the Mowbray brothers aren't just looking to make a quick buck.
If these AI homes work in Malibu, they plan to build them in cities across the U.S., Europe, and Asia, making AI homes a global mainstream solution, not just for luxury communities, but for middle-class neighborhoods as well.
All right. But they're really cheap to produce. And in Malibu, they can sell them for tens of millions of dollars in profit. I want to bring in now the gentleman you just saw there on that Instagram post. LA realtor Tyler Neal is with us. Tyler, welcome to the program.
Hey, Grant. Thank you very much. I appreciate you having me, Grant. I'm excited to be here.
Well, I'm excited to have you on. When I saw this, I said, okay, there's so many angles here. You got the China angle coming in here. You got foreign billionaires coming in. And then AI. It all comes together. And then, of course, the poor people of Malibu and the Palisades and all of these areas that are still recovering from this. Yeah. What do you make of this story? And are there anything of it that concerns you here, Tyler?
Oh, yeah, there are definitely legitimate concerns, but there's also silver lining and reason for optimism and even to be excited. You know, these devastating fires were traumatic in Los Angeles, across LA, most of all for the homeowners, of course. However, they do present an opportunity for home builders to rethink and get creative about how the home construction process works. And perhaps at the forefront of that rethinking is these brothers, the Mowbray brothers at Zuru, made their money building, selling toys out of New Zealand, and have built or put together the largest factory in the world in China. And from that factory, they are going to construct homes that are modular, customizable, completely individual. They're talking about building a home in a matter of a couple of weeks at a fraction of the cost that it would on the current market in terms of home construction. They're looking at less than 10% to construct a single home.
All right, less than 10% the cost to construct a home, building it in China, bringing it over here, then compared to in California. I mean, are you talking profits of 10, 20 million? Because on the Malibu coast, I mean, what would these homes be projected to sell for? Tens of millions of dollars, right?
Tens of millions of dollars, Grant. Absolutely. This is the top high end of the ultra luxury market in Los Angeles. The most expensive home in California's state history was purchased in 2023 by Jay-Z and Beyonce for $200 million, right there on Billionaires Beach in Malibu. That's where these lots are that the Mowbray brothers have bought. They've currently bought 9 of them. They're planning to buy several more. They've spent $65 million on these burn lots, and they're all lots that are now vacant due to the devastating fires from in January, from the Palisades fires that came down the hill and over the PCH.
Of course. You know, one of the things that concerns me is I feel like we have this whitewashing of America where everything now, all of a sudden, everything's going to be AI generated and no creativity goes into it. Where's the great architects of the world? And you know, I love watching the LA real estate shows, Tyler, and you see the most beautiful homes where thought goes into it. And then we get China building them. Can't we build them on U.S. soil? I mean, there's got to be a place we could build them here if we're going to do that.
That's right.
Your thought?
You would think so, Grant. That's a very valid point you bring up. But I want to remind you, I mentioned earlier, these Mowbray brothers, they've built the largest factory, literally the largest factory in the world. I believe I read it's 7 acres in size. That's the factory where robots essentially will be building these homes. And by the way, the homes are designed with AI, and the AI uses building codes that are local to Malibu or wherever they might be building the home for, because they're not talking about just Malibu. These homes are going to be built in the long term across the U.S. in cities from L.A. to New York to Chicago, et cetera. And yeah, sure, it can be concerning. But one thing I mentioned earlier, Grant, that I'll say again is that, you know, this is an opportunity to rethink the home building process. We do have a housing crisis in America, so I have to, you know, take my hat off to the Mowbray brothers, who are thinking in a new way, thinking about revolutionizing and disrupting this industry.
And Lord knows the rebuilding is taking a very long time out there with all the red tape you got to go through to get permits and all of those things. So we'll see how this goes. I don't know. AI scares me, man. I'm so worried it's going to be the downfall of society.
It is scary.
They're going to have robots putting
Grant.
these things up. You're not going to need a worker to put them up. They're going to have robots building these houses in your front yard. Tyler Neal, thank you, and I hope I get to see you again and come on soon. Thanks.
My pleasure. I hope so too, Grant. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. All right, folks, we will be back in a moment. But this Thursday, I cannot believe it's 25 years since 9/11. Well, Real America's Voice will be airing a very powerful 9/11 special. Check out this preview.
September 11th, 2001. A day that changed America forever. Nearly a quarter century later, the memories remain vivid and the loss still felt deeply. Real America's Voice presents a powerful special, 9/11. 24 years later, America still mourns. Join David Zier, host of Breaking Point, for 2 exclusive conversations. First with Richard Rotans, who led New York's emergency response during those dark hours. And then a candid interview with former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani, reflecting on leadership, courage, and the enduring impact of that tragic day. 2 voices, one nation still healing, and a reminder we must never forget. Don't miss 9/11. 24 years later, America still mourns. Only on Real America's Voice.
Fellow Americans, did you know a war is being waged right now for how you spend your hard-earned dollars? Over 100 countries worldwide are preparing to switch to a digital currency. Now, this means cash will be replaced by money governments can monitor and track. This tracking makes it possible to collect data from every purchase you make and the ability to decide what you can buy and when you can buy it. What's more, your assets can be frozen or even seized. I'm appalled at such an assault on financial privacy. My friends at Swiss America have a report called The Secret War on Cash with an action plan to protect your financial privacy. So please, call or text the number on your screen for a free copy. With the growing reality of a government-backed digital currency, the time to act is now. So call or text the number on your screen for your free Secret War report.
What do you do when your tire goes flat and there's no air anywhere to fix that? You reach for Bullseye Pro, the smarter, faster, hands-free way to fill it up with air. Bullseye Pro is equipped with a rechargeable lithium-ion power plant. So fast, so strong, and so convenient. It's like putting the power of an air compressor in the palm of your hand. Look, you can inflate all 4 tires of your car on a single charge, or inflate a bag full of soccer balls at practice. Bullseye Pro is so advanced, it has a built-in smart pressure digital sensor that gauges and automatically stops when the set tire pressure is reached. Plus, it can be 100% hands-free. You simply set the target pressure and walk away, keeping you out of harm's way. Bullseye Pro is lightweight, durable, and powerful enough to inflate this massive monster truck tire. Plus, it has 4 ultra-bright LED lights to safely inflate at night. Bullseye Pro comes with 3 custom air nozzles on board, so you can easily inflate pool toys, exercise balls, and more. Forget driving to the gas station. Bullseye Pro is your anywhere, anytime inflation station. Call or go online now and get the complete Bullseye Pro inflation system, all for the factory direct price of just $79.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. That's right, free shipping. But to really inflate this offer, we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. You get it all. An incredible value for one low price. Call or go online to order now.
To order, call 1-800-976-9718 or go to getbullseyepro.com. So call 1-800-976-9718. That's 1-800-976-9718 or order online at getbullseyepro.com. Order now.
Welcome back, everyone. I know all of you look at me and say, man, Stinchfield, how have you gotten in such great shape? And honestly, Energized Health has saved me. I mean, I lost 15 pounds in 2 weeks on the Energized Health protocol. Getting hydrated at a cellular level has changed every single body measurement I have. Testosterone is up, blood pressure is down, everything going in the right direction. You can take advantage of this. Watch this.
I just completed 400 days. That's 4 rounds. So you said building a house, but I don't want to live in a little shack. I want to live in the Taj Mahal. 122 pounds of fat loss.
So hold on, what did you start at?
307 pounds. Now I'm at like 185. 2.1% skeletal muscle. All the skin is tightening up. That's the beautiful thing. The science is really legit. You just follow the program. And scientifically, you can't fail. It's just impossible.
So you could live in a shack, or you could build a beautiful cathedral or Taj Mahal.
That is a lot of weight to lose, and his skin is tight. That is amazing. I want to bring in now the founder of Energized Health, John Jubilee, is back with us. John, welcome to the program.
Hey, Grant, come on, man. If that doesn't fire you up, I don't know what will.
John, how does he not need surgery to take away all the skin that people, end up having after they lose so much weight?
Well, that's a great question, and I'm sure a lot of the people watching, used to watch these extreme weight loss programs, Biggest Loser, and those guys were so excited, Grant, that if they lost 100 pounds, they'd qualify to get the skin surgeries, like 7 skin surgeries. They're chopping off 20, 30 pounds of skin off of these people. So sad. And it's because, Grant, they lost their healthy hydration, they lost their lean muscle, they destroyed their metabolisms. And by the way, even the New York Times reported that about that TV show, by the way. But when you do the Energized Health protocol, you're gaining healthy hydration, you're gaining lean skeletal muscle, and that's why your skin just tightens up like shrink wrap, super healthy. That's the right way to transform.
And you talk a lot about getting hydrated at a cellular level, which appears to be the key for all of these measurements that we see moving in the right direction, whether it's fat loss down, muscle mass going up, and all of those things. It's the cellular hydration. Explain that.
Well, look, we are created to be mostly water. We're created to be mostly water. But all of us, we go to a doctor and, they might measure our blood sugar, they'll measure our cholesterol, they'll measure our blood pressure. They don't even measure the number one most important health marker, how hydrated am I? So men, we should be 60%. Ladies, you should be 55% intracellular hydration. Now, if you don't know what that number is, I just want to encourage you today, you need to find that out. That is your number one most important health metric. It's more important than your blood pressure. It's more important than your A1C. It's more important than your cholesterol, triglycerides. It is your number one most important health metric. You've got to know. And at Energized Health, we actually will FedEx you a device, by the way. And I'm talking, guys, for $100, $99. We'll FedEx you a device, let you get your health measurements in line, give you a free consultation call. It's free with one of our certified health experts so you can find out what is my cellular hydration and what do I need to do to optimize my personal health at the cellular level.
Well, I have the app to that device on my phone, and I use it literally every day. You and the folks over at Energized Health sent it to me. I went through the protocol, the coaching, the help that you have along the way, from the daily videos, weekly videos, Zoom calls, coaching, you name it, it's there for me. You can't not succeed. Real quick, John, what's the success rate again?
99.1%. 99.1. And guys, listen, you can have your best health for the rest of your life, but you just have to take one simple action step. Go log on, watch a short master class with Chelsea and I. And my wife is so fun, guys. She makes science entertaining. And then just do a free breakthrough call. We have no salespeople. No one's going to try to sell you anything. They're just going to help you.
Well, they sure do. John Jubilee, let me tell people exactly how they go and do all of those things. Super easy. Just go to energizedhealth.com. That's energizedhealth.com. Make sure you watch that free masterclass he's talking about to learn about how cellular hydration can help you lose fat, tighten skin, and reset your metabolism for good. That's energizedhealth.com. All right, our buddy Raheem Kassam over at the National Pulse had a run-in with the law. Is this true? It's next.
Guys, if you plan to retire in the next 20 years, or if you've already retired, I have a message for you that you need to hear. Central banks, BRIC nations, and our allies are pumping trillions of dollars back into America. But every dollar they send could make your savings worth less. Hi, I'm Donald Trump Jr., and I just want you to be prepared for the future. So protect your hard-earned savings with gold. A gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group offers you the safety net of gold with the tax advantage status of a retirement account. To see how it's done, click the link below to get a free info kit on gold IRAs. This kit reveals why gold IRAs are exploding in popularity, so do it now. What do you have to lose? It's free and there's no obligation. Click the link below to get your free info kit from the Birch Gold Group.
Thinking about travel? Think AMAC. AMAC members have access to special money-saving discounts on hotels, car rentals, cruises, and more, so you can save money on every adventure. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to saving money on travel and so much more, think AMAC.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap. September 11th, 2001. A day that changed America forever. Nearly a quarter century later, the memories remain vivid and the loss still felt deeply. Real America's Voice presents a powerful special, 9/11. 24 years later, America still mourns. Join David Zier, host of Breaking Point, for 2 exclusive conversations. First with Richard Rotans, who led New York's emergency response during those dark hours. And then a candid interview with former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani.